Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Saturday afternoon here. It's before 3. It's quite afternoon. Yeah, Higurashi Saturday up on plate for you. So after almost a week of not exclusively, but pretty much every day this week, not every day, but pretty much every day, of reading Higurashi, I think we made some decent progress. Is that as much as I wished we kind of did? No, but that would only have happened if I could like snap my finger and then we all just read it as fast as possible, which is not ever going to be the case. So, yeah, decent Higurashi week of reading. I don't think we're gonna do it a second week in a row, and I'm already, especially after today, kind of thinking about the next time we'll do Higurashi might even be a week from today. So it might be like a Saturday to Saturday type thing. I don't know. It kind of depends on how much we get done today here, but I don't want to lose the momentum necessarily. So that's why today we're starting early on a Saturday, and I, in theory, blocked off the whole rest of my Saturday here just to read Higurashi. So, if my attention span, if my brain cooperates, I would love to sit here for several hours and just read some Higurashi. Maybe a couple breaks, BRBs in between. I don't think I could sit here for 8 hours straight or so. But yeah, just wanna read Higurashi. I don't even know if I read for like 8 hours. I don't think we'd finish this current arc we're on or anything. I think that would be too wishful of thinking. But I think we could get a good chunk done. So that's the goal today. Last thing we played was the whole kick the can thing, I think. Kick the can. That very popular schoolyard game, Kick the Can, was the whole last stream. It was all about Kechi Maibara rallying the underclassmen against the rest of his group, rest of his club squad. Attempt after attempt to try to beat them, shove it in their face. Basically ended with them still coming up short in these weird made up rules for this kick the can game that I'm unfamiliar with and still refuse to try to learn how it actually works. With them coming up short, and then Rika, since she was the referee and a technicality in the rules, there's no rules that say that a referee can't play a basketball type situation. And she goes in and she just kicks the can and argues, hey, the rules said that the fucking something about only Mion, Satoko, and Rina being the ones who could do whatever, and so anyone that isn't them, technically on the other team. And then she said Nipa, kind of thing. That was basically the last stream. It was a whole kick the can game, so we're there. That's where we're at. Kind of a little departure, a mini departure from the main, what seems to be issue of this arc, which is Rika has been unable to get into contact with Hanyu. She's MIA for whatever reason. And yeah, that's where we're at. That's the main thing, I think. Ah! She's right into it. Gosh, she's speaking so dramatically. Okay. Mion says, alright, as promised, I now acknowledge all of you as members of this club. Oh yeah, that was the whole thing. There was like tryouts to get into the club, and I'd kind of made mention of this prior, but it was kind of like stacked against the underclassmen. Like, it was like, there was no way they were supposed to be able to get into the club, almost kind of by the way it was set up against them, and it's whatever. Did I read all that? Alright, as promised, I now acknowledge all of you as members of this club. Yay! Right after Mion's proclamation, a thunderous cry and loud applause resounded all at once. Congratulations, everyone.
本当にすっごく頑張ったよ。
You really did your best.
ここまで頑張るとは正直恐れ入りましたわ。
I'm truly amazed that you did so well.
皆さんのこと心から歓迎させてもらいますわ。
I bid you all welcome.
みんなとってもファイトさんなのです。
Everyone fought really hard.
我が部にようこそなのですよ。
Welcome to the club. Rina, Satoko, and even Rika-chan, who had regained her vitality, all welcomed our new members with wholehearted smiles. There was a strange sense of unity in all of our hearts that only those who truly fought hard could share.
それにしても大丈夫なのか?
Anyway, is it alright to still be out here?
この後の授業。
We have class right after this.
ああ、大丈夫大丈夫。
Ah, it's fine, it's fine.
そのためのこれなんだからさ。
That's what this was for. As she said that, Mion held up the can that had been using in our game until a moment ago. I see. So she bribed Chie-sensei with that curry?
ああ、静粛に静粛に。
Everyone be quiet!
実はまだこれだけじゃないんだよね。
There's actually something else to go over.
だから静粛に。
So quiet down. Everyone followed Mion's command in unison. After everyone calmed down, Mion cleared her throat and took a look at everyone, then took a breath and spoke up.
長らくこの学校のクラス委員長を務めさせていただきました。私、園崎ミオンですが。
I, Mion Sonozaki, have been the class representative at the school for a long time now.
今日限りに委員長の座を引退したいと思います。
But as of today, I wish to retire from my position as the leader. That's interesting. Huh? Everyone cried out in shock. That's right, Mion is our leader. Our leader is Mion. That fact was synonymous with the school itself. And yet, Mion wanted to step down as class representative?
ミオン
Mion!
何考えてんだよ。冗談だったらタチが悪すぎるぞ。
What are you thinking? If this is a joke, it's in bad taste. This is showing my slight ignorance, but isn't like... I know they're kind of making a thing out of it here, but like... Isn't like class representative, like leaders, like quite an important role in like the Japanese like school system? It's like, oh, they're the class representative. It's almost like the kind of like the sham like class president stuff we have here in the States. Oh, class president. Oh. Oh. I don't know why I said it like that.
いや、冗談でもなく本気も本気なんだけど。
No, it's not a joke. I'm completely serious.
本気だったらなお悪いわ。
Even if you're serious, it's still no good.
いくら新入部員の受け入れに反対してたからって、そんなことで誰もお前のことを悪く思ったりしない。だから。
No matter how much you oppose adding new members, nobody thinks less of you for it, so...
ケイちゃん、ちょっと黙って最後まで聞いて。
Ki-chan, please be quiet and hear me out.
お願い。
Please. Mion waited for the restless younger students to calm down, then continued.
そろそろね。私も受験生だしさ。
First of all, I'm preparing for upcoming entrance exams.
いろいろと忙しくもなるし、卒業してこの学校を出た後のことも考えなきゃいけない。
That keeps me busy. Just slurred right through that too. Sorry, I'm trying to adjust some OBS windows because I don't like where they're at. Okay. Cool. First of all, I'm preparing for upcoming entrance exams. That keeps me busy. And I also need to think about what will happen after I graduate and leave the school.
だから、後任を誰にするかって今年の春からずっと考えていたんだ。
So, ever since the spring, I've been thinking about who should be my successor.
みーちゃん。
Mi-chan.
でも、委員長ってのは責任もあるし、仕事もある。
But the class representative has responsibilities. It's a job.
何より、クラスのみんなを引っ張っていけるリーダーシップがなきゃ、私みたいにただの雑用係になっちゃうからさ。
Above all, you need the leadership to wrangle the entire class. Otherwise, you'll just handle the chores like me.
任せる相手が見つからなくて、結構悩んだ。
I was worried I wouldn't be able to find someone I could entrust the position to. Saying but, Mion raised her head. Huh? Something about her was strange. Mion looked brighter, more radiant than usual, and I thought it was pretty cute.
ケイちゃんがひなみ沢に引っ越してきた時、なんとなく感じたんだ。
I've felt something ever since Ki-chan moved to Hinamizawa.
面白いし、行動力はあるし、それに、ものすごくみんなに優しいやつだなって。
He's fun, he has a resolve to take action, and he's an all-around kind-hearted guy.
そんなケイちゃんだから、 いい委員長になってくれると思うし、みんなもついていけると思う。
I think that Key-chan would make a good class rep, and everyone would be able to follow him.
だから
So... Then, Mion looked at me. Her eyes were glistening, and it felt like they were drawing me in, but it showed me that her words had no hint of her usual trickery.
ケイちゃん、
Key-chan,
私はあんたに委員長
I
や
want
って
you...
もらいたい。
I want you to be the class representative.
私の後みんなを任せたい。
I want to entrust everyone to you in my place.
ミオン
Mion,
大丈夫。
it's alright.
あんたならみんなのことを任せられる。
You should be able to handle everyone.
正しいことを強い思いで貫き通して、たとえ苦しい状況でもみんなを励まして勇気づけてくれる。
You have strong convictions to do the right thing, and you're able to encourage and inspire everyone, even in difficult situations.
そんなケイちゃんだからきっとみんなをまとめていけるし、
You're able to do that, so I'm certain you'll be able to keep everyone together.
私もケイちゃんなら多分これからもずっと信じられると思うんだ。
And I'm sure they'll be able to keep on trusting class rep as long as you're in charge.
それじゃあミオン最初から
Then, Mion, from the beginning you... Mion smiled at my question. When I turned to look around, Rina and Satoko were making the same face. When she tried to push the younger students out like that, it was all for the sake of learning about me.
なんか試されてたみたいだな。
Feels like I was being tested.
回りくどいことをしたことは謝るよ。
I apologize for being so indirect about it,
でも知りたかったんだ。
but I had to know.
ケイちゃんが本当にこの役目を引き受けてくれるかどうかってね。
Whether you had it in you to take on this role. After hearing that explanation, there was no longer any reason to feel uncomfortable. In fact, I felt a little happy.
引き受けてくれる？
So, will you accept?
ケイちゃん。
Key-chan?
俺は
Just then, I noticed that all the classmates who were silently listening to Mion were now staring at me. They were all smiling and I could feel their warmth. I turned to Rina.
ケイチくん、
Keiichi-kun,
頑張って。
good luck! I turned to Satoko.
ケイチさんならきっと大丈夫ですわ。
I'm certain we'll be fine if Kechi-san is in charge. And then, Rika-chan.
ケイチ、
Keiichi? But instead of her usual fight-on catchphrase,
ケイチしかいないと思うのですよ。
I think you're the only one who can do it, Keiichi. On that encouragement, I...
みんな俺についてこれるか
Everyone, will you follow me? Yeah! Oh, I gotta check if... 1 second. Is that... Okay, that's... Okay. They all cheered in unison, and then they broke out into applause.
おめでとう前原くん。
Congratulations, Maiburu-kun.
頑張れよ。君ならできる。
Keep at it. You can do it. Then, I noticed that Chie-sensei and the principal had come out of the school building to give me their blessing with smiles on their faces. What is this? This feeling of satisfaction. It feels better than getting a good score on a test. It feels better than winning in club activities and games. I'm filled with happiness and satisfaction. It feels like something hot is welling up deep in my chest. The sky had turned red. Before I realized it, the sun had already gone down, dyeing the schoolyard and the school building in the hue of sunset. The familiar lonely voice of the Higurashi cried out. It blended together with everyone's voices and warm thoughts and sounded like they were congratulating me. Today, ever since the morning, the laughter never stopped.
そうですか。
Is that so?
ずいぶん白熱した大激闘だったみたいですね。
Sounds like a fierce battle.
もう最高に盛り上がったのでございますわ。
It was a pinnacle of excitement.
最後のケイチさんの特攻は私たちの部活の歴史に残る名場面でしたのよ。
Kechi-san's final suicide attack is a scene that will live on in club history.
いやいや残念。
Oh dear, how unfortunate.
ぜひとも実際に見てみたかったものですよ。
I really would have liked to see that.
話を聞いているだけでも楽しそうな雰囲気が伝わってくるようですから。
Just listening to the story, I can tell how fun it must have been. Irie listened to Satoko's story with a smile on his face while jotting diagnostic information down on a medical chart. Satoko was holding her head high and making exaggerated gestures while joyously telling the story. It seemed like she was still excited about it even now, a few days later.
しかし
確か前原さんはひなみ沢に引っ越してきてそんなに日が経っていませんよね。
But it hasn't been that long since Myra-san moved to Inamazawa, has it?
それでミオンさんの後任で委員長とは結構荷が重くありませんか？
So, isn't it a rather heavy burden to make him Mion-san's successor?
最初は私もレナさんもそう考えていましたわ。
At first, Rina-san and I thought so.
もう少しひなみ沢の生活に慣れてからでも遅くはないのではございませんかって。
Would it not be better to have him spend a little more time getting used to life in Hinamazawa?
でもこの前の缶蹴り勝負で確信いたしましたの。
But after that game of Kick the Can, I was convinced.
ケイイチさんはきっと面白い委員長さんになってくださいますわよ。
I'm certain Kechi-san will make an entertaining class representative. On that point, I secretly agreed. I'm sure in many ways the club centered around Kechi will be one of the greatest things in this village. After all, even our usual penalty games for him make for a lively story among the villagers. I get the feeling Kechi would stop coming to school if he heard that, so that fact needs to remain a secret from him.
なるほど。
I see.
さとこちゃんがそこまで言うなら私の心配するところではありませんね。
If it's as you say, Satoko-chan, then I have nothing to worry about.
ぜひ今度の試合でも我がひなみ沢ファイターズの助っ人として大暴れしてもらいたいもんですよ。
I'd love to have him go on another rampage helping out the Inamazawa fighters in our next game.
またゴルフクラブを持って殴り込みに来るのですよ。
He'll charge in with the golf club again next time. Oh!
あの時は最高に笑いましたわ。
I had such a good laugh when that happened. Satoko let out a huge booming laugh while thinking back on that lovely spectacle. Then she started talking about Kechi's one-on-one battle with that elite high school level pitcher and her home run right afterwards. She and Irie seemed to be getting excited. Witnessing that spectacular gave me a warm feeling too. It was delightful. Anyway, these past 2 weeks, nearly everything we've talked about has been related to Kechi. I wonder if Satoko has noticed. Anytime she spoke to me about a bright topic to cheer me up when I'm feeling down, the main topic was always about Kechi. But on top of that, Satoko herself seemed quite fond of Kechi. And as proof of that, Satoko always seemed to have a delightful smile on her face, devoid of any gloom or shadows, anytime we talked about Kechi.
しかしそれにしてもリカさんは策士ですね。
Anyway, you're quite the schemer, Rika-san.
最後の最後に寝返るとは。
Double-crossing your clubmates at the very, very end.
寝返るとは人聞きが悪いのです。
Me, double-crossing sounds scandalous.
立ち馬に乗ったと言ってほしいのです。
I'd prefer it if you said I picked the winning horse.
さすがはリカさん。正気を見事に読んだわけですか。
I'd expect no less from you, Rika-san. You're always able to read the odds of victory.
まったくリカには油断も隙もありませんわ。
Rika never lets her guard down or leaves any openings.
まさかあんな場面でリカに裏切られるとは予想外でしたもの。
It was completely unthinkable for Rika to betray us in a place like that.
今度からはリカの動きにも要注意でございましてよ。
From now on, I need to be more cautious of Rika's movements.
あらあら、黄金コンビ解消？
Oh dear, is the golden pair breaking up?
それは大変だわ。次からはさとこちゃんが罰ゲームの常連になっちゃうかしら。
That's rough. Wonder if Satoko-chan will become a regular victim in her penalty games.
みー、僕がフォローしないサトコは石のたぬきさんなのですよ。
Meep. Meep. If I don't stick with Satoko, she'll turn into a stone tanuki.
なんですって？
What did you just say?
意味はわかりませんが、聞き捨てなりませんわ。
I don't know what you mean by that, but I cannot overlook it.
みぱ
Nipa! I shifted my upper body to evade Satoko's reaching hand. Satoko tried to get up from the chair in frustration, but Irie stopped her with a bitter smile on his face.
はいはい。さとこちゃんの診察はまだですよ。
Alright, Satoko-chan, you're not done with your exam yet.
最後に注射が残ってますからね。
And after that, there are still shots you need.
注射。
Shots.
そうでございましたわ。
That's right. Upon hearing that, Satoko quickly became as meek as a lamb. Standing beside her, Takano sterilized Satoko's left arm with alcohol. Then Satoko held the arm out to Irie with her eyes closed. An unpleasant feeling began to well up, so I looked at the mirror on the white wall of the exam room. Gazing at my reflection, I could immediately tell how stiff I looked. Satoko was stiff and tense, but Takano comforted her with a cheerful smile. However, now that I could see the darkness lurking behind that smile, it sent a chill coursing through my entire body. That's no good. Mikafurude, calm down. Act more calm and natural. Don't get so nervous. So far, things are still alright. So far, things are still.
はい、
Okay,
終わりましたよ。
all done. Huh?
あっという間でしたわね。
Wow, that took no time at all. When I heard that, I looked back towards Satoko. Irie was already getting up to go wash his hands, and Takano was administering Satoko with post-injection disinfectant.
すっかり注射にも慣れたみたいね。
Looks like you've gotten used to injections.
以前の大騒ぎが嘘みたいだわ。
It's hard to believe you used to cause such an uproar.
大騒ぎというほど騒いではいませんわ。
It was not noisy enough to be considered an uproar.
ちょっと暴れたことはありますけどね。
Just a minor outburst.
入江の陣中に政権好きしておいて、ちょっととは奥ゆかしいのです。
You punched Irie's philtrum. I'd hardly consider that a minor outburst.
たまたま手を振り回したら当たっただけですわ。
I was just casually swinging my fist and one just happened to connect. Satoko desperately tried to defend herself, but a hit that clean would have been impossible without deliberate aim. Incidentally, the philtrum is a weak spot between the nose and mouth. Irie let out a gwa scream like some kind of manga character when she hit him, and his eyes spun for a little while.
そうそう。私も腕を引っかかれたわね。
That's right, and you scratched my arm too.
おかげで二の腕にミミズバレができちゃって大変だったのよ。
It was bad enough to make a welt form on my upper arm.
ごめんなさいと後でちゃんと謝ったではございませんか。
I apologized for it afterwards, didn't I?
高野さんはシオンさんと同じぐらいにしつこいのでございますわ。
Takano-san, you're just as persistent as Shion-san.
ごめんなさい。
Sorry about that.
あんまりムキになるさとこちゃんが可愛いからつい。
I couldn't help it. Just slipped out because you're so cute when you get worked up, see? Takano gently stroked Satoko's head after saying that. Satoko uttered a faintly sulking mew, but she might have actually liked it because she didn't fight it. For the time being, it feels like a nice, friendly atmosphere. Satoko doesn't seem to be in any danger, so I'll keep playing along.
入江は覚えていますか？
Irie, you haven't forgotten, have you?
あの時のこと。
About that punch?
もちろん。
Yes, of course.
あの時のパンチが私のハートをキューンと打ち抜いたのですよ。
That punch shot right through my heart.
ああ、今思い出しても心がときめきますね。
Thinking back on it now still gets my heart racing.
もう少し本気で殴ってもよかったようですわ。
I'm starting to think I should have punched you a little harder.
あ、さとこちゃん、
Damn.
恋だって認めたわね。
Oh my, Satoko-chan, are you admitting it was intentional?
いいんです、いいんです。
It's okay, it's okay.
恋とはすなわち恋。
Intention is done with love,
そして愛情の証。
and it's proof of love.
そして私の心も
Oh boy.
マッチこいってな感じにウェルカムですよ。
Bring it on, my heart is ready, I welcome the feeling. As he said that, Irie wiggled his hips and struck a pose, like some kind of nonsensical dance. It was frankly unpleasant, but he himself seemed completely oblivious to that, which made it even worse.
そうです。
That's right.
あれはまさに神が下された典型とも言うべき衝撃。
It's like the impact from a divine revelation.
そして感動。
It's deeply moving.
この入江京介、はっきりと悟ったのです。
I, Kyusuke Irie, came to an epiphany.
私の理想とも言うべきメイドにふさわしいのはこの子しかいないと。
Nobody other than this girl is better fit to be my ideal maid.
そう。これは神から下された私の使命。
Yes, this is a mission from the gods.
さとこちゃんメイド化計画こそまさにノブレス・オブリッジなのです。
The Satoko-chan maid operation, a true noblest oblige. There's no opening to interrupt, but I didn't want to step forward either.
にしてもまあ、ご自分のキテレツしちゃらかな趣味をあそこまで熱く。
Anyway, your strange hobbies really get you worked out.
いえ、熱く語れますわね。
I mean, worked up.
ほら、よく言うでしょ。
You know what they say, right?
天才と何かは紙一重だって。
There's a very fine line between genius and something else.
私はむしろこれまで問題が起きなかったことに神の祝福を信じたいですわ。
I would like to believe that some godly blessing is made so we haven't had any problems until now. Both of them are terrible, but I did secretly agree on that. And then I remembered that I couldn't waste the entire day on idle chatter.
さとこ、早く検査を終えないと遅れてしまうのですよ。
Satoko, if you don't finish your exam soon, we'll be late. I pointed at the clock on the wall as I said that. We're planning to celebrate Kichi becoming the class representative by having a barbecue party at the Furude Shrine grounds today. That's why we're still wearing our school uniforms on a Sunday, but if this idle banter continues, we'll miss our scheduled meeting time.
ああ、そうでございましたわ。
That's right.
それでは高野さん、お願いしてもよろしいでございますか？
Takano-san, may we start now?
はいはい。それじゃあ行きましょう。
Of course. Let's get going. For the time being, we decided to move quickly to meet our schedule, and watched Irie as he made some heroic pose, yelling and looking up toward the sky. Satoko headed to the desk in the back of the exam room with Takano. I poured myself a glass of tea from the teapot on the nearby desk and took a sip, while waiting a little while longer. At the desk in the back, Satoko was answering Takano's questions one by one. At first glance, it might seem like some kind of quiz game, but it's actually an important test to measure the progression of the disease. As I watched, the mixed feelings that nagged at me earlier suddenly came back to me. I don't understand. No matter how much I think about it, I don't understand. Why? Why is Takano our... Mio Takano, commander of the Mountain Dogs, the Special Forces unit keeping watch over me, and the true culprit who killed me. Simmering black emotions came back to me when I thought back then, wanted to release the murder's rage pooling in the bottom of my chest. Suddenly, I looked at the desk. The syringe that was just administered to Satoko was laying on the silver tray, shining brightly. Right here, right now, I could quietly approach Takano. If I grabbed the syringe from this desk, took aim while she was defenseless, and plunged it into her neck to send air into her blood vessels, Jesus, then I'm sure... Idiot. I shook my head to stave off those brief dark thoughts. God, how cool, badass that would be, though, if we could just silently just... whoosh, took out Takano like that, right there. Get the job done. No matter how gentle she acts, Takano is the commander of the Mountain Dogs, a soldier. Even if I took her by surprise, she should be able to easily repel an attack from a child. Since I'm unarmed, at best we'd take each other out. At any rate, I'd just be speeding up the hands on the clock of hell approaching the day of my death. Plus, why does Takano want to kill me in the first place? And what will happen to Hinamazawa after I die? I need to know at least that much. So until then, I need to refrain from doing anything hasty. Unfortunately.
Rika-san?
Rika-san.
み、
Me?
大丈夫ですか？
Are you doing alright?
なんだかまだ元気がないようですが。
It looks like you're still not feeling well. It seemed Irie had finally returned to this world. Before I turned back, I said that weird, as I found him staring at me with an anxious expression.
み、平気なのです。
Me, I'm fine.
ただの夏風邪だと思うのですよ。
I think it's just a summer cold.
それならいいんですが。
If that's the case, then it's fine.
何か薬を出しましょうか？
Would you like me to give you some medicine?
薬は必要ないのです。
I don't need medicine.
よく寝てよく食べていれば、もうすぐ治るはずなのです。
If I sleep and eat well, I should get better soon.
そうですか。
I see.
わかりました。
Understood.
もし何か異常があったら、ちゃんと言ってくださいね。
But if anything abnormal comes up, don't hesitate to speak up.
できる限り力になりますから。
I'll do anything in my power to help.
大丈夫なのです。
It'll be alright.
入江たちの研究には影響がありませんから、心配には及ばないのです。
This won't have any impact on your research, so you don't need to worry.
そうですか。
Ah, I see. A mixed expression suddenly floated to Irie's face, and he turned his gaze downward. I immediately regretted saying that. I had inadvertently trampled on Irie's goodwill. Irie is using Satoko and me as test subjects to research the pathogens prevalent in Hinamazawa. In other words, we're his guinea pigs. But Irie is aware that the medication trials, blood sample collection, and medical interviews being conducted on us are inhumane, and I realized how ashamed he is of that. What's more, his fondness for Satoko and guilt over her treatment are so strong and earnest I could never picture him as some selfish researcher. His motivation is sad and reciprocal, but still doesn't feel right to consider it some casual courtesy. I wholeheartedly reflected on my carelessness.
ごめんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry.
意地悪な言い方をしてしまいました。
That was a mean thing to say.
え？
Huh?
ああ、いえ、大丈夫ですよ。
Oh, no, it's alright.
耳の痛いところではありますが、確かに私たちはあなたたち二人に相当無理をさせている。
It's painful to hear, but it's certainly true. We're forcing the two of you to bear a serious burden.
申し訳ないことです。
I'm terribly sorry. Irie removed his glasses and wiped the fog from them as he said that. His expression looked pained, and I felt deeply sorry.
そのおかげで生活ができていますから、別に平気なのです。
We're able to go on living our lives thanks to that, so I'm fine with it.
それよりも、研究の方はどんな感じに進んでいるのですか？
By the way, how is your research coming along?
研究の成果はお二人のご協力のおかげで確かに上がっています。
Thanks to the two of you, we are certainly seeing results in our research. I almost thought it said results in our results. Results in our research.
でも具体的な対策にまではまだたどり着けていない。
However, we still haven't yet reached a suitable countermeasure.
あと一息なんですが、どれも決め手にかけて満足には程遠いのが現状です。
We're just a breath away, but nothing has been decisive. Still far from satisfactory.
では、聡子の病気は？
Then what about Satoko's illness?
現在は安定してレベル3マイナスを保っている小康状態です。
She's currently stable, maintaining a lull at level 3 minus.
それでも完治には程遠いレベルです。
Still, that level is far from being cured.
それに不測の事態が起きてしまうと再度発病しても不思議ではない。
And if something unexpected happens, it wouldn't be unusual for her to get sick again.
悔しいですよ。
It's frustrating.
せめてあと少し時間と資金が許されるなら、
If we just had a little more time and money.
あと3年という期間内で末期症状からの回復にどこまで迫れるか。
In another 3 years, I wonder how much we'll be able to restore people with terminal symptoms.
入江はよくやってくれているのです。
Irie, you're doing great work.
聡子も僕もとても感謝してるのですよ。
Satoko and I are very grateful.
すみません。
Thanks.
そう言ってもらえると少しは救われます。
Hearing that does make me feel a little better. Irie donned a smile as he said that, finally seeming relieved. Irie mentioned once before that the research into Inamazawa syndrome will be concluded 3 years from now. After that, this clinic will be converted to a normal private medical facility, and all large-scale equipment will be transferred to a bigger hospital in Gogura.
入江、
Irie,
あなたは3年経った後はどうするつもりですか？
what are you planning to do 3 years from now?
偶然治療薬を発見できたおかげでいくつかの医療施設からお招きをいただきました。
Thanks to that therapeutic drug we happened to stumble upon, I've received invitations from several medical facilities.
正直に言ってここに来た時はそれが私の望みではあったんですが、
To be honest, that was exactly what I was hoping for when I first came here.
今はできれば。
But now, if possible. Irie gently squinted his eyes while looking at Satoko, who was still receiving her medical examination. But when he noticed my gaze, he suddenly turned back to me with an embarrassed smile on his face.
それはともかく夏風邪といっても決してバカにはできませんから。
Anyway, even if it's just a summer cold, you can't underestimate it.
あまり冷たいものを取りすぎないよう食生活には注意してくださいね。
Try to keep warm and be careful with your diet.
わかりましたのです。
Understood?
でも聡子に任せると楽だからといってそうめんになることが多いのですよ。
But if I leave everything to Satoko, she'll just make cold noodles because it's easy.
聞こえてましたよ、リカ。
I heard that, Rika.
そうめんにしたのは食欲がないってあなたが言うからでございましょうが。
And the reason I made cold noodles is because you said you had no appetite, alright?
こらこらさとこちゃん、
Come on, Satoko-chan.
時間も計ってるんだからこっちに集中して。
We're also measuring timing here, so you need to concentrate. After that scolding from Takano, Satoko begrudgingly swiveled her chair back toward her. Apparently they were conducting psychological tests over there using pictures.
さとこちゃんも心配していましたよ。
Satoko-chan is worried about you too, you know?
内緒ですが 夏風邪によく効く薬はないか。食べ物はどんなものがいいのか。
Keep this a secret, but she came to me asking, is there any medicine for summer colds and what sort of food would be best?
なんて毎日買い物帰りに立ち寄っていましたから。
She stopped by every day on the way home after shopping.
知らなかったのです。
Me, I didn't know.
優しい子です、さとこちゃんは。
Satsuka-chan is such a kind girl.
だからこそ私はこの病気の解明のために自分の持つ全てを捧げて彼女を救いたい。
That's why I want to understand this disease. I want to dedicate everything I have in order to save her.
そのためなら。
And for the sake of that.
ありがとうなのです。
Thank you. I spoke sincerely to Irie, and again I was convinced he was an honest researcher with no intention to do harm. So, this planet is Takano acting alone? If so, what is her intention?
はい、もしもし、入江です。
Hello? This is Irie.
東京から外線です。
There's an external call from Tokyo.
そちらへ回します。
I'll transfer it your way. I could hear a loud voice coming in through the receiver. Right, I guess it's already time.
ああ、リサさんですね。
Ah, that must be Risa-san.
電話は所長室で取りますから、そっちへ回してください。
I'll take the call in the director's office, so please send it over there. Is that the mysterious Risa? I'm trying to remember. Remember how she just like barely appeared as like the big bad above Takano at the end of the series? I think that was Risa, but if it was not Risa, then I'm sure everyone knows who I'm talking about. If it is Risa, then like I was like, were we ever going to get more? I need more about her. I want more about her. I don't think we're getting that here, but just the name re-triggered that memory for me. Irie gave that answer, then hung up the receiver. Then I heard another phone ring off in the distance.
リカさん、すみません。
Sorry, Rika-san.
東京からの電話なので、ちょっと失礼します。
I just received a call from Tokyo. Please, excuse me.
いってらっしゃいなのです。ニパー。
Take care then, Nippa! Irie exited the exam room and headed to the director's office. When I looked back at Satoko, she was still in the middle of her screening.
高野、
Takano,
ちょっとお外の空気を吸ってきてもいいですか？
do you mind if I step outside to get some fresh air?
え、構わないわよ。
Sure, I don't mind.
こちらはもう少し時間がかかりそうだから。
This is going to take a little while longer anyway.
いいか？先に行くのはなしでございますわよ。
Rika, don't you dare leave me behind. Satoko looked up from the picture book she had been studying to glare at me. Sheesh, seems like my credibility has considerably fallen since my earlier betrayal. You're deeply in my debt, Kechi.
大丈夫なのですよ。
It's alright.
お日様に当たって元気をもらってくるだけなのです。
I'm just going to go get some sunlight to feel better.
いつからリカはひまわりになったのでございますか？
Since when did you turn into a sunflower, Rika?
まあ了解ですわ。
Anyway, understood.
私もとっととこのテストを終わらせて呼びに行きますから待っていてくださいませ。
I will call for you as soon as this test is complete, so please wait for me.
はいはい。それじゃあ頑張りましょうね、さとこちゃん。
Okay, let's get back to work, Satoko-chan.
それじゃあ次は。
Alright, next. I made my way out of the exam room without even listening to Takano finish. Even though it was still morning, the sunlight was so intense that it blinded me the moment I stepped outside. And the weather was scorching today, too. The sky was a deep navy blue with some small fluffy clouds. I could hear the loud cries of the cicadas coming from the trees all around me. I took a seat on the shaded portion of the stone steps in front of the entrance, while wiping the sweat from my forehead.
前原委員長。
Class Representative Maibara, huh?
今日のパーティーはきっと盛り上がるでしょうね。
Sure, the party today is going to be an exciting affair. Whispering that to myself, I thought back on this world unlike anything I'd experienced before and where Kechi became the class rep. This world I'm now in now began with Hanyu's absence. That alone was enough to make it feel like a completely unprecedented experience, but on top of that, the human relations in this world have changed slightly compared to before. For example, Kechi has become very well known as actively taking on leadership duties. Also, Shion has a very close relationship with Satoko, and she's maintaining good relations with the club members. It was also a bit of a surprise that the classmates and other villagers had accepted Kechi and thought so favorably of him. Until now, while I respected him, it was enough to make me feel a little like a stranger here. Come to think of it, that reminds me of what Shion said in the nurse's office. Flashback.
信じるのは難しいけど、信じなきゃ始まらないって誰かが言っていた気がします。
Even if it's hard to believe, you have to keep on believing. I feel like someone once said that. I thought I skipped a sensor. I double hit the button. Those words brought back memories. That's something Ketchi said in a previous world while trying to rescue Satoko from Tepe. Shion was getting out of control and desperately wanted to help Satoko, but when she heard that, she completely stopped thinking of murder.
殺されたって、俺はここをどかねえぞ。
I'm not going to move from here, even if you kill me.
お前を生かせれば、シオンのいない世界になる。
If I let you go, we might never see you again.
その世界では、いなくなったお前のことをずっと思って、毎日うつむいているサトコがいるんだ。
Satoko will think about you every day, and her heart will be filled with sadness.
俺たちがどうやって慰めても、その場だけは元気そうにするが、すぐにまたうつむいてしまう。
If that happens, there won't be anything we can do to make her happy.
そんな悲しい世界があるんだ。
It's gonna be a very sad life for her.
俺はサトコに、そんな悲しい世界を見せたくない。
I don't want Satoko to live in a sad world like that.
俺たちが描く世界は、昨日までがそうだったように、みんなで楽しく過ごして暴れて遊べる、あの世界だ。
The future that we want is a wild and riotous one, just like what we had until a few days ago.
もちろんおじの野郎なんかに、二度とサトコを脅かさせるような真似をさせない。
Of course, I won't let Satoko's uncle threaten her any longer.
それがどういう方法なのか、今この場では確かに思いついていない。
Haven't decided how I'm going to do it yet,
でも、それは絶対に思いつく。
but I will know soon.
絶対だ。
I promise.
だから、
So please,
俺を信じろ。
just trust me. That happened in a previous world, but it's possible that Ketchi and the others were able to carry those memories and past experiences to this one, like me. And then I thought it over. Were these changes good or bad for me?
それこそ考えても仕方ないか。
Though thinking about it won't do me any good. I suddenly laughed at my foolish question. For the time being, I tried to sort out my situation by evaluating the advantages and disadvantages of this world that was so unlike anything I'd experienced so far. First, the main advantage, I know the identity of the enemy aiming to take my life. Until now, I always had to be careful with my actions to avoid being trampled upon. So for the first time, I had the option to be proactive. Depending on my actions, I may be able to steer this world to my will. And now, the main disadvantage, needless to say, it's that Hanyu isn't here. Honestly, when she was here, she was always so talkative and annoying, but now that she's gone, I'm unable to consult with her about the future. It's a feeling I've never tasted before. And I'm afraid that this may be the final world. Those two concerns have constantly been by my side. And the result that brought me was that even though the objective and the enemy have been made clear, the fact that this is a cruel game where not even a single failure is allowed has forced me to think carefully about how to best to confront them. In other words, it's like a game of blackjack. If you draw a card and your total exceeds 21, you bust. And even if you want to compete with safe numbers, if your opponent's numbers exceed yours, you have no choice but to submit to them. And what's worse, the game can be decided by a score of 21. In other words, there's no clear standard for judging your relative offensive or defensive capabilities. So even though I've succeeded in retaining those memories, I haven't actually increased my odds of success. Whether I sit down and wait for fate to arrive, or step forward to make my own destiny, the risk is still the same. In fact, there's even a chance that unnecessary movements could heighten the risk.
情けない。
How miserable. I was disgusted with myself every time I thought back on it. Didn't Ketchi and the other club members say that's worthless to give up without trying? That's right. What would Ketchi do in this situation? For some reason, Ketchi Maibara, the most interesting person in all the times I've experienced thus far, came to mind. I recalled the words he shouted at to me once before.
調子に乗るなよ、リカちゃん。
Don't get carried away, Rika-chan.
運命を読めるなんていい加減なことを言っちゃいけないぜ。
Don't just say that you can read the future.
男にとって宿命と運命という言葉はもっともっと尊くて熱い意味がこもってるんだ。
For a guy, words like destiny and fate mean a lot more than you think.
そんなやすやすと読めるようなもんじゃねえ。
They're not things you can figure out that easily.
みーん。
Me. I had no idea what he was trying to say, but he made me nervous. It wasn't a scary feeling. No, it was closer to hope.
さっきリカちゃんはマスターが100億長者ゲームを持ってくることを運命だと言った。
You said it was fate that the owner would choose the game of life.
偶然であったとしても的中したのだからリカちゃんが正しいと言わざるを得ないさ。
I have to admit that your prediction was correct.
でもな、こうも言ったよな。
But you also said something like,
何ですか？
what did I say?
俺が100億長者ゲームで戦うことも
You
運
said-
命だってな。
You said I was fated to play. Yes, it was indeed his fate. Fate can change sometimes, with uncertainty and time. I don't know why the text is advancing like that. But the possibility, it's like showing up different. But the possibility that it would change in this situation was very slight. I doubted that anything would turn out differently.
なら、その運命とやらを俺がぶち壊してやろうじゃないか。
In that case, I'll change that fate. Ketchy definitely said that back then, and he proved he was right. No, it wasn't just in the past worlds. Even in this world, Ketchy was fighting on behalf of the younger students who wanted to join the club, never giving up, even in the face of overwhelming disadvantage. I still don't know why I suddenly decided to help him back then, but oddly enough, I don't regret it at all, because she had enough power to make me think so. Can I be as strong as Ketchy? Right now, I have two goals to accomplish. The first is a selfish desire to ensure my own survival, and the other is to reveal the truth behind Takano's conspiracy. My future actions hinge on a decision over which of those I consider more important. In which case, my priority should be... Oh, they both have... they both have, I would assume this means that they're both fine to pick. Like, we wouldn't get a bad ending. I'm trying to think. I mean... I'm gonna say uncovering Takano's conspiracy. I mean... At the end of the day, the important thing has always been... no playing cautious. Go balls to the wall. I'm picking that. That's right, the most important thing is uncovering Takano's conspiracy. Until I know that, I won't be able to understand her reason for slitting my belly open and killing me at such a specific predetermined time. Predetermined. And without a proper understanding of the motive, I'll have a hard time predicting Takano's actions. Of course, I never even suspected Takano as the culprit until now, so it won't be easy to find the truth. But now, I'm pursuing a line of reasoning I've never considered before. I've always thought it would be difficult to plan ahead without understanding the enemy's reasoning, but the inverse is just as true. If I understand their motive, I can predict their movements to some extent. It may be excessively optimistic of me to say, but this opportunity did give me hope for finding an unexpected breakthrough. If only Hanyu was by my side this time. She'd probably chide me for getting carried away with expectations. No, this isn't the time to be thinking that. I'm just feeling depressed. I took a deep breath to calm myself down, then thought it over once more. So, what can I do to uncover Takano's conspiracy? That's what I should be thinking about. First of all, the people in Hinamizawa who should know Takano's true identity include me and Irie, as well as Toмотake, who periodically visits here. There's also Okanogi, the commander of the so-called mountain dogs tasked with my safekeeping, but I can exclude him because he reports directly to Takano. Thus, the cooperation of those two will be indispensable in order to investigate Takano. But would they be willing to cooperate with me and share details of Takano's plan? Unfortunately, the answer is currently no. First off, they both completely trust Takano and consider her a comrade, and what's more, Toмотake would never believe that his sweetheart was planning to kill him unless he saw it with his own two eyes. In which case, the two of them would probably laugh even if I told them the truth. Or they'd think that my condition was worsening and causing me to have baseless paranoia. Word of that would undoubtedly reach Takano's ears. In the meantime, Takano would continue proceeding with her plan, starting with the killing of Toмотake. And then, she'd move on to murdering me as well. This will be tough. For now, it'll take time and credible evidence to get them on my side. While they certainly have the most effective means to combat Takano, it may be difficult to earn their support. Next, I should try to think of someone willing to help me investigate this conspiracy. Of course, the first person to come to mind is Oishi. He's been passionately investigating the serial deaths in Hinamizawa ever since the murder of the dam construction manager. and I've heard that he's planning to retire soon, so he's frantically searching for the culprit. The reason for his passion is something I heard from Oishi himself in a previous world. The construction manager who was killed 5 years ago was like a father to him, and that's why he'll never forgive the criminal who so brutally murdered him. Even if I'm nothing but a child, right now he'd still earnestly listen to me. But the problem is, his actions are too conspicuous. Even in the previous world, we ended up losing contact during the middle of the investigation. He probably went too far and Takano had to deal with him.
せめて赤坂がいればなんて願いすぎかしら。
If only Akasaka were here. Is it too much to wish for that? As I whispered that to myself, I pictured the face of that strong, capable young man. He came back to Inamazawa in the previous world by chance, but normally he only comes here when it involves a case. If Akasaka were able to team up with Oishi, they'd be even more powerful. But Oishi was just an on-site worker, so it would be difficult for him to stand up to Takano and her organization on his own. And then, the third group. I've thought about having Kechi and the club members invite me to find the truth. Or help me find the truth. Wait, did I just add? Yeah, I just added a random word. And the club members help me find the truth. They're certainly not as powerful as the previous two, but I think the club members aren't close to the best condition I've seen among any of the previous worlds. Everyone is united, with Kechi at the center. Plus, the relationships between Mion and Shion, and between Shion and Satoko are both looking good. Kechi in particular has become extremely dependable. He has strength and a powerful sense of justice, and he's demonstrated leadership I've never seen before. And in the previous world, he was able to step forward and confront Takano. In which case, should I tell Kechi and the others the truth and ask them to cooperate like I did in the previous world? No, they were only able to believe me last time because of the abnormal circumstances of the curse of the 5th year. If I suddenly told them a huge story like that in a situation where nothing was happening, it's hard to tell if they'd believe me. And even if they did believe me, what sort of help could I hope to get from them? So long as that remained unclear, it felt pointless and irresponsible to tell them. In the worst case, that's even a risk that getting them involved in this... There's even a risk that getting them involved in this chain of misfortune would put them in danger. In fact, people who could have survived in the previous world died because I got them involved. It's a clear example of the failure of knowing your enemy and not how to deal with them. In which case, I'm on my own. No, then it just turned out the same as before. I tried everything I could think of, but it was never good enough. So, I need to have an ally. And if that's the case, the most dependable person to have on my side is... I'm going with Keiichi Maibara. Let's not lie here. That's right, it's Keiichi. I whisper that to nobody in particular while picturing Keiichi's face. Keiichi Maibara. He was shockingly impulsive, but he was a boy full of kindness and compassion for others. Even as things are now, I can trust him, but if he's able to somehow inherit his previous memories, he'll be even more dependable. Plus, I have a hunch that Keiichi will be the one to find a breakthrough. Even in the previous worlds, he was able to overcome the wall of fate long after I had given up. His strong will and propensity to take action are qualities I never had. The question is, when should I divulge the truth to him? Even if I were to suddenly tell him about this, I'm still not confident he would take it seriously. Oh, right. Normally, Hanyu would be pushing me on my back at times like this. When she agreed with me, I felt When she agreed with me, I felt encouraged. When she opposed me, it gave me a rebellious feeling. But now that she's gone, I don't have any of that. So I'm unable to put my feelings behind me and move on. It was staggering. Ultimately, it made me even more aware of that fact that I hadn't made any decisions on my own thus far. Rika-chan, we're all done. Just then, I heard Takano calling out to me from the front door of the clinic. I felt completely disgusted when she looked down at me with a bright smile, but I quickly regained my composure and responded with my usual smile and a Nippa. I was getting kind of tired of waiting. If you were just 10 seconds later, I was thinking of leaving. Damn. Now, see here, Rika. You were actually planning to leave me behind? But you made it in time, so it's okay. Let's go together, Nippa! As I said that, I dodged Satoko, who had come flying out of the entrance. I could see Irie behind Takano, so he must have finished his phone call.
そんなに急がなくてもまだ十分間に合いますよ。
There's no need to rush. You'll still make it on time. Oh, ho, 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 ho,
部
ho.
活の先輩としてはやはり一番乗りして皆さんを歓迎するのが筋でございましょ
As senior members of the club, should we not be the first to welcome everyone?
う。何事も初めが肝心ですわ。
The very beginning is a critical moment.
早く行って歓迎トラップを仕掛けるつもりなのです。
You want to get there early so you can set up a welcoming trap.
あんまりやりすぎないようにね。
Don't overdo it, okay?
新部員歓迎が退部者送迎になっては寂しいでしょうから。
It'd be so lonely if the new members had to immediately say goodbye to the existing members.
そのあたりを加減いたしますわ。
I will make adjustments to account for that.
さあ行きましょうリカ。
Now let us be off, Rika.
ケイチさんに遅れをとっては松代までの恥ですわよ。
It would be an eternal shame to arrive after Kechi-san, don't you think?
ではまた来週なのです。ペコリ。
Okay, see you next week. I lightly bowed my head as I said that, then turned around. I sensed a hint of sadness on Irie's face in the corner of my view, but I did my best to ignore it. Because the person standing beside him was Takano. That evil witch, Takano. Alright.
じゃあ母さん行ってくれよ。
Okay, Mom. See you later.
ケイチ、ちょっと待って。
Oh, Kechi, hold on. Bleh. What? Why? I put on my shoes at the foyer, but Mom stopped me just as I opened the door. I looked back, wondering what it might be, and Mom came out of the kitchen holding a huge bag of rice.
それは
What's that?
米袋よ。見てわからない。
It's a rice bag. Can't you tell? No, that's not what I meant.
いくらあなたのお祝いでもただ招かれるだけじゃ失礼でしょ。
Oh, she's not making it sound as if she was about to throw up. She was making it sound like she's lifting, I assume, a heavy bag of rice, but why? It sounded so much. I thought it was going to be like, oh, she woke up hungover or something. I don't know. Even if it's your celebration, isn't it rude to be invited and not bring anything?
だからこれ持っていきなさい。
So, take this with you.
これって。
But this is... Whoa! Mom forced the bag upon me without saying another word. I instinctively held it toward my chest, but it was so unexpected that I started to lean forward. So heavy. What is this? This thing is completely packed.
こんなのどうやって持っていけってんだよ。
How am I supposed to take this with me?
俺自転車なんだぞ。
You expect me to carry it on my bike?
平気平気。あなたの自転車のカゴならちゃんと入るでしょ。
It's fine. It'll fit in the basket on your bike, won't it?
ああ、袋三重にしてるから破れる心配はいらないわよ。
Oh, I triple bagged it so you don't need to worry about tearing it. Is it my imagination or are we worried about completely different things?
ほら、シャキッとしなさい、シャキッと。
Come on, stand tall. Don't slouch.
委員長でしょ。
You're the class rep, right? Pow! She pushed on my back with tremendous force, and I choked for just a second. I suddenly turned back and glared, intending to tell her off, but when I saw her huge smile, I lost the will to say anything.
じゃあ行ってきます。
Alright, I'm heading out.
車に気をつけるのよ。
Watch out for cars! If you're worried about something like that, don't make me carry this heavy thing. I badmouthed her in my mind, but seeing my mom so happy actually made this feel okay. Thinking about it, it was a completely new experience seeing everyone so confident in me for becoming the class rep. I'm sure Mom has her own thoughts on the matter. Probably. Thanks, Mom. The summer sun was shiningly bright. I don't think it's supposed to be shiningly. The summer sun was shiningly brightly in the clear blue sky. I continued pumping the pedals and tightly clenching the handles to keep the cargo in my front basket from falling out of balance. Sweat gently trickled down my forehead. The footpath between the fields was unpaved and full of exposed pebbles. Even when I rode perfectly straight, the bike still lightly shook. Today is Sunday. Mion proposed that we have a celebration at the Fruit Shrine grounds in honor of me becoming the class rep. The attendees included all the newly instated club members and all the old club members. In other words, the entire class. And Mion was shrewd enough to convince the Sonozaki family to go all out, providing meat and fish for us. Well, this is a school-related event, and Chie-sensei and the principal will be there too, so I had to come wearing my uniform. Feels a little stiff, but I guess it's okay. Keiichi-kun! Rina and Mion had already arrived at our usual meeting spot.
遅いよケイちゃん
You're late, Ki-chan.
委員長は先に到着して待ってるもんでしょ
Shouldn't the class rep be the first to arrive, ready and waiting for us?
お前の時はどうだったんだよ。
Did you, when you were class rep?
過去は振り返らない
Don't look back at the past.
前を見なさい前を
You have to look forward, or you have to look ahead. Forward. Sheesh, she has a comeback for everything. Although I'm probably going to be hearing this class rep spiel for a while.
あれケイちゃんその前かごの袋は何
Huh? Ki-chan, what's that bag in your basket?
お米
Is that rice?
ああ国産最高級
Whoa, high-grade domestic rice.
米すごい量だねすごいすごい
And a massive quantity too. Wow, wow.
言うな。何も聞くな。
Don't say it. Don't ask anything. It'd be too much of a pain to explain, so Mom can save face. I won't say it plainly.
ケイちゃん別に気を利かさなくてもいいよ
Ki-chan, you don't have to worry about things like that, okay?
ケイちゃんは主賓なんだからさ
You're the guest of honor.
それにご飯も多めに準備してあるから大丈夫だって
Plus, we've already prepared a whole bunch of rice. It's okay.
いや、そういうつもりじゃ。
No, that's not what I mean.
まあいっか
Well, I guess it's fine.
それじゃ早く行こうよ
Alright, let's hurry up and get going.
みんな待ってるからさ
Everyone is waiting.
おう、盛大に食うぜ、飲むぜ。
Yeah, let's go all out, eating and drinking.
大勢でバーベキューなんて楽しそう
Having such a large-scale barbecue sounds fun.
なんだかワクワクドキドキだよ
I'm getting really excited. The three of us continue making a fuss like that while we rode our bikes to the Fruit Shrine. It's been a while since I visited this Fruit Shrine, back when Rina and Mion invited me on a tour of Hinamizawa. The grounds are spacious and the shrine has a calming atmosphere. And above all, the view from the top of the hill is inspiringly beautiful. It's a great place to have a good time with the whole class. We parked our bikes at the stone steps in front of the shrine. There were quite a few bikes and cars here, as to be expected since the whole class was here. Huh? Cars.
ミオン、今日のパーティーはフケも参加なのか？
Mion, are parents coming to this party too?
うん
Yeah.
バーベキューだと火を使ったりするから大人同伴でなきゃ後々面倒でしょ
A barbecue needs a fire, so it'd be problematic if there weren't any adults present, right?
だから君吉のおじいちゃんにお願いして人を集めてもらったんだ
So, I asked old man Kimiyoshi to gather some people.
君吉のおじいちゃんって村長さんか？
Old man Kimiyoshi? The mayor?
え
Wow. Anyway, she's even able to influence the mayor and gather adults. That's the Sonozaki heir, alright. And am I really fit to be Mion's successor? When it comes to personal connections and things like that, there's a huge difference between us.
大丈夫だってケイちゃんなら
Ki-chan, you'll do fine.
今はともかく何年かすればきっと鶴の一声で人が集まるようになるって
Rather than the present in just a few years, I'm sure people will gather on your orders too. Though I was lost in thought, I came back to my senses when Mion suddenly gave me a rough pat on the back and laughed at me like she could read my mind. Well, it's fine, I'm just getting started as class rep. I just need to build up my own class rep character. Even from the stone steps, I could hear noisy voices coming from the shrine grounds. There were, of course, the cheers of children, but I heard the laughter of adults mixed in as well. Sounded really lively.
もう始まってるみたいだよ
Ah, it looks like it's already getting started.
早く行かないと
We need to hurry.
始まっててあれ
Huh? They're already started.
主賓が来てから始める約束だったはずなんだけど
But they promised not to start until the guest of honor arrived.
ミオンさん
Mion-san? Just then, Satoko and Rika-chan, who had apparently arrived before us, came rushing down the stone steps, waving at us.
おう、サトコ。
Yo, Satoko.
さすがに早いな。
You got here early, like usual.
ごめんごめん遅くなって。
Sorry, we're late.
ケイちゃんがさ。
It was Kichan's fault.
それどころではございませんわ。
That's not important right now.
とんでもびっくりに大変なのです。
This is something big and surprising. Satoko and Rika-chan rushed over to us in a panic and interrupted Mion's greeting.
どうしたのさ二人とも。
What's going on, you two?
なんかあったの？
Did something happen?
そのセリフはリボンとのしをつけてそっくりお返しいたしますわ。
Explaining it would be like combining ribbon and seaweed wrap.
さとこ、リボンとのしは和洋折衷すぎて合わないぞ。
Satoko, wouldn't ribbon and seaweed wrap be a suitable fusion of Japanese and Western gifting styles?
そうだよ、さとこちゃん。
That's right, Satoko-chan.
のしをつけて縛るのは水切りって紐で。
You can wrap it in the seaweed and then tie the ribbon on top too.
何をのんきに冠婚葬祭の一般常識をお話ししてるのでございますの？
Why are you speaking of the conventions of ceremonial occasions?
そんな話をしてる場合ではございませんわ。
There's no time to be discussing that. Wait, wasn't Satoko the first to mention seaweed?
とにかく、
Anyway,
ミオンさん、ちょっと来てくださいませ。
Mion-san, please come here for a moment.
ちょっと。
Huh? Wait,
そんな引っ張らないで。
don't pull so hard, okay?
ケイイチも来るのです。
Keiichi, you need to come too.
え、俺も？
Huh? Me too.
来なければ一生後悔すると思うのです。
If you don't come now, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. After that outrageous one-liner, Rika-chan gave me a nippa with her usual smile. If it's as she says, I can't afford not to go. Rina and I looked at one another and followed Rika-chan up the stone steps. Then...
は？
Huh?
これはどういうことなんだろう、だろう。
What does this mean? Rina and I were stunned once we saw the state of the shrine grounds. Looking around, there were people, and even more people. There were a lot of kids from our class, of course, but there were even more adults. And there were a whole bunch of other kids with faces that looked familiar. Wait, are those Angel Mort waitresses out there in the crowd helping out with the barbecue? Angel Mort catering? No way, then... Okay! Long time no see!
亀田くん。
Kameda-kun. The first person to dig into the dessert selection was that weird pitcher. No, Kameda-kun. Which means the kids around him are from the Okinomiya Titans?
どうして亀田くんがここに？
What are you doing here, Kameda-kun?
いやー、今日は K を祝うパーティーが開かれるとファイターズの連中から聞いて、
I heard from the fighters that there was a party today in your honor.
心の友としてはぜひとも総出で出席しなければと駆けつけたわけっす。
As a soul brother, I felt I had to attend, so I rushed here.
それだけの理由でか？
Is that the only reason?
いやー、実は今日デザートフェスタだったらしいんだけど、こっちのお祝いの手伝いのため突然中止って言われて。
Well, actually, the dessert fest was scheduled for today, but the owner suddenly canceled it to help out at this party.
そりゃもう暴れて騒いで泣いてわめいですがりついたっすよ。
When I heard that, I went into a rage, screaming and crying.
言ってて恥ずかしくないか？
Are you not embarrassed to say that?
そしたらオーナーさんの計らいで場所をこっちに移してくれることになったんなりよ。
But then the owner decided that the festival would be moved over here.
さすがは我が心のふるさとの親分なり。
I'd expect no less from an entrepreneur from my beloved hometown.
にょりーん。
Nya.
普段の可愛い店内でハーハーしながら見つめるのも背徳感があっていいにょりが、明るい屋外で見るのもまた格別の果実にょりよ。
It's nice to stare at them in the normal Kino shop, nya. But witnessing them in the bright outdoors is like a special rare fruit, nya.
しかも景観のいい場所で食べるケーキもまた格別でござる。
What's more, it's wonderful to eat cakes in such lovely scenery.
安心してもいいでござる。
Oh, don't worry.
自分たちの出したゴミはきちんと持ち帰るでござるよ。
We'll take our trash with us when we go home.
自然に優しく、自分に厳しく。
We are environmentally friendly. We are hard on ourselves.
エンジェルモートに魂を捧げたもののノブレス・オーブリッジなんだな。
Those who have dedicated their souls to Angel Mort understand the saying, Noblesse oblige. Kameda-kun and Kameda-kun and company spoke proudly. Can't exactly say I feel happy being told that when their faces are covered in cream. If anything, all it looks like to me is that they came here to exploit these young maidens. I mean, stuff themselves with cake. And they looked so out of place here. Do these blacklisters not realize how much their presence damages the scenery here? Fuck these guys. Is what he's basically saying. The shrine is a public space. So this is everyone's yard. Are you really okay with that, Rika-chan? But there are some people that I wish would refrain. Me. Truer words never spoken. Anyway, Ki-chan, did he call you a soul brother? It's something that exists only in his heart. A total delusion. I have no friends like that in my world. But they're right over there. Please, someone completely erase this from reality. Anyway, this is a tremendous number of people. It seems like more than half of the village is gathered here. It's like a mini Watanagashi festival. Rika-chan likened it to the annual village festival. No, there had to be more people at that. Although, there were enough people here in the shrine grounds that it was hard to deny. And it's not just out here. The assembly hall is full of adults from Hinamizawa. Really? As if to support her claim, I could hear boisterous laughter coming from the prefabricated building a short distance away. And it probably wasn't just my imagination, but I detected the scent of alcohol and appetizers. For now, it seemed like the adult and child areas, and the blacklister area, were well segregated, but it was only a matter of time until that barrier came down. Hey, Mion! Don't you think this is too many people? Ki-chan, don't be naive. The class rep hasn't changed even once since I started going to school. So it's perfectly natural to have a celebration on this scale. Really? Well, that's what I want to say. But I do agree, this is pretty crazy. Naturally, Mion couldn't just brush it off with a laugh. She looked like she was at her wit's end and lost in thought. How strange. I did ask old man Kimiyoshi to gather a few adults to help with the barbecue, but still. Kimiyoshi is here too. Look. Oh, Mion-chan! I'm here. It's fucking me. Everybody's here. So you finally made your appearance. Just then, a dignified old man came out of the assembly hall and walked over to Mion with a smile on his face. His face was bright red and his breath smelled of alcohol. Clearly, they've been drinking for a while now. Kimiyoshi? Sorry, we started without you. Members of the town council made me get started early. He's already slurred his words. Was this man really the famous warrior mayor of Hinamizawa, Kimiyoshi-san? Seriously? Oh! So this is the boy you've got your heart set on, Mion-chan. Oh, hello. Heart set on? Oh my, I should have expected as much from Mion-chan. You got a good look to you. You look like the kind of man to even surpass Mion-chan's father.
よろしく頼むよ、米原圭一君。
It's nice to meet you, Kechi Maibara-kun.
あ、よろ。
It's nice to... Ow, 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 ow. The mayor squeezed my hand with all his might as he said that. It felt like my hand was being crushed under his grip. Anyway, heart set on. Didn't this man say something troubling just now?
一中ってどういう
What did you mean by heart set on?
いやいやいや、
Oh, no, George shouldn't have said that shit.
照れなくてもいいよ、米原君。
No need to be shy, Maibara-kun.
ミヨンちゃんの思い人ってことは、もう村中の人間が認めていることなんだからさ。
The whole village already knows you're Mion-chan's sweetheart, you know.
は
Huh?
ちょっと待っておじいちゃん。
Hold on.
ケイちゃんはそんなんじゃないって。
It's not like that with Ki-chan.
わかってるわかってる。
I understand.
皆まで言わなくても、おじいちゃんはちゃんとミヨンちゃんのことはわかってるから。
Even if you don't say anything, I completely understand, Mion-chan.
だから違うって。
But it's not like that. Mion's face turned bright red as she tried to deny it, but the mayor just kept repeating, I understand. She needs to get socked. And looking at his face made me feel extremely anxious. It seemed like this guy misunderstood something, but what did everyone else think?
それよりも
Anyway,
この騒ぎどういうことなの？
what's with all this commotion?
どういうこととは？
What do you mean by that?
確かにケイちゃんのお祝いだから大人の人に手伝ってもらいたいって言ったけどさ。
I did ask you for some adults to help with Ki-chan's celebration.
こんなに人集めて村上げて大騒ぎしてって言った覚えはないんだけど。
But I don't remember telling you to gather the whole village and make a huge fuss. Mion had been struggling to hide her embarrassment since he used the phrase heart set on, and now her face was looking a little red with anger. But the mayor had a gentle smile on his face as he answered.
当たり前じゃないか。今日はめでたい日なんだから。
Isn't it only natural? Today is a joyous occasion.
ミヨンちゃんの。
For you, Mion-chan.
何言ってるの？
Huh? What are you talking about?
めでたいのは私じゃなくてケイちゃんで。
The celebration isn't for me, it's for Ki-chan.
同じだよ。
Isn't that the same thing?
今日はミヨンちゃんが将来の伴侶を見つけたお祝いなんだから。
Today we're celebrating Mion-chan finding her future husband. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Perfect. No notes. Then a huge cry burst out. The flock of birds perched on the roof of the shrine all flew off at once. Ah, those white birds look so beautiful in the sky set. No, I said that weird. The French. Those white birds look so beautiful in the blue sky. Not.
伴侶って
Husband.
何なんですの？
What now?
それはですね。
That's... Husband?
どこでそんな
When did this happen?
違うのかい？
Am I mistaken?
ミヨンちゃん、プロポーズされたんだろ？
Didn't he propose to you, Mion-chan? This time even Satoko, who had missed the previous outburst, joined us in screaming. Me-chan?
どういうこと？
What's the meaning of this?
知らない。私知らない。
I don't know.
知らないはずはないでしょ。
Sounds like something you should know.
ケイチ君といつの間にそんな約束をしたりなんかにしてそうなったの？
Did you and Kechi-kun make some kind of promise? Mion tried to shake her head as Rina grabbed her by the collar and overwhelmed her, but Rina didn't forgive Mion and continued rocking her back and forth, up and down with incredible strength. Shake. That's really good. I like that. Mi-chan! Say something! Why are you keeping silent? Even a veteran Air Force pilot would pass out with the nose bleeding after suffering that level of shock to their inner ears. The whites of Mion's eyes were beginning to show. But Reina's sonic boom showed zero regard for that and was even gaining momentum. Shake, 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 shake. There's no time to stay silent. Can you calm down, Reina? She can't even talk if she wants to. She can't even breathe. Reina, stop it. Mi is on the brink of death. Huh? Shake. Brr. Reina came back to her senses and released her grip, and the momentum carried Mi onto the ground. Then, a delightful scream rang out as her head hit the ground, with her legs pointed skyward. How unsightly. Divine punishment. May you rest in peace. Amen. Don't just declare me dead. Meion Sonozaki resurrected. Meion chewed down the leaves that had entered her mouth when she fell. Then, she pulled her body up from the ground, took a deep breath, and stood up again. Is that grass even edible? Oh. Sorry, Mi-chan. I'm not sure what kind of face to make at a time like this. For now, could you at least stop laughing? Anyway, I had no idea. Such a huge undertaking was being conducted behind the scenes. Keiichi, Mi, you're both being so shy. I want you to confess the truth, at least to us. I don't know anything. This is news to me. Right, Mion? Me too. I never said anything like this. Mion sternly shook her head with her face bright red, but the mayor simply tilted his head with a dubious expression. Looking at that, it was hard to simply brush it aside as some drunken joke. First of all, Mion-san, how exactly did you go about telling the mayor about this party? Well, I don't really... It's fine, just try to remember. And recite it word for word. Old man Kimiyoshi. We're all planning to have a barbecue party this Sunday. Can you help out?
Party?
A party? Sure, I don't mind, but are we celebrating something in particular? Yeah, at last, I finally found him. A boy I can entrust everything to. Everyone was paralyzed in shock. I couldn't be certain, but I was probably making the same face. Was there something strange about that? Did I say something wrong? Well, I'm sure there was nothing wrong with your intention. But depending on how you hear it, the context can be easily misunderstood. You really can't read the atmosphere, Mi-chan. How... Indeed, her words were careless enough to cause misunderstandings. Maybe we should gather statistics on how many people interpret that as class rep versus fiancé. An overwhelming majority probably took it one way. The way most awkward for me, that is.
それでね、せっかくの園崎家当主の婚約とあっちゃ、村を挙げてお祝いしなきゃ体裁がつかないって町会の大人衆が言い合ってね。
And all the adults in the town council said who in the village would want to miss a celebration for the engagement of the next Sonozaki family head.
もちろん御三家としても。
Of course, as a member of the three families.
ちょっと待って。
What? Hold on.
この話がばっちゃんの耳に入ったら。
Did even Granny hear this story?
え、もう知ってるよ、お嬢さんは。
Of course, Oryu-san knows too. Ah!
今度二人で遊びに来いって。
She said next time she comes over to hang out with you.
本当で迎えてやるって意気込んでたよ。
I'll greet him with a pop of my sword.
そういう割にものすごくご機嫌だったけどね。
But despite what she may say, she was actually quite happy. Mion's jaw dropped so far it seemed like her chin had fallen off. I mean, they authorized all this without consulting the people in question? And what's this about a sword? Am I going to get torn to pieces next time I come over to hang out?
なんせ前原君は今や村一番の有名人だからね。
At any rate, Raiber-kun is now the most famous person in the village.
聞いたよ。今度の祭りでもいろいろやってくれるんだって。
I hear you're going to do a lot at this year's festival.
楽しみにしてるよ。
I'm looking forward to it. Huh?
それよりも話が飛躍しすぎでは。
Isn't that story taking too much of a leap?
そりゃまあ、ごく一部の人は早すぎるんじゃないかとは言ってたけどね。
Well, a handful of people expressed concern that it seemed awfully hasty.
今時の若い子のトレンドだと普通かもしれないって意見が出たら丸く収まったよ。
But the majority opinion was that sort of thing was normal for youngsters nowadays. Wait, hold on. No matter how much the times may change, morals don't change that suddenly, right? And only a handful were opposed? What do you mean just a handful? I'm seriously having doubts about the common sense of these adults.
それにこういうめでたいことは村の全員で雰囲気を盛り上げることも必要だしね。
Plus, a celebration like this is what everyone in the village wants. It's a great way to live in the atmosphere.
しっかりやりたまえ、前原君。
Make us proud, Maibara-kun.
ひなみ沢の町会は君たちのことを応援するぞ。
The Inamazawa Town Council will support you. All I could do was laugh. How did our village ever come to this?
ミオ、お前からも何か言って。
Mion, come on, say something. What?
ツンツン
Poke, poke.
立ったまま KO されているのです。
She's been KO'd standing up.
みーちゃん。
Mi-chan. Come on, Mion, you can't faint now. You're the one who caused this misunderstanding.
おじいちゃん、
Old man Kimiyoshi.
向こうで牧野さんが呼んで。
Makino-san is calling for you over there.
あれ？
Huh? Meanwhile, the person who I least wanted to run into during a chaotic situation like this had arrived. Shion. Sure enough, Shion was able to get a good look at our faces from a blind spot behind the mayor and donned an evil smile. Then...
こんにちは、お兄さん。
Hello, brother-in-law.
ご機嫌いかがですか？
How are you today?
しよう、てめえ。
Professional shit stirrer, Shion Sonozaki. Shion, damn you.
あれ？違いますか？
Huh? Am I mistaken?
お姉のご亭主様なら私には義理の兄でしょうに。
If you're Sis's dear husband, that would make you my brother-in-law. Upon hearing Shion's name, Mion finally came to her senses. Shion had an amused look on her face while cackling to herself, and began seeing see the mayor off with Mion on the verge of tears.
シオン！
Shion!
あんたからもおじいちゃんたちに言って。
Say something to them!
これ誤解、間違い。
This is all a misunderstanding, a mistake!
みんなの勘違いだって。
Tell everyone that you got the wrong idea.
え、
They got the wrong
そう
idea.
なんですか？
Huh? Is that right?
そうに決まってるでしょ。
Of course it is.
あんた分かってるくせに。
Don't pretend you don't know otherwise.
おかしいな。
That's weird.
この前パーティーの企画してた時はケイちゃんのことベタ褒めでラブラブ光線乱れ打ちって感じだったのに。
And yet, it seemed like your eyes were shooting intense lovey-dovey rays at Ki-chan when you were planning this party.
ラブラブ
Lovey-dovey? I like how that sounded in Japanese.
ラブラブ
Lobble-dobble? Lobble-dobble. Whoa!
ダメダメダメダメダメダメ。
No, 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 no!
それ言ったら絶好だってあれほど言ったでしょうが。
Stop saying these things or I'll never speak to you again, alright?
あんた本気で殴るよ。
I'm seriously going to pummel you, okay?
おや
Oh?
それ人に物を頼む態度ですか？
Is that how you ask someone a favor?
ちょっとショックですね。
I'm a little shocked.
お願いしますシオン様。
Please, Shion-sama.
これまでの無礼はヒラに謝りますから。どうかあなたの口からみんなに誤解だって説明を。
I apologize for my rudeness. So, would you mind explaining to everyone that this is all a misunderstanding?
いいじゃないですか。楽しければ。
So long as everyone's having fun, it's all good, isn't it?
それはあんたたちだけでしょうが。
You guys are the only ones enjoying this! She could no longer maintain her usual composure. Mion was in a panic, with her face as red as an octopus while groveling at Shion. What's with that pose? But Shion still had a calm look on her face and deliberately tilted her head to the side in a strained gesture.
まあ言ってみますけどね。
Well, I'll pass the message on.
多分手遅れですよ。も
But it's probably already too late.
う。は？
Huh?
向こうの集会場、今どんな話題で盛り上がってると思います？
What topic do you think everyone in that assembly hall is getting excited about right now?
生まれてくる跡継ぎが男か女かで誰が名付け親になるかって話ですよ。
They're discussing whether the next successor should be born will be a boy. They're discussing whether the next successor to be born will be a boy or girl, and who should name the baby.
跡継ぎ
Next successor? Wait. I can't subspace warp so far into the future based on a single misunderstanding. We're still kids!
ケイチ君とみーちゃんの赤ちゃん。
Keiichi-kun and Mi-chan's baby. How cute. I want to take it home with me, and the crowd laughs at her catchphrase. Marina's on my neck. You're choking me. Rope break. Stop the game. Reina must have been envisioning some outrageous delusion. She was tightly squeezing Satoko beside her with both arms, serving as a substitute baby. I noticed Satoko's face gradually change from red to blue, but she's probably fine. It's Satoko.
まあそんなに心配しなくても。
Well, there's no need to worry.
みんな冗談半分ですし。
Everyone is half joking.
半分本気なんじゃないか
Then they're half serious? That's no consolation.
あとですね。
Also,
母さんと父さんももうすぐ来るみたいですよ。
Mom and Dad should be here soon, you know?
花婿さんを見に。
To meet the groom.
花婿って
The groom?
俺にか
Huh? Me?
直々に見分してやるって。
They wanted to examine you personally.
あ、気をつけてくださいね、ケイちゃん。
Oh, please be careful, Ki-chan.
うちのお父さん、園崎組の親分さんだから。
My father is the head of the Sonozaki group.
頑張ってくださいよ。
Good luck, alright?
応援してるのか脅迫してるのかどっちだお前は
I can't tell if you're cheering me on or threatening me. What's this about a personal examination? Like I'm some kind of criminal or suspect.
大丈夫ですよ、ケイちゃん。
It's alright, Ki-chan.
私が二人にはちゃんと説明しておきましたから。
Because I gave them a thorough explanation about the two of you.
ちゃんとね。
Thorough. Ooh, what did you explain? Judging by Shion's face, there's no need to ask. As proof, Mion's face was burning pale as if the end of the world were nigh.
あんた
You?
なんてこと
What have you done?
当然の報いです
Exactly what you deserved.
私をカレー事件で命の危機に追い込んだ天罰ってことで
Divine punishment for putting my life in peril in that curry incident. You still haven't forgotten about that?
そりゃそうです
That's right.
竹を割ったような性格と呼ばれるよりもむしろ餅をついたような女と呼ばれたい
Rather than being a simple bamboo carver, I'd prefer to be the kind of girl that pounds rice into rice cakes.
それが私園崎シオン
That's me, Shion Sonozaki.
自分で言ってると世話ないのです。
Coming from yourself, that means absolutely nothing.
だいたいこんな面白いネタ沈めてもしょうがないでしょ
Besides, this is such a fun story. How could I pass this up?
火を消すくらいならガソリンぶっかけて火の海にした方がそりゃもう爽快ってやつですか
You could put out the fire, but isn't it more exciting to pour gasoline on it and turn into a sea of flames? A demon. She's a demon. Is there no one out there who can stop this runaway express train?
ケイちゃん
Ki-chan,
逃げよ
let's run.
は
Huh?
はあじゃないでしょ状況わかってる
Don't give me that. Don't you realize the situation we're in?
このままだと私たち今日は一日中酒の魚にされて明日からは高2のカップル誕生だよ
If things stay the way they are, they'll drink all day, and by tomorrow we'll officially be a couple. Officially. Well, thinking about it, having Mion for a partner might not be so bad. Wait, what am I thinking?
ケイちゃんってば
Ki-chan, come on!
おおそうだな
Yeah, right.
悪いレナ今日のパーティーは延期ってことで
Sorry, Rina. Today's party will have to be postponed. How? Satoko was finally released from Rina's clutches and fell to the ground with her arms and legs spread out. Rika-chan began poking her with a twig to confirm her well-being, but right now my priority was ensuring my personal safety. Sorry, Satoko.
行くぜミオ
Let's go, Mion.
行こ
Yeah, let's go. Mion started running with her face still turned toward me, so she inadvertently ran into a woman standing in front of her. Mion was overwhelmed by her momentum and her butt landed on the ground, but the woman dressed in a kimono was somehow able to lightly stagger and maintain her footing.
すみません
Sorry.
ういえいえ
Oh dear.
愛も変わらず落ち着きのない子だね
Just as restless as always.
Eh?
Huh? When I heard that distinct accent, I couldn't help but look up at her. She had almond eyes and a shapely face, and a smile that reminded me of someone else. No way.
ミオ
Mion. That was a silent shriek, apparently. When she looked up at the woman, Mion's face looked like an Edvard Munch painting, or maybe like those Hinawa statues. Haniwa statues, the shrieking things. I timidly turned back towards Shion and the others behind us. Shion was shaking her head like she was telling me to give up, and Rika-chan was holding her hands in prayer? Hey,
あんたが前原くんかい
you are Maibara-kun, yes?
私はミオンの母親やってる園崎茜さ
I am Mion's mother, Akane Sonozaki.
これからはお母さんって呼んでいいからね
No, you can call me Mom from now on. And so, at that moment, I realized that a day that could have been one of the best of my life had no doubt already become the worst. Perfect. It's so wacky. Oh, a new tip. Look at that. Shion and Akane. I must read it.
おや何してるんだい
Oh, what are you doing?
母さん熱燗が足りなくなったみたいだから準備をしていました
Ah, Mom. Looks like we ran out of hot water, so I came to heat some up.
そんなこと言って隠れてちびちびやってたんじゃないのかい
今日のお酒は上物ばっかりだからね。
You say that, but are you sure you're not trying to hide a little something? The alcohol today is quite fine.
そうなんですか？それじゃあ私もお一つ。
Huh? Really? In that case, I'll have one too.
そいつはもう少しだけ待ちな。あと数年もしたらもっといいやつを蔵から出してきてやるからさ。
Ah, ha ha ha. You'll have to wait a little longer. We'll drag something even better out of the storehouse for you in a few years.
はい、楽しみにしてますよ。
Okay, looking forward to it.
もうあんただけでも帰っていいんだよ。
You can head back home by yourself if that's what you want.
何ですか、母さん。また私だけ仲間外れですか？
What's that, Mom? Am I the odd one out again?
そうじゃないさ。ただあんたもこういう席だと居づらいんじゃないかなって。
That's not
そう
it.
思ったからね。
Nope. That's not it. It's just that I've been thinking. Being here must be tough for you.
どうして？
Why?
何年あんたの母親やってきたと思ってるんだよ。それくらいはわかるさ。
I've been your
私だって
Nope.
あんたたちのことを思い出
Keep
さなか
cutting
っ
her
た
off.
わけじゃないんだからね。
I've been your mother for how many years now? I can understand that much. I don't want this event to bring up bad memories for you.
仕方ないですよ。あの時とお姉のこれは状況が全然違うんですから。
It can't be helped. Sis's current situation is completely different from back then.
そうかい。分かってんのならそれでいいさね。けどこれだけは覚えておくんだよ。あの時はあんたが憎くてああなったわけじゃない。相手が悪すぎただけなんだよ。
Is that so? If you don't see it, that's fine, but just remember this. What happened back then wasn't done out of malice towards you. He was just a bad fit, that's all.
彼は悪い人だったんですか？
He was a bad person?
いいや、いい子だったと思うよ。妹を守って懸命に生きてきた姿は私から見ても好青年だったと思う。
Not at all. I think he was a good kid. I believe he was an admirable young man, enduring a hard life looking out for his sister.
ただね、ここはひなみ沢で、あんたは園崎の人間だ。自分の意志だけではどうにもならないものが厳然と存在する。
But this is
そして
Inamazawa.
母さんは私のようにあんたを日陰者にしたくなかったのさ。
Her pauses are just as big as like Rika when she's being all introspective. But this is Inamazawa and you're Sonozaki. Your whims alone are not enough to change that. And Mother didn't want you becoming a social outcast too.
その母さんは母さんですか？それともばあさんですか？
When you say mother, are you talking about yourself or Granny?
両方だよ。本当は当主だってあんたをミオンと同じくらい大切に思っている。
Both.
今のあんたが辛いの
Oh,
は
why did I think that was it?
村のために憎まれ役を演じ続けなきゃならない辛さも少しは分かってやってくれないかい？
Both, honestly. As far as the head of the family is concerned, you're just as important as Mion. Of course, I understand if it's painful now, but she's taking on the role of the villain for the sake of the village, so could you try to show her some understanding?
難しい要求です。正直今答えろって言われたらノーしかないです。でもあと少しだけ時間をもらえたら少しは。
That's a difficult request. To be honest, if you were to ask me that now, I couldn't help but say no. But if you give me a little more time, just a little longer.
そうかい。
Is that so? Just then, the kettle on the stove began to steam. When Shion saw that, she flipped the switch to turn out the flame.
おや、出来上がったようだね。それじゃこのとっくりは私が持って行ってやるよ。
Oh, done already? In that case, take this bottle with you.
すみません。よろしくお願いします。
I'm sorry,
母
and
さん、
and thanks, Mom.
なんだい？
What's that?
それ母さんの分は2本までですよ。
So that's 2 bottles to fill your share, Mom? Well. Alright, let me just save for safety. Let me take a quick little BRB here. Maybe a handful of minutes, maybe like 5 minutes or so. And then we will keep going. We've got all day, so I'll be back shortly. Alright. I am back. Still fixing OBS windows. Here we go. Back to this. Let's keep going. Continue the wackiness. The surrounding area was already pitch black. I'm totally beat. I finally succeeded in escaping from that banquet. Perhaps just to say the chaos of that meeting hall. I took a seat at the stone steps in front of the shrine. Then, the chilling touch of those steps brought me back to my senses as I let out a sigh of relief. Rina, Satoko, and the other kids were making a commotion earlier, but they had already gone home. Only me, Mion, and the certified guardian, Shion, were stuck here, partying with the drunken adults. Mion was embarrassed to death at first, but whether she had finally grown resistant to it, or had simply resigned to her fate, she ultimately began pouring the adults' drinks and chatting with them in high spirits. It looked like she was pouring oil on the fire, but if I approached her and asked her to stop, it probably would have just made things worse. But, considering it would be bothering Mion to keep myself shy and reluctant, I thought I should start to grow some thicker skin too. This is an occasion where anyone can make a fool of themselves just for today and go right back to normal tomorrow. And then, after that, let's not think about that for now.
しかし、ミオンのお母さんがあんな人だったとはな。
But Mion's mom sure is something. Same, Kechi. Same. I had heard just a little about her, but it was totally a case of like mother, like daughter. Or maybe the other way around. Anyway, in short, she was outstanding. In quotes. I'd always thought that Mion's plucky personality and older sister demeanor came from either her father or grandmother Oryu, dubbed Empress Sonozaki, but now I realize the truth. No doubts about it, she got it from her mother. And this is why I go back. I hate to always harp on this, but I was like so dead set and wanting an arc back during the main chapters where it was just gonna be a Mother Sonozaki focused thing. For some reason, I forget exactly what led me to make me think it, but I was like, oh, it makes so much sense that we'd get like a stretch of story where it was the mom like prior to the births of Shion and Mion. I was so dead set on that. I wanted it so bad. Anyway, no doubt about it, she got it from her mother. Although, when her father confirmed that for me, he turned to me with an indescribable expression and offered me encouragement by saying, "You too, good luck." I couldn't help but tremble, thinking I might become like him in the future.
でも、いい人たちだったな。
But they seemed like good people. Mion's mother leapt into conversations many times, and her father's way of speaking and laughing didn't feel like I'd expect from a gangster, but I could easily tell just how close the two of them were. And I realized that Mion had grown into the wonderful person she was because of the two of them. I heard all kinds of stories. Amusing old stories, dubious ghost stories and legends, and stories about the dark, sad past of Hinamizawa.
ダム工事ですか?
The dam project?
そう。
Yes.
このひなみ沢はね、お上のお偉方が建てた国土計画の一環ってやつで、ダム湖の底に沈むことになっていたんだよ。
It was part of a national planning project set up by higher ups in the government. The dam would have caused Hinamizawa to sink to the bottom of a lake.
あ、でも中止になったんですよね。
Oh, but it was canceled, right?
中止になってなかったら、ここで宴会なんてやってないさね。
Were it not canceled, we wouldn't be having this banquet here right now.
中止にさせたんだよ。村人みんなで団結してね。
It was canceled because the entire village united and stood together.
だから、今日のこの時間は、私たちが戦って勝ち取った報酬なんだよ。
And so, this time we were able to enjoy today as our reward for winning that fight. Mion's mother laughed while raising her glass, then took a drink. She had been drinking quite a bit, but she didn't look drunk at all. What an amazing person. Such skill. Able to drink copious amounts. The dam opposition effort was ongoing up until just 5 years ago. According to her, the villagers united to protest at government offices and construction sites, and the story was featured in newspapers and magazines. Seemed like a huge ordeal. Mion's mother described these past events in a cheerful tone, That may have been partly due to pride, but more than that, it was likely done to avoid alarming the listener. Also, during this was happening in the last thing too, and I just now noticed it, the constant rattling noise in the background of the song. It's like driving me insane. But thanks to that, it sounded kind of fun.
はじめこそ議会を通じて嘆願したり、大臣に直接訴えたり、比較的に平穏なものだったよ。
Things were relatively calm at first, pleading via the local assembly or directly to the cabinet minister.
でも、徐々に国は権力を行使して高圧的な態度で挑んできた。
But the government gradually began using their power, challenging us with a high-pressure attitude.
機動隊とかなんとか組織だった強制執行ってやつでね。
Using riot police and such to suppress the opposition.
だから戦った。
And so, we fought back.
私たちも、あの子も、ね。
All of us. Even her.
ミオンも
Even Mion?
ああ。
Yes.
あの子は行動力もあるけど、いろいろと悪知恵が効いてね。
That girl wasn't just militant. She also used her wit to contribute in various ways.
警官隊とかの武力集団に立ち向かったりして、公務執行妨害でよく留置場に放り込まれていたよ。
She confronted the police and other armed groups, often getting thrown into detention centers for obstructing public service. Hey. There's no need to get into so much detail. Mion's father, who was sitting right beside her, spoke up to cut her off.
そりゃそうだけど、ミオンの夫になろうって以上、話しとくのが筋ってもんだろ。
That's true, but if this boy is to become Mion's husband, what's the harm in speaking frankly?
それはミオンが自分で話すことだ。親が言うことじゃない。
Then let Mion herself be the one to tell him. It's not our place to say.
はいはい。私はそういう隠し事は嫌いだけどね。
Very well. I just hate keeping secrets, though.
やれやれ。
Good grief. I reached for the bottle of sake in front of me to distract myself. Then, when I looked back, I saw Mion's mother had stopped smiling and was staring straight back at me.
なんでこんな話をしたか。
Let me guess.
そう思ってるかい。
You're wondering why I brought this up, aren't you?
え、あ、いや。
Uh-huh. Well...
はい。
Yes? That was a natural question. I handed her the sake bottle, then she poured herself another glass and chugged. And then, she thought deeply while choosing her words.
ひなみ沢はね、昔から根も葉もない噂を立てられたりして、この村の出身者はいろいろと差別されてきた。
Ever since ancient times, there have been rumors about Inamazawa, causing the people from this village to suffer discrimination.
だから結束力が固いと言えば聞こえがいいけど、反面ものすごく排他的でね。
So while the community is very tightly knit, it's also very exclusive.
外から来た人には無意識のうちで色眼鏡をかけちまう。
They subconsciously view outsiders with tinted glasses.
だから結構みんな気にしてたんだよ。
So, everyone was a little worried.
前原くんたちのように新しい人たちがうまくやっていけるか。
About things like, would we be able to get along well with new people like Maibara-kun?
知らないうちに暮らしづらい空気を作ってはいないかってね。
Or are we unknowingly creating an atmosphere that's making their lives difficult?
そんなことないです。
Not at all.
毎日が楽しくて、ひなみ沢に引っ越してよかったと本気で思ってます。
Every day here is fun. I'm really glad I moved to Inamazawa. The words came out naturally, without any hesitation, because I truly did feel that way.
そう言ってくれると嬉しいよ。
I'm pleased to hear that.
あの子は、ミオンはレナちゃんやあんた、それに北条のさとこちゃんのこともいつも気にかけていた。
That girl, Mion, was always concerned about you and Rina-chan, and also the Hojo girl, Satoko-chan.
だからこの村の暗い過去、そして噂話を秘密にしていたんだと思う。
So I think that's why she kept the rumors and dark past this village secret.
みんなに明るく過ごしてもらいたい。その一心でさ。
Her only wish is that she wants everyone to live a bright, cheerful life. Come to think of it, Rina said the same thing. When she moved here last year, she was able to adjust to the village atmosphere without any difficulty thanks to Mion's support. She may have seemed rough at first glance, but she cares more than anybody else. Mion is a really kind-hearted girl.
それでも狭い村のことだからいつかはわかる話だろ。
It's a small village, so you're bound to hear the story someday.
だけど隠していたのはそういう理由だっていうこ
But
と
I
分
want
かっ
you
てあげてほしいんだ。
but I want you to understand the reason it was kept hidden.
だからね、どんなことがあってもあの子の優しさだけはあんたたちだけでも信じてやってはくれないかい。
So, no matter what happens, I want you to believe in the kindness of that girl. I felt the strong, warm affection behind those words.
あの子はこれまでずっとこのひなみ沢の御三家園崎の次期当主として生きてきた。
That girl has always lived her life as a member of the three families of Inamazawa, as the next head of the Sonozaki family.
きっとこれからもそうなんだろ
She will continue to do so in the future.
う。だからあの子は自分の思いとか感情ってやつを無意識に押し込めるところがあるのさ。
Which is why she can unconsciously suppress her thoughts and feelings.
かわいそうなことをした。
Poor thing.
そのせいで冷たいとか人の心を読み切れていないとか誤解されてひどいことも言われたりしてね。
Thanks to that, she can come across as a cold, terrible person, unable to read other people.
そんな
No way. Mion's heart is cold? Look, that's wrong. That's the one thing she said that's wrong. What's cold about doing your best to selflessly think about the people around you? Like when she tested me for this role of class representative, she'll sacrifice anything for the sake of others, even if it means becoming the bad guy. Such a broad, kind heart may sometimes seem cold, but I didn't think myself too dull to recognize it. I wanted to believe myself the sort of person who could feel it.
正直疑いそうになったことはあります。
To be honest, there were times I had my doubts.
けどやっぱりミオンは最高の仲間です。
But in the end, Mion is my best friend.
少なくとも俺は、そして俺たちはそう思っています。
At least, my friends and I think so.
ありがとうよ。
Thank you.
けれども皆の代表になるってのはそういうことなんだよ。
However, things like that are inevitable when you're representing everyone.
自分の感情を殺しても皆の生活と安定を求めなくてはいけない辛い立場だ。
It's a painful position to be in, sacrificing your own feelings to look after the life and stability of others.
そしてそれは村のみんなが知ってる。
And everyone in the village knows that.
知っていて結局何もできなかった。
They knew, but in the end, they couldn't do anything about it,
私も含めてね。
including me.
だからこそあの子があんたの名前を出して委員長を任せるなんて言った時には正直驚いたんだよ。
That's why I was honestly quite surprised to hear she had ceded the position of class representative to you.
たかが学校の役職なんて言うかもしれない。
You might say it's no more than a school title.
それでも上に立つことの辛さはあの子が一番よく知っているはずだからね。
Still, that girl should know the pain of that burden better than anyone else.
おいそれと誰かに背負わせるくらいなら自分が黙って持ち続けようとするんだよ。
Even if she wanted someone else to shoulder that burden, she kept quiet about it all this time.
今までのあの子なら
Until now.
俺は
Up until now, I wasn't thinking too deeply about what Mion said. I thought her excuse that she was studying for exams was just an attempt to hide her embarrassment, but the adults around her were watching that in a different light. Even so, oddly enough, my feelings didn't change at all. It was no lie that I wanted to work hard for everyone's sake as the person in charge, and I felt a tremendous desire to reciprocate Mion's strong faith in me.
でもそれならなおさらなんで
Oh, but if that's the case, then why bring it up now? To tell me about Mion's past and the real Mion. I can't rule that out for certain, but isn't there a chance hearing it would make me think less of her? Is that really a good thing to do? Mion's mother responded with a laugh and then raised her glass as she answered my question.
言っただろ。
Didn't I tell you?
ミオンは私たちの大事な宝だ。
Mion is our precious treasure.
だからあんたには私たち以上にミオンの力になってくれる友達でいてやってほしいんだよ。
So, I want her to have precious friends who could help her even more than we can. And then, Mion's mother gazed straight at me with sharp eyes. For a moment I nearly faltered, but then realized it would be polite to respond to her sincerity. So I clenched my fists and looked back at her.
結婚なんて本当はどうでもいい。
Honestly, marriage isn't a big deal.
実現したらなおいいけどね。
Although it would certainly be better if it does happen.
でもあの子に必要なのはあの子が等身大になって話ができる友達だ。
But that girl desperately needs friends she can talk to about real life issues.
やばい時には助けられて盛大に迷惑をかけ合っても構わない仲間なんだ。
She needs friends able and willing to help her when times are tough, no matter the problem.
そしてあんたたちならそれが務まると私は勝手に思ってるのさ。
And as self-serving as it is to say, I think you guys will be able to do that for her.
随分と重い荷物を背負わせちまってるけどさ。
It's a heavy burden to place on your back.
あの子の期待とかいろんな思い。
Carrying that girl's hopes and all of her thoughts.
それだけは分かってやっておくれ。
But I just want you to understand that.
はい。
Understood. The answer came right on my mouth. I worried it looked careless of me to speak so quickly, but Mion's mother seemed to be able to read the movements in my heart and nodded to me with a clear smile on her face.
ミオンは大切な友達ですから。
Mion is a precious friend.
任せてください、お母さん。
So, leave it to me, Mom. Oh, he said Mom. Suddenly, I felt my head being grabbed. Mion's mother was waving her index finger at me, saying tisk, tisk, tisk.
そいつは本当に結婚する時までお預けだよ。
Save that for after you're married.
私はその日を楽しみに待ってるからね。
I'm looking forward to the day, alright?
ああ。
Yeah.
ああ、ミオンで役不足だったらいつでも乗り換えていいんだよ。
If you're dissatisfied with Mion, feel free to switch trains, okay?
若いツバメは大歓迎さ。
I give young cubs a warm welcome. Buh. I couldn't help but spit out the oolong tea I was drinking and burst into a coughing fit. I'm simply no match for someone like her. Is Mion going to turn out like this? I couldn't help but shudder as an image of Mion walking all over me came to mind. Mion came in carrying food from the kitchen, but thanks to that, I couldn't even look her in the eyes. Oh boy. A sigh leaked out, but it wasn't out of desire to escape the overwhelming pressure. Actually, I was feeling restless, thinking about the things I could do going forward. Marriage, or whatever. The idea of that's still a long way off for us kids. And the adults making such a fuss know that perfectly well. Still, everyone grows up someday. There's only so long you can be an irresponsible child. That goes for Mion, Rina, Satoko, Rika-chan, and Shion. And of course, me too. The time I can spend thinking of only myself will fade in the future. My thoughts, words, and actions can affect the lives and very existence of others, and get them involved whether I want them to be or not. I need to keep that in mind. And supporting other people, working together, facing hardships without turning and running, that's what it means to become an adult, and to let someone other than yourself take over something you created. It felt like I was finally beginning to understand why so many people came to today's gathering. Listening carefully, I could hear the cry of the crickets. They had a different tone from the afternoon cicadas and the evening Higurashi that surround this quiet area. It's strange. In the past, I felt scared, lonely, and small when alone in the dark. It was miserable and wretched. But now it's very peaceful. It wasn't that long ago that I was living in Tokyo, but it already felt like a bad dream. I spread my arms and legs out and gazed up at the glittering star-filled sky. It was easy to see the binary star system in the Big Dipper. Back when I was in Tokyo, I could only see the other star with a telescope. More things have become visible thanks to the change in environment. It may seem like a tired expression, but before I came to Hinamazawa, I never considered any adults or friends of my age an irreplaceable part of my life. I'm glad I came here. I believe that from the bottom of my heart. And in order to avoid forgetting the lessons and consequences of my past mistakes, I want to be the kind of person who considers my friends precious, and be considered precious in turn. I could faintly hear the uproar inside the assembly hall along with the cry of the crickets. And in addition to that, I felt like I could see a flickering figure out in the inner part of the shrine grounds just a short distance away. I got up and looked more carefully. There was a dark pine forest on the other side with no light at all. Suddenly a strong cool breeze blew by, stroking my cheeks. And for a moment I started to think whatever I saw was just grass or something.
Keiichi.
Keiichi. Mixed together with the wind, I heard a faint sound resembling a human voice. Huh? Is that a hallucination? No, that voice definitely called out my name.
Keiichi.
Keiichi. There it is again. And this time it sounds even clearer than before. What should I do? Should I go to it or... No, let's go. Still, anxious and hesitant, I stepped into the realm of darkness in the recesses of the shrine grounds. After taking the first step, my legs kept moving on their own. What's happening? The place I arrived at was a high vantage point I had visited before. And then...
Rika-chan?
Rika-chan.
Keiichi.
Keiichi.
なぜここに?
Why are you here? The person standing here overlooking the village was Rika-chan.
いつの間に帰ったのかなって思ってたけど。
I thought you had already headed home.
ここにいたんだ。
But I guess you came here. Me. Rika-chan's actions were somewhat more awkward than usual, perhaps because my arrival had given her quite the surprise. But what was that voice earlier?
俺を呼んだのってリカちゃんじゃないのか?
Were you the one calling out to me, Rika-chan?
呼んでないのです。
I didn't call out to you.
でも、とは思いましたのです。
But I was thinking you would. After saying that, Rika-chan muttered something quietly and turned her gaze downward. Then, she turned her back this way and looked up at the moon. In the silence, a breeze blew up from the base of the hill, causing Rika-chan's long, dark hair to dance and glitter in the moonlight. Her unveiled, small back and shoulders exude a harsh, ice-cold aura, leaving me speechless as I stared at them for a while.
さ、リカちゃん。
Rika-chan?
運命の導き。
Is this fate? Is this fate at work? Impossible.
でも。
But... Huh?
なんでもないのです。
It's nothing.
こんばんはなのです。
Good evening, Keiichi. Then, Rika-chan turned to me with her usual smile and said, Nippa! The cold atmosphere that had been enveloping her whole body disappeared in an instant, as she turned toward me with the kind, gentle gesture that Rina would describe as cute.
まだ帰らなかったのか?
You haven't gone home yet?
キイチロウに話があると言って残りました。
I stayed behind under the pretense of a discussion with Kiichiro.
サトコはレナがお持ち帰りなのです。
Rina is taking Satoko home with her. Come to think of it, I feel like when Satoko was playing with the other kids earlier today, she said she wanted to see the new items Rina added to her collection. Given the time, I'm sure she'll be staying over.
Rika-chan wa?
What about you, Rika-chan?
キイチロウの家に泊まることになっているのです。
I'm staying at Kiichiro's house.
酔っ払いじいさんは僕でなければ誰も連れ帰ることができないのですよ。
If I don't take that drunk old man home, nobody else will.
なんか保護者があべこべだな。
That seems like the opposite of a responsible parent.
少なくとも酒の入ったキイチロウだと保護どころか保護にすることの方が多いのですよ。ニパー。
After drinking a little alcohol, Kiichiro is hardly an example of a responsible guardian. Nippa! What a terrible drunk.
ケイチ。
Keiichi?
ここから夜の村を見たことがありますか?
Have you ever seen the village from up here at night?
いや、ないけど。
Huh? No, can't say I have.
やった。
Whoa. I gently approached the vacant spot next to Rika-chan and looked down at the village from there. The nighttime view had a mysterious quality to it thanks to the modest illumination from electric lights.
綺麗だよな。
It's beautiful.
それに、なんだかのどかな景色で落ち着くよ。
And there's something calming about this lovely scenery.
ここから見える明かりの一つ一つに人の命が宿っているのです。
Every single light visible from here is a sign of a human life dwelling down there.
リカちゃん、詩人だな。
Rika-chan, since when are you a poet?
こう見えても僕は俳句も作れるのです。
Me, despite how I may look, I can write a haiku.
キイチロウやお寮にもなかなかの腕前だと褒めてもらったことがあるのですよ。
Kiichiro and Oryu have both told me I'm pretty good at it.
へえ、そうなんだ。
Wow, is that so?
そうなのです。
That's right.
今度歌会に一緒に行って勝負なのですよ。
For our next game, let's make it a poetry competition. That sounds like it would put me at a tremendous disadvantage. Mion and Shion both seem pretty practiced in that regard, and Reina would be a formidable opponent. Satoko would likely receive support from Rika-chan, elevating her to an almost equal level. In which case, the only people I'd be able to compete with are the junior students. I'm supposed to be a class rep. How can I have such low aspirations? Isn't it a leader's duty to fight from the top, for the top, even when I'm outmatched?
そうなのですよ。
That's right.
リーダーは常に尊敬とそれに見合う勝利を求められるのです。
A leader is respected because they're always seeking victory.
それはきついな。
That's harsh.
で、リカちゃん、なんで俺の考えてること分かった？
Hey, Rika-chan, how can you tell what I'm thinking?
そろそろ考えていることをそのまま口にする癖を改めた方がいいと思うのです。
I think it would be best if you got out of the habit of wearing your thoughts on your lips. Upon receiving that piercing attack, I immediately choked up. But as soon as I looked at Rika-chan's face, I began to smile naturally.
みー、どうしたのですか？
Me? Is something wrong?
いや、そういえば言ってなかったよな。
It's nothing. By the way, I never said this earlier.
ありがとうって。
Thank you.
お、
Rika-chan stared blankly for a moment, but quickly recognized what I was getting at and flashed me a bright smile.
どういたしましてなのです。ニパ
You're welcome. Nipa! That thank you was, of course, for her help in the game that landed me the position of class rep. If Rika-chan hadn't kicked the can back then, my team would have been defeated.
考えてみれば、今日の宴会もほとんどリカちゃんのおかげなんだよな。
If you really think about it, today's banquet was all thanks to you, Rika-chan.
別に僕は大したことをしていないのです。
Not really. I didn't do much.
みんなをここまで動かしたケイイチがずっとすごいのです。
You're able to move everyone to this point, Kechi. You're much more amazing.
そんなことないって。
No way.
けど、みんながいてくれたから今日があった。
But today happened because everyone was there for me.
それは確かだと思うし、絶対これからも忘れてはいけないことなんだろうな。
I'm certain of that, and I'll absolutely never forget it.
みー、とてもいい言葉なのですよ。
Me, that's a very good choice of words. Rika-chan said that with a smile and nodded.
だけど、ちょっと安心したな。
But I am a little relieved.
お、
だってさ、おかげでリカちゃんが元気になってくれたみたいだから。
Because thanks to that, it seems like you're feeling better, Rika-chan.
僕は
The smile vanished from Rika-chan's face, replaced with a startled expression. And then,
もう大丈夫なのですよ。
I'm fine now.
風邪も治って元気いっぱいなのです。
My cold is gone and I'm feeling very energetic.
リカちゃん？
Rika-chan. A faint smile floated across her innocent face.
心配かけてごめんなさいなのです。
I'm sorry for making you worry.
でも明日からはいつも通りの僕なのですよ。ニパー。
But I'll be back to being the usual me, starting tomorrow. Nipa!
どうしましたケイイチ？
What's wrong, Keiichi?
あ、いや。
Oh, nothing. Rika-chan peered at me while slightly tilting her head in a cutesy, friendly manner. Staring straight at me with those dark pupils, I looked away for a moment in embarrassment, but something stern in the back of that gaze felt out of place. I've realized it for a while now, but something is bothering Rika-chan. She's never said anything, but it must be something deep and heavy enough to make her distance herself from us. I understood that much. And we've been waiting for the day to come when she'd be willing to tell us. But looking at her expression now, I don't think her problem has gone away. Rika-chan is still keeping quiet. Does that mean it's something we can't help her with?
違います、ケイイチ。
That's wrong, Keiichi. Huh?
迷う心は
That wavering heart,
あなたと同じなの。
it's just like yours. What? Just now, I'm sure I heard a voice.
リカちゃん？
Rika-chan.
今何か言った？
Did you say something just now?
お、
Rika-chan stared vacantly and shook her head. I quickly turned and looked around, but of course there were no signs of anyone else nearby. Just the sound of the trees swaying in the breeze. Then, what on earth was that voice? Is it that Hanyu voice? Still,
迷う心はあなたと同じなのです。
That wavering heart is just like yours. Those words I heard just now pierced a small hole through my tortured chest. Keiichi? And so, I turned toward Rika-chan, who was still dubiously staring at me, and spoke resolutely.
あのさ、リカちゃん。
Hey, Rika-chan.
無理しなくてもいいんだぞ。
Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Me? Rika-chan stared at me with a puzzled expression. I immediately started to regret speaking so carelessly, but the pain tightened in my chest and coaxed me to put my thoughts into words.
今のリカちゃん。っていうか、ずっとだけど、泣いているように見える。
Rika-chan, right now, or maybe I should say all the time, you look like you're on the verge of tears.
なんだか、すごく辛い気持ちを抱えて、押し隠してるような。
You're holding on to some heavy emotions, but you're trying to keep them hidden.
って、うまく言えないけど。
I can't explain it properly.
だから、そんなに一人で悩まないでさ。
So, you don't have to worry about it alone.
俺でよかったら、力になるぜ。
I'd be glad to lend you my strength.
無理には聞かないけど、よかったら話してくれないか。
I don't want to force you to do anything, but would you mind telling me about it?
Keiichi?
Keiichi? The smile vanished from Rika-chan's face as soon as she heard that, and she turned her gaze downward. Then,
それは委員長としての仕事ですか？
is that your job as class representative? Rika-chan's unusual and somewhat thorny reaction caught me by surprise. She carefully examined my face, searching for my true intentions.
どうなのですか？
No, it's not my
Keiichi.
it's not my job as class representative. It's my job as a friend. Well, Keiichi?
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan. I was a little confused by the atmosphere, like Rika-chan was cross-examining me. Her expression hardened, like it was something she didn't want touched. Even so, I just wanted to convey to her how I really felt.
委員長。それもあるかもしれない。
Class rep. That might be part of it.
けど、それ以上にリカ
Oh,
ちゃん
it's
は
exactly what I
俺
said.
たちの大事な仲間だ。
But more importantly, Rika-chan, you're our precious friend.
だから、もしも何か悩みがあるなら、打ち明けてもらいたいと思うし、手伝えることがあるなら手を貸したい。
So if there's anything bothering you, you should speak up. If there's anything I can do to help, I want to lend a hand.
みんなだってそう思ってる。
Everyone feels that way.
みんなで
Everyone?
すか？
Everyone?
圭一はみんなにそれをちゃんと確かめたのですか？
Keiichi, did you actually confirm that with everyone?
それは、
Well,
けど、いちいち聞かなくても俺たちは。
but even if I don't ask, I'm sure we all...
そうやって信頼するのは
It's not
悪い
wrong.
ことではありません。
It's not wrong to place your trust in others.
でも、もしその信頼が裏切られたら、その後はどうするのですか？
But if someone were to betray your trust, what would you do afterwards, Keiichi? Why did Rika-chan have such a sharp, antagonistic tone today? And the strong light in her eyes made it clear she wouldn't tolerate careless answers.
何かあったのか、リカちゃん。
Did something happen, Rika-chan?
聞いているのは僕です。
I'm
圭一、
the one asking questions, Keiichi.
答えてください。
Please answer me.
そうだな。正直言ってわからない。
Right. Honestly, I don't know.
でも、そうやって裏切られるかもと思っている間は、結局その信頼は本物じゃない。
But if you're worried about being betrayed, then in the end, your trust isn't real.
だから、もし相手を信頼すると決めたら、裏切られることなんて考えない。
So if you've committed yourself to trusting someone, you can't even consider the possibility that you'll be betrayed.
少なくとも、俺はそうだ。
At least, that's what I think.
僕はそんなにお人よしさんにはなれないのです。
I can't be that good-natured.
信じてそれが叶わなかったことをたくさん
I know
知りすぎてしまいました。
I know of far too many cases where that belief didn't come true. Rika-chan looked down as she said that. Seeing that face made me feel more and more worried about her.
本当にどうしたんだ、リカちゃん。
Seriously, what happened, Rika-chan?
もしよかったら話してくれないか。
Would you mind telling me?
最近のリカちゃん、なんか見ていられないんだ。
These days, it's become hard to look at you.
僕は別に。
It's nothing.
なあリカちゃん
Hey, Rika-chan.
話せば少しでも気分が楽になるかもしれない
If you talk about it, it might make you feel better.
俺はリカちゃんのおかげでみんなの信頼を得ることができた
I only earned everyone's trust because of you, Rika-chan.
だから今度は俺の番だ
So this time, it's my turn.
君の力になりたいんだ
I want to help you.
本当に
Really? Rika-chan raised her head and looked up at me. I firmly nodded and looked back at her, waiting for her answer. Rika-chan gently turned her back and took a step toward the cliff. Then, she looked up at the moon, shining in the vast night sky.
リカちゃんあまりその先行くと危ない
Rika-chan, don't go too far, that's danger.
それならケイチ
In that case, Keiichi,
あなたに聞きたいことがあります
I have something to ask you.
え
Huh?
もし
If? Her clear voice sounded like the ringing of bells. Rika-chan turned away from me and stood with her hands behind her back, then spoke.
もし定められた運命が本当にあるのだとしたら
If you had a predetermined absolute fate,
ケイチはどうしますか
Keiichi, what would you do?
定められた運命
Predetermined fate?
もしその運命がケイチの大切なものを傷つけそして奪っていくとしたら
If that fate hurt the things you hold dear and took them from you,
ケイチならどうしますか
Keiichi, what would you do?
それは
Well, what does that mean? Maybe it's a continuation of that poem from earlier. This doesn't seem like the atmosphere to be making jokes like that, but Rika-chan was standing with her back to me, looking like she was seriously waiting for my answer.
ケイチ
Keiichi,
どうしますか
what would you do?
決まってるじゃないか
Isn't it obvious? So I...
もちろん戦うさ
Of course, I'd fight it. I gave a strong answer filled with my true feelings.
リカちゃんの言う大切なものの意味はよくわからないけど
I'm not sure what important things you're referring to, but
ミオ、レナ、サトコ、シオンもちろんリカちゃんも俺にとって仲間はかけがえのない大切な存在だ
Mion, Reina, Satoko, Shion, and of course you too. Rika-chan, you're all my precious, irreplaceable friends.
だからもしそれを脅かす奴がいたら俺は戦う
So, something was threatening any of you, I'd fight it.
それが運命だとしても
Even if that something is fate,
もう決まっていることだとしても
even if it's already been decided.
当たり前だ
Obviously.
それに運命とか未来とかが最初から決まってるなんて俺は信じない
I don't believe in predetermined futures or fates in the first place.
そんなの俺がいくらでも変えてやる
So, no matter what it is, I'll change it.
自分とみんなの幸せのためならどんな相手でも俺は絶対に負けたりしない
If it's for my and everyone else's happiness, I'll never lose to anyone.
そう
I see.
本当に面白い人なのですあなたは
You truly are an interesting person. Beyond her slender back, I could hear the sound of a sigh. And once I realized she had faintly whispered something, Rika-chan turned toward me with the moon at her back, a more serious expression than I'd ever seen before.
もうすぐ
Oh.
綿流しのお祭りが始まります
Very soon, the Wadanagashi festival will begin.
そして
And then,
そして
and then,
その晩お社様のたたりとして富武が殺されます
that night, Toмотake will be killed by the curse of Oishiro-sama. Huh? I immediately gasped at her words. Toмотake. Toмотake-san is that photographer who travels to Inamazawa around this time every year. That man is going to be killed on the night of the Wadanagashi festival?
そして時を同じくして看護師の高野が行方不明に
And at the same time, the nurse Takano will go missing.
しかしこれは偽装されたものです
But that itself is a deception.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan.
それからしばらくして
Then, a little while later,
今度は僕が殺される。
I will be killed.
このフルデ神社で生きたまま腹を裂かれて
Here, at the Furude Shrine, my stomach will be split open while I'm still alive. The content of the conversation was so extreme, I couldn't even pinch out a word. And what's more, it wasn't about someone else's fate. Rika-chan was talking about her own fated death. For a moment, I thought it was a joke, but Rika-chan's expression was completely lacking her usual cheerful smile. She carefully weaved every single word as if reflecting on them. This is a delusional prediction? Or like she said earlier, this is fate?
なぜ僕が殺されるのかわからないのです。
I don't know why I'm going to be killed.
それにみんながその後どんな運命に巻き込まれるのかも
Or what fate awaits everyone afterwards.
はっきりと全てはわかりません。
I don't have a clear understanding of all this.
でもそれは事実。
But that is a fact.
そしてもうずっと長い間続いている運命が生み出した忌まわしい時間の繰り返し。
And I've been repeating this frustrating fate for a long time.
何を言って
What are you saying?
すべて運命によって定められた出来事。
All has been predetermined by fate.
僕は
I,
いいえ
or rather... Then, Rika-chan flipped her dark hair and took a step toward me. Her shiny, black, crystalline eyes stared straight at me. Without laughter. Without sorrow or anger. Just a completely transparent expression as she motionlessly looked back at me, studying my reaction.
私はこの運命を何百回何千回と続けてきた。
I've continued to endure this fate hundreds, even thousands of times.
そしてまた同じ時間を経てあなたたちとこうしてここにいる。
And here I am again, with all of you just the same as always.
リカちゃん
Rika-chan.
厳しい現実を知ってしまった人間にとって気安い慰めは虚しく、そして腹立たしく思えるもの。
For people aware of that harsh reality, naive reassurances are empty and frustrating.
力になる運命と戦うなんて口にするのは簡単。
Lending your strength and fighting fate, those are easy things to say, aren't they?
なら今まで一度もうまくいったことのない現実を幾千度も見てきた私にあなたはそれに代わる何かを見せてくれるというの。
So, if I've seen 1,000 realities and never succeeded in any of them, what can you show me that would change anything? A girl was standing right before my eyes, giving off the cold atmosphere I felt earlier. And sure enough, this was no optical illusion. Then, who on earth is this girl right in front of me?
あなたには初めて見せるわね。
This is the first time I've ever shown you.
そう、これが私。
Yes, this is the real me.
フルでリカのもう一つの私。
The other Rika Furude.
私は自分の死で閉じられたこの時間をもう数えきれないほど繰り返して生きてきたの。
I've lived through the time leading up to my own death over and over again.
信じられないって顔ね。
Your face says you don't believe me,
でもこれは夢じゃない。
but this is no dream.
私とあなた、ここにいる二人だけが見ている。たった一つの現実よ。
You and I are the only ones here witnessing this a solitary reality. Rika-chan sneered as she said that. I wanted to say she was wrong, but I held my tongue. Even if I spoke up to deny her, she would know that my heart wasn't in it. So I just continued staring at Rika-chan in bewilderment.
答えて、ケイイチ。
Answer me, Keiichi.
俺は
I
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. Kechi continues staring at me with his eyes open wide. That's only natural. If a girl who was always smiling and laughing in a cheerful voice suddenly shifted to an adult tone, anyone would doubt their ears. I finally told him. And what's more, I can't keep my emotions under control at a time like this, so I showed him this form. He wanted me to tell him. He wanted me to help me. He wanted to help me, question mark. How long have I been waiting to hear that? And could that kindness give me the courage and hope to challenge fate? But can he still say that after truly understanding me? Because if not, then the words he conveyed are completely empty and terribly cruel. Does he understand that? I want to believe in my friends. I want to believe in them, rely on them, and accept their fate. But can he really say that after knowing the weight on the darkness lingering in my heart? Will he still feel the same way? What's worse, unlike when I confessed to the club members in the previous world, this time I had no evidence of the truth. Despite the precarious situation, I was prepared to confess, and if I am betrayed here, I'll be truly alone after this. But even so, I've swung the dice, with no plan in mind. The dice have literally been cast. Swung the dice? It's an interesting verb to put there. You swing the dice. I swing the dice forward. I waited for Kechi's reply. In this world, unlike anything I've experienced before, Kechi has shown me things beyond my imagination. It was my one hope against the despair I've been saddled with. And unlike all the other club members who were silently watching over me out of consideration until I chose to confide with them, he stepped forward and is sticking his nose in. So, even though it seemed impulsive, I wanted to take this chance. If he believes what I say here, if he accepts the me that I've kept hidden until now, I think I can believe in a small miracle. Answer me, Keiichi. I took a breath while waiting for Keiichi's response. If Keiichi apologizes or makes fun of me, I'll smile and give up. I'll say, it was a joke, Nipa! And after that, I'll only be able to think that this is my destiny. Like the boy who cried wolf, screaming for help in the worst possible situation before eventually losing his life.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. Before long, Keiichi opened his mouth.
Gomen.
Sorry.
なんて冗談なので。
It was a joke.
なんて言うとでも思ったか?
Is that what you thought I would say? Huh? I stopped hanging my head and looked up at Keiichi. He is grinning and giving me a thumbs up.
正直、リカちゃんの言ってること半分もわかんない。
To be honest, I don't understand half of what you said, Rika-chan.
それに、さっきからずっと言ってるけど、俺は運命なんてものは全然信じちゃいない。
And as I said before, I don't believe in fate at all.
そうね。
Right.
私の言ってることを信じてもらえたのは何千回の中のほんの数度だけ。
In the thousands of times I've gone through this, there have only been a few times someone believed what I had to say.
無理もないわ。
That's understandable.
こんな話、信じる方が不思議だと思う。
It'd be even weirder if you did believe a story like this.
だから。
So?
だからどうした?
So what? Huh?
だからどうしただぜ?
I'm saying, so what?
俺が信じないのは誰かに決められた未来ってやつで、リカちゃん本人とかリカちゃんの言うことに対してじゃない。
It's not you or what you're saying I don't believe. It's that the future is decided by someone.
それに仲間が苦しんでいるのを見過ごすなんて、俺がそんなやつだとでも思ってたのか?
Did you really think I was the kind of guy to overlook a friend's suffering?
あのさ、リカちゃん。
Come on, Rika-chan. As I stood there bewildered, Keiichi put a hand on my shoulder and deeply nodded to reassure me. His hand was big and warm, with a very gentle touch.
今言った話が本当か夢かはともかくとして。
Regardless of whether the story you just told me is true or just a dream.
そのことで苦しんでるリカちゃんを俺たちが黙って見ていると思っていたのか?
Do you think we would just silently watch while you suffered from it?
言いたくないことなら俺も聞かないけど、今そんなに怒っていったってことは。
You don't have to answer if you don't want to, but the reason you sound so angry as you just said just now
本当は聞いてもらいたかったんじゃないのか?
is actually because you wanted someone to listen to you, isn't that right?
だから話してくれ、リカちゃん。
So talk to me, Rika-chan.
俺も信じられないと思ったら正直にそう言う。
I'll be honest with you if you don't think I can believe I'll be honest with you if I don't think I can believe it.
だけど何も聞かされなかったら信じられる話かどうかもわかんないままだ。
But I won't know if I can't believe it or not until you tell me.
ケイチ
Keiichi. Again, his words and his expression give me hope. He gives me the courage to set aside my fear of being betrayed and to move forward. Will Keiichi truly believe me? And is it really the right choice to share everything with him right now? Moon. Just remind you of what the moon looks like. Keiichi maintained his serious expression while waiting for me to open my mouth. Perhaps... No. If it's Keiichi, then I'm sure he can help. But, even so, I was filled with unease. How will relying on his power be able to change the future? Should I persuade the villagers? Join forces to fight Takano? No, it's unlikely that either of those would succeed. And even with all the club members at my side, it's still the same. Should I confess everything here and now? I vented my timidness and frustration at Keiichi, but maybe I was trying to force out a snake by poking at the brush. I know it's too late for it, but these doubts and anxieties well up and instantly snuff out the joy that had spread.
とりあえずみんなの力も借りないとな。
Anyway, we're going to need everyone's help here.
明日早速このことを話して。
Let's tell them about this tomorrow.
待って。
Hold on. I instinctively grabbed Keiichi by the sleeve and shook my head. When he noticed that, he tilted his head to the side and looked puzzled.
どうしたリカちゃん。
What's wrong, Rika-chan?
このことは
No,
まだ
don't tell the others
みんな
about
に
this yet.
話さないで。
No, don't tell the others about this yet.
どうして
Why?
ミオンたちだって仲間だ。きっとこの話を信じてくれるさ。
Mion and the others are your friends. I'm sure they'll believe you.
あなたは私の話を信じてくれた。
Yeah, you believed me.
だからみんなもひょっとしたら信じてくれるかもしれない。
So the others will probably believe me too, or believe too.
でもその先は
But what then?
どうやって戦えばいいか考えはあるの。
Do you have any idea how we can fight this?
それはだけどそれならなおのことみんなと相談すべきじゃないのか。
Right, but isn't that why we should talk to the others about this?
ここでとどまっていても何も始まらない。
If we just stay here, nothing will get started.
それよりも前向きに意見を出し合えばきっといい方法だって見つかるはずだ。
But if we're proactive and exchange opinions, I'm sure we'll find a way.
でも見つからなかったら
But what if we can't find one?
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
ええ分かってるわ。
Yeah, I understand.
私はものすごく臆病になってるって。
I've become extremely cowardly.
でも前の世界ではみんなにこのことを打ち明けた。
But I told everyone in the previous world about this.
そのせいでみんな私の目の前で
And because
死
of
んでしまったわ。
and because of that, everyone died right before my eyes. Even now, the scene is still burned into my eyes. I've witnessed countless deaths, but that scene that made me feel like my body torn asunder. It was far too cruel for me to have any enthusiasm left. Indeed, I told Hanyu back then that next time we'll succeed. But the reason I had that confidence was because I had Hanyu supporting me. A bluff I made under that assumption I could repeat that challenge as many times as possible even if I failed. This world had made me painfully aware of that.
確かに敵が誰なのかは分かっている。
It's true that I already know the identity of my enemy.
でもこんな世界は初めてだからどう動いていいのかが分からない。
But this is my first time in a world like this, so I don't know how to move forward.
良かれと思って行動してもそれが危険につながることだってあり得る。
Even if you think it's a good idea, it can still be dangerous.
そしてきっとこの世界が
And I'm
私
certain
にとって最後の機会
and I'm certain this world will be my last chance.
だから当たって砕けろなんて冒険はできない。
That's why I can't afford to take any risks.
どうして
Why?
私にこの力を授けてくれたもう一人の私。
My power was given to me by another me.
いつも 何度転生しても私のそばにいたはずの仲間がいないの。
A friend who was always by my side no matter how many times I reincarnated, who is no longer here.
ひょっとしたら今度失敗すると私はもう生まれ変わってやり直すことができないかもしれない。
If I fail this time, I may not be able to be reborn and try again. So, I'm scared. Is it right or wrong to tell Kechi the name of my enemy right here now? Can I tell him? Perhaps I'll only be hastening my inevitable death. No, Kechi and the others would probably be able to live happy lives, but if I get them involved then in the worst case scenario.
それじゃあリカちゃんを殺そうとする相手が誰なのか
So, who is this enemy that's trying to kill you?
まだ教えてくれないのか
Can you not tell me yet? I turned my gaze downward and bit at my lip. I'm really being such a coward. Hanyu isn't here. I can't start over again. When I thought of it like that, the anxiety and cowardice I've kept buried until now paralyzed my legs. My friend's power and our bond, which I had believed were strong and firm, were looking quite fragile. And even for Kechi, who looked so strong and gentle, with his hand held out to me. Misery and self-loathing rushed through my whole body, oozing out of my tortured heart. However, suddenly I uttered the shameful words from within my heart.
怖いの。
I'm afraid
信じることが
to believe right now.
今は
The silence continued. It was perhaps the first time I'd ever heard Rika-chan ask for help. We're friends. Precious friends. So there can be only one answer.
大丈夫だ力になるから
It's alright. I'll lend you my strength.
俺を信じろ
Believe in me. I could have answered just like that. It would have been a completely obvious answer. But instead I answered honestly, because even though Rika-chan didn't seem conscious of it herself, she trusted me and shared her true feelings. So I thought it was the best thing I could say to get through to her.
正直言って今の俺がリカちゃんのどんな力になればいいのかわからない
To be perfectly honest, I don't know what I can do to help you right now, Rika-chan.
全力でリカちゃんのために戦う気持ちに変わりはない
Of course, my desire to fight with all my strength to help you hasn't changed.
みんなの幸せを守りたいと思う心は誰にも負けない自信がある
I'm confident that a heart seeking to defend everyone's happiness will never lose to anyone.
でもリカちゃんにそれを信じろと言ってもすぐには難しいってことも分かってる
But even if I ask you to trust me, I understand that it won't be easy for you to do that right away. Rika-chan stared at me with a firm expression. I'm sure she's discouraged, but even so I put my strength into my fists and strung together the words to convey it.
でもなリカちゃん
But, Rika-chan,
これだけは言っておきたい
I just want to say this.
俺はリカちゃんを信じている
I trust you, Rika-chan.
だから今言ったこと未来で起こるかもしれない事件のこと全て俺は信じる
So, I believe everything you told me just now, including these events that might happen in the future.
そして覚悟も決めた
And I've also decided,
もしこの先どんなことが起きてそして運命ってやつに巻き込まれたとしても君を恨んだりはしない
even if you get me involved in what you call fate, I won't resent you, no matter what happens in the future.
少なくとも俺は絶対にな
At the very least, I can promise you that.
ケイチ
Keiichi,
怖いのは当然だ
it's natural to be afraid.
俺だって同じ立場だったらきっと足がすくむ
If I were in your position, I'm sure my legs would be shaking.
だけど俺を信じろリカちゃん
But believe me, Rika-chan,
この前原圭一は絶対にリカちゃんの力になってみせる
I, Keiichi Maibara, will do absolutely everything in my power to help you.
今は信じられないかもしれないそれでもいいからよーく見てろ
You may not believe me now, but that's okay. Just watch.
俺と部活メンバーの本当の底力と結束の固さを
The club members and I will demonstrate our true strength and unity.
そして見せてやる
And let me show you.
この世界の俺と組めばどんな運命だってひっくり返せるんだってことをな
If you team up with me in this world, we can overcome anything fate has in store.
今まで負け続けなのにそれを信じろって言うの
You're telling me to believe that, even though we failed every time up until now?
それはこの世界の俺たちじゃねえ赤の他人だ
Those weren't the versions of us from this world. They're total strangers.
それにリカちゃんもさっき言ったじゃないか。この
Plus,
世界は初めてだってな。
Rika-chan, you said this was your first time in a world like this.
だったら信じてみろよ。この世界の可能性ってやつを。
If that's the case, you should believe in the potential of this world.
俺たちは負けない。
We
絶
won't
対に勝ってみせるからな。
we won't lose. I promise you, we're going to win. My voice echoed throughout the tranquil shrine grounds. I was forgetting my place and throwing around foolish, naive words. But I was serious. I meant it seriously. A breeze ran by, brushing against my hot, flushed cheeks. Rika-chan continued staring silently for a while. Ah ha 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 ha. Oh, ho, 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 ah ha ha ha. She suddenly broke into a smile and let out a weird laugh. Then, she gently wiped the tears from her eyes and looked at me with a relaxed expression. Your honesty is frankly amazing. And you're so ridiculously foolish. But that's why I wanted to reveal my secret to you. If you were the sort of person to view me as a mere child seeing and hearing delusions, even I wouldn't have considered taking this risk.
褒められてる気がしないけどな。
That doesn't feel like praise. No, I'm glad. You've always been like this, Keiichi. And that was your greatest strength. Rika-chan stared straight at me and continued. So, Keiichi, can you show it to me? The miracle you can create if I believe in you? And the possibilities that lay in this world? Little by little, Rika-chan gently held out her hand. Her fingertips were illuminated by the moonlight, glowing in a fantastical pale blue hue. I was lost in admiration for a moment by the sheer beauty of it.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. I grabbed hold of Rika-chan's hand and then spoke.
わかった。
Understood.
その代わり、その時が来たら、きっと話してくれよ。
And promise me you'll tell me when the time is right.
まだリカちゃんがその胸に抱えていることを。
Whatever it is you still have locked away in your heart.
ええ、もちろん。
Yes, of course.
ありがとう、ケイイチ。
Thank you, Keiichi. Rika-chan gently smiled at my answer.
今はこの手を握ってくれるだけでいい。
For now, all you have to do is keep holding my hand.
私の近くで、私が道家のように戦う姿を見ているだけの観客で構わない。
I don't mind having you nearby, in the audience watching me clown about in this fight. Clown about. I'm ready to clown about.
でも約束して。
But promise me this.
私が舞台から転げ落ちそうになった時は、席を離れても受け止めてくれると。
If the time comes that I'm about to fall off the stage, please be ready to leave your seat and catch me.
それだけで十分。
That alone should be enough.
だから。
Please.
ああ、きっと。
Yeah, of course. We held hands under the moonlight for a while longer. This marked the beginning of a long battle. Nice. That was a nice stretch. That was a good stretch there. I like that. Clown about. Such a good phrase. Now we're back at school. Naturally, Sunday came to a close and Monday arrived. That's just how the week works. And along with it, the eagerly awaited beginning of my life as class representative. At least, that's what I have to tell myself to keep me from running away, sadly enough. I need to man up and resolve myself already. And so, I began fulfilling my duties as a class representative immediately.
その記念すべき初仕事が石灰運びかよ。
I'm very open about this. As far as like personality types, I'm not a leader. I'm a follower of between the two. And if I was in Kenshi's position right here, I know again it's supposed to be honorable and it's like responsibility and it's like, oh, it's a really important position to be class representative or whatever the fucking case is. But if I was in Kenshi's spot and Mion's like, hey, you have to do all this shit now, I'd be like, I don't really want it. I don't want bothered. It's just so much responsibility. Can someone else be it? Can we give it to like Akamura or something? Someone else. My historic first task on the job is carrying chalk. Come on, carry without complaining. There's still another bag. Mion lifted up a large chalk bag as she said that. I'm a man after all, as she pointed out, but for this somewhat unfathomable reason I had to carry 2 bags at the same time. But this is the sort of chalk used for drawing lines on the yard, so why do we need to carry this much? Apparently Chie-sensei ordered the wrong amount. It should have been 4 bags, but somehow that turned into 40 bags. Wait. That's one hell of a screw up, isn't it? It's fine, it's a consumable supply. And the principal said he was willing to overlook it. Our principal, ever the role model. But Chie-sensei just can't forgive herself over it. So she imposed a penalty on herself.
Penalty?
A penalty?
なんだそれ?
Like what?
カレー1週間禁止
No curry for a whole week. I see. That's why Chie-sensei looked so depressed earlier. A punishment like that is on the same magnitude as a do not breathe. Nonetheless, it does demonstrate our teacher's strong sense of responsibility. Though it's not very comforting considering she was going through withdrawal symptoms in class and taking it out on us.
それにしてもミオン
Anyway, Mion.
こんな仕事今まで一人でやってたのか?
Have you been doing this sort of work all on your own until now? Hmm?
ああまあ時々はね
Well, sometimes.
でも大抵はレナたちの手を借りたりしてたね
But usually Rina and the others lend a hand. Mion showed me a laugh as she said that. But think back on it, anytime we seemed to run low on PE supplies, everything would be neatly decked out just a few days later. I always thought that was handled by a supply vendor or maybe by Chie-sensei, but it was actually Mion's handiwork. I was once again reminded of the hardship Mion had to endure in the role of class representative.
ありがとなミオン
Thank you, Mion.
え
Huh?
何が
What for?
いやこんなにきつい仕事一人で任せてたりしてさ
Well, for taking on hard jobs like these all by yourself.
別にこんなの全然平気だよ
Ah, it's no big deal. It's totally fine, okay?
おじさんこう見えて意外に体育会系だからね
I may not look it, but this old man is surprisingly athletic.
いやそれは意外じゃない
And no, there's nothing surprising here.
見たまんまだ
I can see clearly. Actually, if she said she was clever, I'd point my finger and shout, doubt it.
ケイちゃんなんなら一人で全部やる
Ki-chan, in that case, why don't you do it all by yourself?
いい運動になるよ
It'll make for good exercise.
あいや今のは冗談
Oh, I was just joking around right now.
わーっと
What? All of a sudden, Mion tossed the chalk bag she was carrying at me. Just the weight of 3 bags is unreasonable enough, but taking on such a heavy load so suddenly... My waist.
ほらほら
My leg!
前原委員長
Hey, what's the matter, class representative Maibara?
いきなりここでダウンですか
Throwing in the towel already?
鬼
You demon!
だって鬼だもん園崎の子だからね
Of course. I'm a demon. I'm a child of the Sonozaki family after all. Mion cheerfully laughed as she said that, but for some reason she seemed more cheerful than usual. Why?
つうかこれならレナたちも呼んだ方が早かったかもな
You know, wouldn't it get done faster if we called in Rina and the others?
何よ
What's that?
おじさん一人じゃ不足っての
Are you saying this old man alone is insufficient? You're not even helping at the moment. I silently criticized her, but in the end, having someone else around does make the work easier than doing it in total silence. Although, the load is rather heavy.
まあ初めはそう思って声かけたんだけどね。
Well, I considered that at first, and I did ask her.
そしたらみーちゃんの邪魔はしたくないよ。はうだってさ。
But then she said, I don't want to get in Mi-chan's way. How?
なんだそれは。
What's that supposed to mean?
わけわからん。
I don't understand.
本気で
Seriously? Mion turned and stared straight at me. Don't give me that look. How am I supposed to understand something I don't understand?
はあ。ケイちゃん。
Ki-chan.
なんだよ。
What?
もう一個くらい持てるよね。
You can carry one more, can't you?
私取ってくるから。
I'll grab it for you. No. Hold on. Carrying four is totally absurd. Absolutely impossible. But Mion rushed to the school gate where the mound of chalk bags were placed. Then she lifted one up, dashed toward me at tremendous speed, and shouted, "Catch!" as she threw it at me with full momentum. Oh.
いいちぎだね、ケイちゃん。
Nice work, Ki-chan.
てっきり避けるかと思ったのにさ。
I was certain you'd try to dodge it. Don't be absurd. If I failed to catch a chalk bag thrown at that speed, it would burst as it hit the ground and cover my entire body in white powder. Are you trying to make this look like one of those competition shows on TV?
さて、ケイちゃんへの罰ゲームも済んだことだし。
And now your punishment is complete, Ki-chan.
さっさと運び込むよ。
Hurry up and carry it over there, okay? After saying that, Mion turned her back and started walking toward the storehouse, leaving me about to collapse, holding these chalk bags. I get the feeling these massive thuds I hear with each step aren't just my imagination. I don't understand. She seemed to be in a good mood just a little while ago, so why am I being punished? There! My whole body was drenched in sweat as Mion and I brought over the last of the chalk bags. In the end, I only ended up doing the first trip entirely on my own. After that, Mion carried one bag each trip. Incidentally, I was carrying 3 bags at a time, so of course I was completely exhausted. Sleep well tonight. Heave. Oh! I carefully placed 3 bags of chalk in front of the storehouse and then immediately collapsed to the ground. The sweat that had been oozing out of my entire body suddenly began flowing like a waterfall. Hold on! Thanks for the help, Mion.
ああ、それはまだ早い。
Oh, it's still too early for that.
これを中に入れ終わってからお疲れ様だよ。
You can only say that after we finish putting these inside. Mion pulled the rattling handle of the heavy door. She said that, then stepped inside while carrying one of the bags. When I saw that, I rose to my feet and brushed the dirt off my shorts, then picked up one of the chalk bags. The room had been sealed until just now, so it was filled with hot, humid air. The musty smell pierced right through my nose. When I took a peek inside, I saw Mion looking around for a place to stack these bags. Mion, watch out! Huh? What? I called out to her, but it wasn't in time. Mion tripped and fell on a hurdle lying on the ground. She dropped the chalk bag she was carrying, and white powder burst out as it hit the ground, then danced in the air. Ow. Mion, are you alright? I could see Mion coughing beyond the white smoke that partially obscured my vision, so I rushed into the storehouse and reached my hand out, searching for a light switch. Ki-chan, no! Don't turn on the lights! Huh? Ah! As soon as I turned toward Mion, a round object hit me directly in the face. I cried out in a weird voice and fell back with my chalk bag still in hand. Fortunately, the pile of bags broke my fall. What was that for, Mion?
ごめん、痛かった？
Sorry, are you hurt? Mion rushed over, still coughing and covered in chalk. I could tell from the apologetic look on her face that she didn't mean anything bad by it, but throwing a volleyball at me. Is that normal?
だってケイちゃん、密室で細かい粉が舞い上がった時に電気つけるのご法度なんだよ。
Ki-chan, you can't turn on the lights when in an enclosed space full of fine powder.
粉塵爆発って言ってね、火薬並みの威力があるんだからさ。
If you had it, could have caused a dust explosion as strong as gunpowder. Huh? Really? Then if I'd actually turned on the light just now.
つけた瞬間、火花が飛んで着火。
The moment you turn them on, sparks would fly and cause an ignition.
倉庫の屋根が吹っ飛ぶね。
The roof of the storehouse would be blown away.
たまやーってか。
And then we'd be right here watching the fireworks. You can't be serious.
そんなの直撃で食らったら俺たちだってひとたまりもないぞ。
If we took a direct hit from that, we wouldn't stand a chance.
だから止めたんだよ。
That's why I had to stop you.
あ、でもボール投げたのはやりすぎた。
Ah, but I probably went overboard throwing the ball at you.
ごめんね。
Sorry about that. Although, depending on how you think about it, you might say Mion saved my life. Instead of her apologizing to me, I should be the one thanking her.
あ、でもミオン、よくそんなこと知ってたな。
Oh, but Mion, you really know a lot.
学校じゃ習わないだろ。
I doubt you learned that in school.
うん、昔ね。
Yeah, I learned that a long time ago.
ダム工事の反対運動やってた時に、軍事インストラクターの人にいろいろと教わったんだよ。
I learned a lot from military instructors during the dam resistance movement.
危険物の取り扱い方とか、まあいろんな雑学ってやつをね。
The proper procedures for handling dangerous goods and all kinds of situational knowledge.
軍事って
Military.
軍事って言ってもそんな大げさなもんじゃないよ。
I say military, but it's not that big of a deal, really.
ほとんどが消防隊の人が知ってることの延長とか、応急手当の仕方とか。
It was most of the kind of stuff that firefighters know, and how to give first aid.
ドンパチのやり方ってよりも、怪我人が出た時のための対策だね。
Instead of gunfight skills, countermeasures to help the injured. Mion laughed after saying that. Indeed, in unusual circumstances like natural disasters or armed conflicts, military knowledge provides more than just the means to defeat your enemies. It's also effective at protecting your allies. And moreover, I'm certain these were necessary skills that Mion and the others had to learn in order to face off against a large-scale organization in the dam opposition movement. But the word military still feels really heavy for someone like me who hasn't been involved in anything like that. In that sense, I couldn't help but see the level of difference between me and Mion, considering she had lived through the earlier conflicts in Hinamazawa. Hmm?
どうしたの、ケイちゃん。
What's wrong, Ki-chan? Huh?
いや別に。なんかすげえなって素直に感心しただけ。
Oh, it's nothing. I was just feeling rather impressed.
おじさんの実力をなめちゃいけないよ。
Don't go underestimating this old man's capabilities.
トラップに関しては、この粉塵爆発も含めて、サトコに教え込んだのはこの私。
As a matter of fact, I'm the one who taught Satoko how to make traps like this dust explosion.
学校の勉強はいまいちだけど、実学主義者の肩書きは伊達じゃない。
Studying in school is all well and good, but practical experience is more than just for show.
言ってて恥ずかしくないか？
Are you not embarrassed to say that? Ah, she turned red.
ああ、もう。
Anyway.
髪まで世界でドロドロだよ。
I'm covered in chalk all the way up to my hair.
ちょっと洗ってきてもいい？
Mind if I washed a bit?
あ、
Sure.
あ、もう戻ってもいいぞ、ミオン。
Actually, why don't you just head back, Mion?
あとは俺がやっておくから。
I can take care of the rest.
そう？
Really?
あ、じゃあなんか飲み物持ってきてあげる。
Ah, in that case, I'll bring you something to drink afterwards.
お、よく冷えたやつを頼む。
Oh, I'd love to have something nice and cold.
はいよ。よく冷えたマヨネーズね。
Got it. One well-chilled mayonnaise.
木工ボンドの海に沈めたのか。
I'd rather choke on wood glue. Mion laughed while rushing into the school building. As I watched her head out, I suddenly recalled a story I heard about Mion earlier.
ひなみざわ、園崎か。
Hinamazawa and the Sonozakis, huh? I thought back on what I heard at the banquet yesterday evening. It's customary for children born in the Sonozaki family to have the kanji for demon in their name, like the current family head, Oryu-san. And even though she lost her position, that also applied to Akane-san. Her name used to be written like that. And then there's Mion. That's probably a testament to the fact that they're the de facto leaders of the three families that symbolize Hinamazawa, or Onigafuchi as it used to be called, and it demonstrates the weight of that responsibility. Mion is no exception. I've heard that she received strict education as the future family head from her grandmother, Oryu-san. And Mion had been fighting on behalf of the villagers as an influential leader during the dam opposition movement. Suddenly I began to think, what was my life like at the time Mion was fighting alongside adults on behalf of this village? I was 5 years before I came to this village. I was stupid and selfish, never thinking about the people around me. I'm ashamed to even remember what a terrible child I was. Meanwhile, Mion was enduring a painful battle. The difference between us was like heaven and earth. There's simply no way I can catch up. But that's why I want to do my best and accomplish something. That's why I'm sure. After a brief sigh, I lifted one of the chalk bags beside me. For starters, let's get this job done. Before I realized it, my heavy limbs began to feel lighter. Before long, class came to an end. Club activities were canceled today due to Mion's part-time job.
いや、吉郎おじさんのところで欠員ができたって言うからさ。
Sadly, they're down a person at Uncle Yoshiro's place.
急遽ヘルプってわけ。
So, I have to hurry over and help out. Uncle Yoshiro? She means Angel Mort? Come to think of it, she's no longer trying to hide her part-time job as a waitress. She was embarrassed about it at first. She said, "You can never tell Rina and the others. If the secret gets out, I'll feed you a full course of 48 murder skills, okay?" Incidentally, the secret came out amongst the club members the very next day thanks to the reveal of Shion. Mion had believed I let the secret slip, so as thanks for that I ended up suffering 26 of those 48 skills before she realized it was a misunderstanding. Let's forget about that. Anyway, Rina said she was going treasure hunting and had already headed home. Well, heading home by myself from time to time isn't so bad.
Keiichi?
Keiichi?
Huh?
When I turned back toward the voice calling out to me, I found Rika-chan.
今からお帰りですか?
Are you heading home now?
ああ、そうだけど。
Yeah.
それなら一緒に帰ってくださいなのです。
In that case, let's go together. Together? Isn't Rika-chan's house in the opposite direction from mine?
お話があるのです。
I have something to talk about.
一緒に帰ってくれますか?
Will you go home with me?
あ、
Oh. That's right. Rika-chan made a mysterious request the night before last, and I promised her I'd help. I certainly haven't forgotten, but Rika-chan has been acting completely normal since then, so I can never find the right time to ask about it.
わかった。
Got it.
どこに行く?
Where should we go?
ちょっと遠くなるかもしれませんが、
It might be a little far out of the way, but
フルデ神社でもいいですか?
would you mind heading out to the Shifude Shrine? Walk, 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 walk. Then, we ascended the stone steps and arrived at the Fude Shrine grounds. The shrine itself was in direct sunlight, so Rika-chan found a cool place in the shade and took a seat on a large stone. I sat down beside her on a flat part of the stone. I pulled out the cider and grape juice bottles we brought as a candy shop along the way and popped them open with a corkscrew from the assembly hall. I handed Rika-chan the grape juice and kept the cider for myself.
やっぱり来ないか。
Maybe it wouldn't happen after all.
どうしたリカちゃん?
What's wrong, Rika-chan?
なんでもないのです。
It's nothing.
いただきますのですよ。
Thanks for the drink. After saying that, we each took a big gulp from our drinks. The bubbly sensation going down my throat was soothing on sweaty body. The bubbly sensation going down my throat was soothing. Is that supposed to be my sweaty body in the heat of the sun? The cry of the cicadas came pouring down from the tall trees lined up around us. It was a relaxing countryside scene, like something you'd see in a picture. However, Rika-chan was playing with the gravel by her feet, wearing a tense expression since we got here. When I saw that, my mood quickly darkened.
それでリカちゃん、
So, Rika-chan,
話って。
what did you want to talk about?
ケイチ?
Keiichi?
ケイチにとって最悪の未来は何ですか?
What is the worst possible future for you? Rika-chan looked up at me as she asked that.
最悪?
Huh? Worst possible? I reflexively gasped and felt bewildered by the sudden question. Rika-chan did ask me earlier about the things I hold dear, and now she was asking me about the worst possible future on the completely opposite end of the spectrum. I paused for a moment to think about what the worst thing for me would be, and then I answered.
そうだな。
Right.
以前確か俺大切なものについて答えたよな。
I answered you earlier about the things I hold dear, didn't I?
だからそれが失われることが起きたら最悪だと思う。
So, if I were to lose those things, I think that would be the worst case possible. That's right. Mion, Rina, Satoko, Shion, and Rika-chan. If my precious friends suddenly disappeared, I'd probably go back to the empty, meaningless life I used to have in Tokyo. Just imagining it filled me with disgust. Keiichi,
サトコのこと
do you like
好きですか
Do you like Satoko?
What?
Huh? Another unusual question, but Rika-chan maintained her serious expression, making it clear she wanted me to answer sincerely.
大好きだぜ
Yeah, I love her. So I answered her directly without trying to hide anything or feeling self-conscious. She's a little brash. She loves mischief, and even though she tries really hard to act like an adult, she's quite a spoiled child. I don't know how many of her awful traps I've witnessed. Hearing her impertinent laugh afterwards would tick me off sometimes. However, Satoko is actually a kind and caring girl, and I think it's amazing that she has the strength to live her life without showing any darkness, despite suffering the tragedy of losing her parents. She's fun to hang out with. It's lonely when she's not around. We haven't known each other very long, but I consider her friendship an essential part of my current life.
そのサトコが
Then, if that same Satoko
傷つけられるとしたらどうしますか
was going to be hurt, what would you do?
決まってるそいつを見つけ出してぶっ飛ばす
Isn't it obvious? I'll find the person responsible and kick their ass. I answered reflexively without waiting to think. I wonder if I had spoken too crudely, but Rika-chan didn't look the least bit surprised. She responded with her usual Nipa smile.
この世界のケイイチもそう思ってくれて嬉しいのです
I'm glad to hear that the Kechi of this world thinks so too.
だからサトコを助けるために力を貸してください
So, please lend me your strength to help Satoko. Huh?
それはもちろん
Yeah, of course.
でもサトコの身に何か起こるのか
But, is something going to happen to Satoko?
サトコのおじのこと何か聞いていますか
Have you heard anything about Satoko's uncle? I quietly shook my head. I haven't actually heard anything about Satoko's family, aside from the fact that her parents are gone.
サトコには鉄平というおじがいます
Satoko's uncle is a man named Teppei.
そして鉄平は今沖宮でリナという女性と暮らしています
And Teppei currently lives with a woman named Rina in Okinomiya. Fucking Rina. Rika-chan continued her explanation in a dispassionate tone, but the slight frown on her face suggested that she didn't like this Teppei guy.
今戸籍上では鉄平がサトコの養育権を持っています
Based on the family register, Teppei currently has the right to be Satoko's guardian.
と言っても去年まで一緒に暮らしていた時はサトコはひどい扱いを受けていましたが
However, Satoko was treated badly when they lived together until last year.
ひどい扱いどんな
Treated badly? How so? When I asked that, Rika-chan bitterly continued her explanation. The content of the story put me at a loss for words, and my fists were trembling. Flashback, flashback, flashback. Satoko and her brother Sachi were taken in by their aunt and uncle after the death of their parents. Though, since Satoko's family apparently left a sizable inheritance behind, it was more like they moved in rather than taking in the kids. Back then, her aunt and uncle had a well-known problem among the village. The two of them would apparently vent their own frustrations by terribly abusing Satoko and her brother. Her brother Sachi endured the worst of the treatment while covering for Satoko, who was still too young to endure it. Then, last year on the night of Watnagashi, their situation deteriorated to the point that the aunt was murdered and Sachi was suspected of the crime, before disappearing from the village himself like he was being driven out. To think that cheerful girl Satoko had a past like that, I tightly clenched my teeth. Anger, hatred, murderous intent, and other dark emotions came loose from within my heart. He hurt Satoko. That alone marked him as unworthy of life, and he abandoned Satoko to go enjoy a selfish, blissful life.
Keiichi.
Keiichi. Then, Rika-chan gently placed a hand on my tightly clenched fist. It was soft and warm. When I turned to look, Rika-chan silently shook her head.
サトコのためにそこまで怒ってくれるのは嬉しいのです
I'm glad that you're willing to get that angry on Satoko's behalf.
本当に嬉しいのです
Honestly, I'm delighted.
でもこれからケイイチにお願いしたいのは 仕返しでも暴力でもないのです。
But Keiichi, what I'm about to ask you for is neither revenge nor violence.
もっともっと難しくて、そして聡子が一番幸せになれる方法なのです。
It's for a way that's much more difficult and also one that'll make Satoko happiest.
一番幸せに
Happiest?
圭一、
Keiichi,
たとえ鉄平がいなくなっても圭一がいなくなる世界では聡子は幸せになれないのです。
even if Teppei disappears, Satoko could never be happy in a world without you.
だからあなたがいて、そして聡子が幸せになれる方法を探さなくてはいけないのです。
So we have to find a way that Satoko can be happy while you're still here. I listened to what Riki-chan had to say. Something anomalous stabbed in the inside of my chest. A world without me? Just then, the unpleasant result of my short-sighted idea of trying to deny and erase Teppei's existence jumped into my mind. Oh. Whoa. Jesus. Jump scare. My boiling hot emotions gradually cooled down. Though this was only a hypothetical world, I clearly felt that would never be the right choice.
わかった。それで
Got it. Then what?
鉄平は今沖宮で暮らしていますが、
Teppei currently lives in Okinomiya,
おそらく近いうちにひなみ沢に戻ってきます。
but he'll probably return to Hinamizawa soon.
それは彼の生活費を稼いでいる同居人間宮里奈という女が殺されるからです。
That's because the woman who lives with him and pays his bills, Rina Mamiya, is going to be murdered.
殺される
Murdered? I jumped as soon as I heard her say that word.
殺されるっていくら予言でも穏やかじゃないぞ。
No matter how much you prophesize, I can't stay calm when I hear someone say murder.
それになんでそのリナってやつが殺されることになるんだ。
Plus, why is this Rina person going to be killed?
リナは今園崎系列の店で働いています。
Rina currently works at a Sonozaki affiliated bar.
そして今日から数日後、系列店で集められた上納金を狙って強盗を働くのですが、
In a few days from now, she's planning to rob protection money collected from their affiliate stores.
そこは暴力団の詰め所なのです。
But it's a gang facility.
ぼ
Gang?
結果彼らは失敗。
In the end, the plan will fail.
そしてリナは逃げ遅れて組員の手で確保され、加わった連中への見せしめのため
And Rina will fail to escape, so the gangsters there will make an example of her
殺されるのです。
by killing her. How reckless. The story that Riki-chan told me in a callous tone sent a chill down my back. Even I can tell how dangerous it is to steal money from an organized crime group. And the sort of retribution they had received if their plan failed. Just imagining it terrified me. Still, does this mean that Rina person is so desperate for money that she'd resort to that?
あ、でも
But
それで鉄平がひなみ沢に戻ってくると聡子とどういう関係が
if Teppei comes back to Inaozawa, how does that affect Satoko?
鉄平が帰ってくれば当然北条家に居座ろうとする。
If Teppei comes back, naturally he'll stay in the Hojo house.
その際家事が一切できない鉄平は聡子を探し出して連れ帰る。
Since Teppei can't do any housework on his own, he'll search for Satoko and drag her home.
いえ、連れ去ってしまうのです。
Or rather, he'll take her away. Huh?
実はこの事件は今までの世界でもめったに起こらないものでした。
Actually, this issue has been a rare occurrence in the world thus far.
だから僕も起きた時は運が悪かった、そう思っていたのです。
So, whenever it did happen, I considered it a case of bad luck. However, Riki-chan continued,
昨日図書館でその間宮里奈を見かけました。
Yesterday, I saw Rina Mamiya in the library,
そこで嫌な話を聞いたのです。
and I heard a nasty story there. It was a total coincidence. Satoko invited me to find a book to read over the summer break, and when we went to the library together, I noticed her face over in the reading area. her face. The overbearing scent of perfume drifted over. Her flashing, revealing outfit made it clear she was in that sort of business. I only saw her face once in a world long ago, but I'll never forget it, because Satoko and Rina both suffered thanks to Rina Mamiya. Rina was together with several young men, and they were all sitting around a circular table to hide their faces, discreetly talking to one another. There were many thick books piled on the table, but I could tell immediately they were nothing but camouflage. It was clearly a peculiar sight. There are very few people in the hall in the evening, and nobody else can see into the reading area. Normally, Rina and her crew would make a lot of noise with no regard for bothering anyone else. No, wait. What was she doing in a dim and simple place like this to begin with? Rika, did you find Run Melos yet? Me, not yet. I'm going to search over there. I hid behind the bookshelf and pretended to search for the book while approaching Rina's location to listen in. The Rina of this world shouldn't know my face, so I considered boldly heading over to the reading area to check out the children's books, but I decided to be careful. I could faintly hear their voices, with occasional laughter mixed in, and, as I approached the closest possible vantage point, I could hear them clearly.
But isn't it risky?
If word gets around about swiping those treasury funds, we'll end up like this. The man tapped his neck with his palm as he said that. It seemed like he was trying to make a joke, but thanks to the pale look on his face, it wasn't very funny. In fact, I've heard a lot of rumors. And there are practically no successful examples of what you're talking about, you know? Oh, this bitch. What a baddie. What an evil baddie. In that case, you're welcome to drop out, alright? Something about... Oh, that's what it was. I was trying to remember where... I know, obviously, we've seen her previously in the story, but I was like, just browsing through YouTube, like, a couple weeks ago, and I somehow stumbled across, like, a short clip from, like, the Higurashi, like, anime, I think. And I think it was just a random clip of, like, the dub of the anime. And, it was just, like, 2 minutes of, like, the scene, like, I think right before... right before, Rina here and our club Rina got into, like, a fight, you know? She gets taken to the junk mountain, trash mountain place to get attacked. It was like the setup to that, and then I didn't get to see the actual thing. I should probably at some point, I don't know if I'd want to do it anytime soon, but I should just watch the Higurashi anime. Especially because unlike the Umineko one, I know everyone says that the Higurashi anime is actually decent, at least, so... I don't know. Maybe later this year, I'll watch it. I'm just really bad at watching things, I gotta be 1,000,000% honest. In that case, you're welcome to drop out, alright? But, given the debt you've accumulated, your usual payments won't even cover the interest. Yes, but... You too. And you too. Don't you know? You've got eyes on you from above. And your income's shit compared to your colleagues, so wouldn't surprise me if you end up losing your necks any day now. Shut up! Doesn't the same go for you too? Me? Sorry, but I've got insurance. Even if I can't pull this job off, I won't have any troubles in life, you see? Is that middle-aged deadbeat really worth it? Middle-aged? Ah, you mean Tetsu. Not at all.
有料物件いくつもこさえてるのさ。
A beautiful woman like me has other excellent prospects. I'm just staring at the fucking like caterpillar creature there in the background. Like, who is that? I keep like my eyes are like I'm reading like here, and then I'm like my eyes are drifting to like this. Hey, keep your voice down. One of the men screened at their surroundings after saying that. His eyes seemed to focus on me for a moment, but I guess he thought I was just a kid and didn't care.
大丈夫だって。もう残ってるのガキばっかじゃん。
It's fine. There's nothing but brats left around here now.
聞かれたって分かりしないよ。
Even if they heard, they wouldn't understand anything.
そうだけどよ。
Yeah, but
何神経質になってんのさ。
what are you so nervous about?
ここは園崎につながりがない唯一の場所なんだからね。
This is the one place with absolutely no connection to the Sonozakis.
わざわざ調べて選んでやったんだから、ちった腹くくれっての。
I went to a lot of trouble to choose it, so suck it up. Stupid as always, Rina. It's true that this library is one of the few places not patronized by the patronized by the Sonozakis, but I can't believe they don't recognize how much they stand out here. In all likelihood, someone in the Sonozakis is watching this, and the higher-ups will learn about this private conversation in just a few days. The only ones who don't comprehend the terror of the Sonozaki family are Rina and young people like her crowd. I see. So this is the reason Rina Mamiya is murdered. I wanted to say as much to the pathetic, patronizing woman right before my eyes. They were like insects dancing innocently on an iron plate that will soon be drenched in scorching heat. Anyway, Pon, Yosuke,
あんたたちは足の手配を。
you two secure our ride.
シュウはこのキーチェーンの鍵全部を明日7時までにコピーして店長の机の引き出しに戻しておきな。
She'll have all the keys on this keychain copied by 7 tomorrow. You need to put them back in the shopkeeper's desk.
抜かるんじゃないよ。
Don't screw it up.
おう
Right.
任せておけって。
Leave it to us.
ブルってんじゃないよ。
Don't be scared.
これがうまくいきゃ、私たちは一気に大金持ちさね。
If this goes well, all of us are going to be rich.
こんなひなびた田舎町、とっとと出て行って、海外で豪遊と行こうじゃないか。
Let's ditch this shabby country town and live it up overseas. Let's party. Their subservient laughter was plain to hear, like they were no longer trying to hold back their voices. Then I went back to Satoko, pretending to be oblivious.
最低の野郎どもだな。
Disgusting bastards. I answered completely frankly. Whether Rika-chan felt the same way or not, she said meep with a slightly distorted smile on her face.
でも、そうと分かったら殺させるわけにもいかないよな。
But even knowing that, we can't allow her to be killed.
サトコがその鉄平って野郎に連れ去られるわけにはいかないし。
We can't let this Teppei bastard take Satoko away. So they're going, apparently in this arc, for potentially a more proactive approach. They're going to be like... I started thinking ahead of about the possibility of convincing Rina to give up on this heist. Or, well, I don't like it, letting her get away with it. No, that won't work. Even if she survives, she'll likely end up leaving Okinomiya. Which means...
いえ、このままでいいのです。
No, it's fine like this.
え?
Huh?
マミやリナはこのまま僕たちが黙っていれば盗みに入るでしょう。
Rina Mamiya will go through with the plan as long as we remain silent.
そして死んでもらうのです。
And then, we'll let her die. So cold and simple. Rika-chan took a sip of grape juice after saying that.
死んでもらうのです。
We'll let her die. Her words were so cruel and brutal that they didn't sound like Rika-chan. I was surprised how easily she could say that, with such an emotionless expression. Besides...
けど、リカちゃん?
But, Rika-chan...
Me?
もしリナが殺されたら、鉄平がひなみ沢に帰ってくるんだろ?
Teppei will come back to Inamizawa if Rina is killed, right?
そうなったら、サトコがおじに連れ去られるって、今リカちゃんが言ったじゃないか。
You said earlier that if that happened, Satoko will be taken away by her uncle.
言いましたのです。
Yes, I did say that.
サトコは鉄平に連れ去られてしまうのです。
Satoko will be taken away by Teppei.
おそらく確実に。
Probably. Almost certainly.
だったらリナがいなくなって鉄平がひなみ沢に帰ってこないよう予防策を張った方が貞子のためじゃないか。
If that's the case, wouldn't it be better for us to do something to ensure Teppei won't return to Hinamizawa just because of Rina's disappearance?
それとも貞子を鉄平に連れ去られないような奇策でもあるってのか？
Or is there some secret plan we can use to keep Satoko from being taken away?
秘策は特にありませんです。
There's no secret plan.
それに鉄平は戸籍上貞子の扶養者ですから、鉄平が行ってきたら貞子は鉄平の元に返さなくてはいけないのです。
Besides, Teppei is listed in Satoko's family register as her guardian, so if Teppei demands it, Satoko will have to be surrendered to him.
冗談じゃない。それなら
You can't be serious. Then...
圭一、よく聞いてください。
Keiichi, please listen carefully. Total rejection. Rikishan cut me off with a strong tone and spoke to me with an earnest expression.
僕はお願いしましたのです。
Think about what I asked you earlier.
もっともっと難しくて、そして貞子が一番幸せになれる方法を考えてほしいとこ
I
の前に言ったばかりなのです。
I just told you that I wanted to think of a more difficult way that'll be the happiest one for Satoko.
ちゃんと覚えてくれていましたか？
Don't you remember?
でも
Still,
だったらなんで貞子をおじのそばに置こうって企むんだ。
isn't that just guaranteeing Satoko will end up with her uncle?
このままだと貞子が不幸になるのはほとんど確定じゃないか。
I'm almost certain Satoko will be unhappy if things keep going like this.
これは貞子のためにも必要なことなのです。
This is also necessary for Satoko's sake. What? I couldn't understand. How could living with her abusive uncle benefit Satoko?
もしかして
Then maybe...
そのおじは一緒に住んだら貞子のことを可愛がってくれるとか？
If Satoko and her uncle live together, he'll learn to love her?
全く逆なのです。
The complete opposite.
毎日貞子は怒鳴られ、こき使われて、去年と同じくらいか、もっとひどい状態になってしまいます。
He's going to yell at and abuse Satoko just as much as last year, if not more.
おちょくってるのかリカちゃん。
Rika-chan, that's not something to joke about.
それでもそのおじのところに貞子を渡せってのか？
Despite that, you'd still hand Satoko over to her uncle?
はいなのです。
Yes.
これは貞子と圭一のために
This
とて
is
も必要なことなのです。
This is necessary for both you and Satoko. Then, Rika-chan went on to explain. After Satoko was taken away by her uncle, club members and I all united together to help her by appealing to the Child Consultation Center. Still, Consultation Center wouldn't take any action and Satoko's situation was deteriorating day by day. Unable to bear it, I, Keshimaiba, enlisted the aid of the entire village to shine a light on Teppei's mistreatment of Satoko. In the end, with the help of the police, and even the Sonozaki family who had always seen the Hojos as enemies, Teppei was arrested and Satoko was saved.
それって一体
What on earth?
貞子が連れ去られた後、圭一たちが実際にやり遂げた奇跡です。
After Satoko was taken away, you and the others accomplished a miracle.
そして圭一はこのことをきっかけに村全体の信頼を集め、貞子はようやく村の人たちに受け入れてもらえるようになる。
And then, thanks to the trust you earned from the whole village, Satoko was finally accepted by the villagers.
結果はハッピーエンドなのです。
The result is a happy ending. It was all just a hypothetical story, but Rika-chan described it so realistically and persuasively, I felt like she had actually seen it. And as further evidence of that, Rika-chan maintained a stoic expression the entire time, never smiling. Though she seemed to be trying to stay expressionless, her small fists tightly clenching at her knees were sweaty and stained in red.
じゃあリカちゃん、俺はどうすれば？
Then, Rika-chan, what should I do?
もし貞子がひどい状態になっても、短絡的な行動は我慢してほしいのです。
Even if something terrible were to happen to Satoko, I want you to be patient and endure it.
そして暴走しそうな部活メンバーを率いて懲戒、そして園崎家と戦って協力を勝ち取ってください。
Then, you can lead the club members who are prone to losing control, fight the town council and the Sonozaki family, and win their cooperation.
そうすれば最終的に 里子は救われるのです。
And then, finally, Satoko can be saved.
つまり今は
In other words, right now,
里子を見捨てろと。
you're asking me to abandon Satoko? For the first time, Rika-chan's dark eyes were illuminated by flames of rage. When I saw her reaction, I made up my mind and answered her. Oh no, we could see... Oh no, we see the truly a bad ending. All right, should I say let's save and then see what happens if I click. Let's see what happens when I click understood, which has got that big red X.
それで里子は救われるんだな。
So the bad choice is giving in to Rika here. That's interesting. And then Satoko will be saved? Me. Rika-chan nodded her head with a grim expression, and yet she looked unable to suppress her hesitation because she stared at the bottle in her hands.
わかった。
Understood.
それが一番いい方法なら、リカちゃんの言う通りにしよ
If that's really the best way, then I'll do what you said, Rika-chan.
う。いいんだよな。それで。
Is that okay?
お願いしますのです。
Yes, please.
里子には少しの間辛い思いをさせてしまいますが、
It'll be painful for Satoko for a while. But surely. As she said that, Rika-chan still tightly clenched her bottle and bit at her lip. I couldn't say anything more as I watched Rika-chan grimacing, so I simply drank the rest of my cider in one gulp. My throat ached, and it probably wasn't just because of the carbonation. We continued sitting silently for a while, but eventually I noticed it was getting dark, so I rose to my feet.
それじゃあ、俺
I'm
は
curious how... I am kind of curious how long the bad ending here goes. You know what I mean? Like... Alright, I'm gonna head home.
また明日。
See you tomorrow.
み
Me. I made my way out of the shrine grounds with mixed feelings. I looked back as I descended the stone steps, and Rika-chan was still there, looking depressed. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is it just gonna fade to black, and then it goes, and then shit happened, and fuck you. The end. I believed in Rika-chan's words and decided to follow her lead. Honestly, I was still hesitant, wondering if this passive approach was actually for the best. I felt ashamed of myself for keeping quiet while Satoko was feeling miserable. But Rika-chan said this was the best way to avoid an unhappy future, so as long as I believe that, I'll put all my strength into doing what I can. And then, the prophecy, or maybe I should call it divine premonition. Either way, the events afterwards unfolded precisely according to what Rika-chan said. Rina Mamiya's corpse was discovered in the village gutter. And immediately afterwards, Satoko's uncle returned and took her to the Hojo household. Rina and Shion were furious when they learned that, and they wanted to rescue Satoko immediately, but I did my best to calm them down and convince them to help Satoko through legal means. Well, we all rushed to the Okinomiya Child Consultation Center to complain about Satoko's situation. As class representative and Mion's close friend, I'd apparently become well known throughout the village. I was able to gather the village's support even faster than Rika-chan expected, and even managed to win over Oryu Sonozaki. As a result, and thanks to the effort of so many people, we succeeded in rescuing Satoko from her uncle just a few days later. However, the Satoko we rescued was no longer the original Satoko. Aww. Aww. Those sad eyes. I don't understand why. Rika-chan simply shook her head with a pale expression. Nevertheless, Satoko would never show us her old smile again. She was just laying in the bed at the clinic, staring up at the ceiling with vacant eyes that had lost their luster. No matter who spoke to her, she just looked like a doll. It must have been layered anxiety beyond Rika's expectations that caused her heart to break down. In the end, were we too late? In a situation like this, even telling our friends the truth would do nothing to reassure them. As a last resort, Rika-chan took shelter at the Sonozaki house to keep her out of Takano's hands, but the Mountain Dogs kidnapped Satoko in anticipation, so Rika-chan gave herself up in exchange. What happened after that? I was killed shortly afterwards, so I'll never know. Bwah, bwah. Bad ending. Oh, ah, oh, ah. Deserved. I do appreciate that we can save before the choice has to be chosen, so I can see how that works. All right. Well, let's rewind that. For the first time, her eyes were illuminated. I refuse. I refuse. I refuse. Ding 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 da 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 da. Whoa! What a meant to break. Okay, I refuse. Kechi must think me a cold woman. Sorry. I'd got a notification on my phone. I'd check real quick. Okay, honestly, I'm reluctant to do this, but I've been thinking it over since I saw Rina in the library. In the end, this is the conclusion I came to. Satoko will be taken by her uncle Teppei, and she'll be mentally cornered. I'd always thought this was the worst case scenario. Whenever this happens, Kechi, or maybe Shion or Rina, would almost certainly resort to violence to eliminate Teppei. And, as a result, their guilt over the murder causes them to distrust everyone around them before ultimately destroying themselves. And since I'm unable to ask them for help, I ultimately end up killed by Takano's hands. I thought that chain of events could never be broken, so anytime the world went in that direction, I simply called it bad luck and gave up. And yet, Kechi spectacularly overcame that detestable scenario in the previous world through his own beliefs and actions. He saved Satoko and even beautifully ended the mistreatment the villagers used to give her. And then I realized the scenario I always considered the worst case possible actually brought me closer to the goal than ever any before it. In order to reach that, we have to abandon Satoko. In other words, right now, you're asking me to abandon Satoko? When Kechi said that, I couldn't hide my anger, not against Kechi, but against myself, for settling on such a helpless, pitiful, and ruthless idea. Would Satoko be angry if she knew the truth? Would she hold a grudge? Would she hate me? I know it'd be selfish of me to make an excuse like looking at it from the big picture. So, I'm not saying I want you to believe my judgment is right. But unless we find a better way, this is the only choice I can think of. So Kechi, I don't want you getting overly emotional after this. What's more, I'm sure she and Rina will come up with a violent plan in order to save Satoko. No matter what it takes, I want you to use your power to stop this. So... Whoosh. No way. Me? However, Kechi retorted as though my bitterness was none of his concern. I understand what you're trying to say, Rika-chan. But in the end, isn't that just settling? I don't want to do that. That's not how I do things. So, even if your predictions are the truth, Rika-chan, I'm sorry, but I can't. Keiichi. I've heard about how the villagers look at Satoko. They say Satoko's parents support the dam project. But I think it's strange that you believe there's no other way to save her just because of that. There may be another good way. Plus, I don't want that to be the way I win trust of the villagers. We can't fight this enemy unless we unite the entire village. And if we can't beat this enemy, then everyone will be unhappy. And yet, you still insist? Didn't I tell you? I don't believe in that sort of fate.
敵がどういうやつかはまだわからないけど、俺たちの幸せをぶち壊そうとするやつは絶対に許さないし、絶対に負けたりしない。
I still don't know who the enemy is, but I'll never forgive them for trying to destroy our happiness, and I'll never admit defeat.
そのためだったら、村の連中を全員説得して回ることだってしてみせる。
If that's what it takes, I'll even go and persuade the entire village. I lowered my eyes while letting out a disappointed sigh. I thought he was an idiot, but not to this extent. Maybe it would have been better if I hadn't told you. No, I'm glad you told me. Deep down, Rika-chan, you really want to save Satoko from her uncle, don't you? Then, how do you propose we do that? It's obvious. We'll find a way to stop Rina's heist, to prevent Teppei from taking Satoko away. I was slightly disappointed by that expected answer. I've been constantly considering that before coming here. I don't want to abandon Satoko, and even want to think about seeing those empty, lifeless eyes again. I'll feel like I'm being torn apart, but I really can't find another way. How could we possibly make Rina Mamiya give up her plan without causing it to fail or succeed? Keiichi.
リナを殺させず、しかも成功して沖宮から出ていかないようにするためには、リナ自身に盗みを諦めさせなければいけないのです。
In order to prevent the heist and keep Rina from leaving Okinomiya or being killed, we have to convince Rina herself to abandon the plan.
そうなると、警察や園崎組の関係者にも相談できません。
In which case, we can't consult with the police or anyone related to the Sonozaki group.
どうやって防ぐつもりですか?
So, how are you going to prevent it? In response to my inquiry, Keshi laughed and folded his arms, then grinned. How detestable. If he gives his usual I'll keep thinking about it answer, I'll smack him with this bottle. Have you forgotten, Rika-chan? If it's for Satoko's sake, there's one club member who will unquestionably offer to help. Me? When I realized who he was referring to, I lightly sighed. I've already made my assumptions about how that scenario would play out. Indeed, there is a person with connections to the Sonozaki group and a desire to help Satoko under any circumstances. Shion Sonozaki. However, how would we tell Shi? After all, gangsters care about their image above all else. If they found out that some young group members are targeting their safe, they wouldn't let them live. That'll just lead to Rina getting killed in the end. Well, sure, if we told Shion normally, that is. But what if Rina's plan never even begins at all? Me, I don't understand what you mean. I had no idea what he was talking about. Keshi, what on earth are you thinking? But... Well, leave it to me, Rika-chan. I have a good idea. Keshi let out a fearless smile after saying that. When I looked at his face, the guilt I felt about abandoning Satoko, and the disgust I felt over my own helplessness, seemed so foolish, so strange. Okay, Rika-chan? Me. Against my better judgment, I nodded to him. Well, I guess it's fine. This boy proclaimed that fate was as flimsy as a thin sheet of paper. What kind of miracle did he have in store? That I wanted to see. Dun. Oh, we keep going. Oh, I'm gonna do a stretch in my chair here. Ooh, buddy. Ooh, buddy. Stretch. Holy shit. Ugh. I'm so old. I shouldn't be sitting in a chair like this for so long. In one sitting or whatever. But it's fine. I do this for you. And your viewing experience. Alright. Rika-chan and I arrived at the location we discussed with Shion over the phone. Oh.
このブティックの角を曲がって
around the corner past the boutique.
ケイチ、あれなのです。
Keiichi, it's right there. I looked at the shop where Rika-chan was pointing. Sure enough, that was the coffee shop Shion told us about. The glass door was pitch black, so I couldn't tell what it was like inside. I've been to coffee shops with my parents on rare occasions, but something about the atmosphere of this place seemed to drive people away. At least, judging by first impressions, it didn't seem like the sort of place children would be at.
それにしても
Anyway, leave it to Shion to pick such a weird meeting place. Okinomiya is a decent-sized town. Sure has plenty of cute coffee shops that Shion would like. With that in mind, I took another look around just in case this was a misunderstanding, but I didn't see any other coffee shops. I told her we need to keep this secret from Mion and the others, so maybe she's just being cautious. Well, whatever. There were signs taped to the dark windows saying that female customers get discounts on tea on certain days of the week. Oh boy. But even with that, such an odd looking, oh, it's Women's Month or whatever, or Women's Day, whatever. But even with that, it's such an odd looking, dirty little store that I can't imagine they get many female customers at all. As I pondered that, I suddenly noticed that Rika-chan was no longer standing by my side.
Rika-chan?
Rika-chan. I looked up at the store and saw Rika-chan opening the door and walking in without any hesitation. So, quickly followed behind her and opened the dark glass door. Ring. Ring. The bell attached to the door let out a dull sound to announce the new visitors. I was hit by nasty odor the moment I stepped inside. The interior was worse than I imagined. The cigarette smoke made the air somewhat cloudy and muddy. It was less like a coffee shop and more like a pachinko or mahjong parlor. Nevertheless, in contrast to my clear hesitation, Rika-chan walked right up to the host behind the counter and looked up with her usual Nippa smile. The surly-looking host didn't seem surprised or confused and gestured us toward a table in the corner. I looked around the seating area within the store. No matter how I looked at it, this didn't seem like a mere bar you would visit to enjoy a smoke or a coffee. Couldn't see any other customers, but there were plenty of used cups and glasses along the counter by the seats. At any rate, the host put 2 glasses of water that didn't even contain ice on our table, then went back to the counter without waiting to hear our order and turned on the TV.
シオンもひどいところに呼んでくれたな、まったく。
Gee, Shion sure did invite us to a totally awful place. I blurted that out in a voice that just quiet enough so the host couldn't hear. There were ring stains on the table, and it was apparently covered in dust. It didn't seem like it was wiped down at all, so I was hesitant to even rest my elbows on it.
Keiichi.
Keiichi. Rika-chan took a sip of her water and glanced over at the host, then leaned forward to moving closer to me. The smile on her face immediately vanished, and she stared at me with a serious expression as she spoke.
本当にケイイチに任せて大丈夫なのですか?
Is it really okay for me to leave everything to you, Keiichi?
ああ、もちろん。
Yeah, of course.
とりあえず練習はしてきたけど。
I've been practicing for this just to be safe.
リカちゃんも危なくなったらフォローよろしくな。
But I'd still appreciate if you back me up if things got dangerous.
僕には先に教えてくれてもいいと思うのです。
Me, I think it's better if you tell me things beforehand.
内緒にしても意味があるとは思えないのです。
I don't think it makes any sense to keep secrets. God, the track that's playing right now, the music, sounds like... I know we've probably heard it before in Higurashi, but... And I must have thought this before, but I don't think I pointed it. It sounds very much... At least the, like, half of it sounds like an Animal Crossing tune. Like a midday... Whatever. Animal Crossing, you know. You know, Animal Crossing. So what'd you say? I don't think it makes any sense to keep secrets. Rika-chan furrowed her eyebrows as she said that, like she was in a bad mood. I haven't yet told Rika-chan about my secret plan to ask Shion to help in stopping Rina's scheme before it even begins. Part of it was because I still wasn't quite confident in it, but that wasn't the only reason.
正直、俺はまだリカちゃんの言う運命ってやつを信じてない。
To be perfectly honest, Rika-chan, I still don't believe in the fate you told me about. Me.
だから見ててくれないか。
So, I'll show you.
リカちゃんが思うよりも運命は簡単に変えられるものだって証明してみせるからさ。
I'll prove to you that fate is easier to change than you seem to think.
ケイイチは僕の言うことをまだ疑っているのですか？
Keiichi, do you still doubt the things I say?
いや違うな。
No, that's not it.
信じてるからこそ変えられるってことを証明したい。
I do believe you, and that's precisely what I want to prove it can be changed.
別に我慢して受け入れなくても選択肢は山ほどあるってことをな。
That even if you're not willing to endure it, there are still plenty of options available to us.
わかりましたのです。
Understood. Rika-chan whispered that in response, seeming to be convinced for the time being.
それにシオンだってサトコのことが関係してると分かれば真剣に話を聞いてくれるはずだぜ。
Plus, this is about Satoko, so I'm sure Shion will take it seriously.
そのことをちゃんと教えておいた方がいいかもな。
So it's probably for the best to get that across to her. Shion is usually teasing and making fun of her, but she really does care about Satoko. That's why Satoko is genuinely interacting with Shion, even though she acts irritated on the surface. And because of that relationship between them, I felt it would be best to speak frankly with Shion. But Rika-chan didn't seem to agree with that. She was hanging her head like she was troubled.
ケイイチは知らないと思いますが。
Keiichi, I don't think you know this, but
C は目的を一つと決めたらどんな手段を選択することも迷いません。
she is the type of person that won't hesitate to use any means to reach her goals when she decides upon them.
そんな C がもしサトコを苦しめた、あるいはこれから苦しめる相手がいると知ったらどうなりますか？
So if she learned that Satoko is suffering, or would suffer in the future, what do you think she'd do?
きっと間接的なやり方より直接的な手段を選ぶでしょう。
I'm certain she'd opt to handle it in the most direct way possible.
もっと確実で一見効率的だと思える一つの選択で。
The choice. That's the most reliable and efficient way of reaching that goal.
直接的。それって
Most direct way? Do you mean... A terrible thought flashed through me in an instant, and my spine froze over. It was like an awful nightmare. Maybe I experienced that in another world? And, as if to confirm that, Rika-chan looked up at me and nodded.
リナさえいなければ、
Just without Rina.
テッペイさえいなければ、
Just without Teppei.
そう考えた先に行き着く結論は今ケイイチが思いついたものと同じなのです。
The conclusion we arrived at was just as you were imagining now, Keiichi.
そして不幸を回避するために選んだはずの手段がさらに別の不幸につながってしまう。
The means to avoid one misfortune only led to another misfortune.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
そんな世界があったのです。
A world like that really did exist. Rika-chan had a meek expression as she said that. The look on her face seemed like she was remembering something so painful that my chest ached just looking at her.
じゃあサトコのことは黙ってるのか？
So, you want to keep silent about Satoko?
教えてもいいのですが C の間違った優しさに火をつけかねない。
You can tell she, but I'm worried it'll ignite the wrong sort of kindness in her.
それだけはどんなことがあっても絶対にダメなのです。
No matter what, we can't let that happen at any cost.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
C に暴走をさせないことも今日の話では大事なことなのですよ。
It's also important that our conversation today doesn't push she into a berserk rage. Like usual, I didn't understand the intent behind Rika-chan's words, but I braced myself again after seeing her like that. Right. Whether I believe what Rika-chan told me or not, if this Rina woman's plan comes to fruition, she'll probably disappear from Okinomiya regardless of success or failure. And if that's the case, Teppei will return to the Hojo household and take Satoko back for his own livelihood. According to Rika-chan, Satoko's life with her uncle last year was so far beyond awful that the word didn't cut it. Even now, I was still somewhat skeptical of Rika-chan's story. Still, what if there's even a 1% chance that Satoko would suffer this misfortune? And what if I could prevent that misfortune through my own actions? I don't even need to think about it. If Teppei Hojo is erased from this world, it'll come to an end. No, no. I shook my head to cast aside the idea that just came to mind. Certainly feels like a good idea, and it seems like the quickest and most efficient solution, at first glance anyway. Nevertheless, I thought it over again. Was that really for the sake of Satoko's happiness? I said I was doing it for her sake, but somewhere deep in my heart I heard myself screaming that was just to justify my guilty conscience. That's right. For now, leave it to me. Me. Now, from here on, it's my game to win or lose. As I began to think that, I heard the clatter of the bell on the door. Shion? It's a man. When I glanced at the entrance, it was someone else. A rugged-looking man. Perfect for a store like this. He was fully dressed in a black suit with black sunglasses to hide his eyes. His clothing and harsh look made it obvious he wasn't your average civilian. They were clearly an unusual form of intimidation. Even though I say he looks like a bad guy, he's not on the same level as delinquents or scared people. He clearly had an aura of the Yakuza. When the host noticed the man, he rushed to turn off the TV. Then he rubbed his hands together while greeting the man, with an expression completely unlike what he showed to us. Greetings. Welcome. Could he be a regular? Or was there some hierarchy to the relationship? The man in the suit calmly looked over the store, then looked up at the menu board hanging on the wall.
Master.
Host. Yes? What can I do for you? Sweat ran down the host's forehead. He did his best to plaster a tense smile on his sweaty face. He's the host of the store. He should be used to the sort of people who lead an underhanded life. This must be somebody special to make the host this nervous. Do you have Yes? Sweet? Something or other? Are you offering any of those today? Of course we have some. I'll prepare something right away. The host, who was clearly nervous about inadvertently saying something improper, looked relieved as he rushed to the other side of the counter. That guy just said sweets right now, didn't he? All right. I haven't eaten that sweet strawberry compote parfait in a long time. All of a sudden, I heard a bright voice that felt completely out of place in the atmosphere of the store. That voice. Shion. Ki-chan, Rika-chama. Sorry to keep you waiting. Shion emerged from behind the man in the black suit, shouting in a lavish voice. With Shion's appearance, the atmosphere in the cafe seemed to brighten up in an instant. Shion and the man in the suit walked straight toward our table. Hello. We only got here a moment ago. Shion sat down at the table, and the man in black took a seat beside her. He had such an incredible presence. He was emanating a heavy, intimidating aura. Hey, Shion.
Hi?
Yes? About that guy, how do I say this? Huh? I carefully scanned my brain, searching for what else to say. How do I describe this scary-looking Yakuza man? But, before I could say anything, Shion put on a gleeful smile and waved her hand, then spoke up. You mean Kasai? Well, you can think of him as my bodyguard. Bodyguard? Shion must be something of a big deal to travel with a bodyguard. I was once again reminded of the power of the Sonozaki family, even in Okinomiya. The man she called Kasai adjusted his posture, then turned to me and lightly bowed his head without even a hint of a smile. Wow, he didn't even drop his guard while greeting me. My name is Kasai. Seems you're always taking care of Shion-san. I'm the one taking care of them. Isn't that right, Ki-chan?
どうもはじめまして。
Nice to meet you. I'm Kichi. I laughed ambiguously. I was still hesitant to look directly at Kasai while introducing myself, which is to be expected since he's twice as intimidating up close.
どうしました、ケイちゃん。
Is something wrong, Ki-chan?
いや、別に。
No, not really.
そんなに緊張しないでくださいよ。
Don't be so
見
nervous.
た目は怖いけど、いいやつなんですから。
He may look scary, but he's a nice guy.
そうなんだ。
Right.
今日は私一人の予定だったんですけどね。
I was planning to come here alone today.
図書館に変なやつがいるなーなんて思ってたら、これがまた偶然ってなわけで。
But I noticed a weird guy in the library, and it was him. What a coincidence.
財布代わりに連れてきました。
So I brought him as my walking wallet. Walking wallet? How am I supposed to react to that besides laughing?
ね、なかなかいい男だと思いませんか？
See? Don't you think he's a good guy?
リカちゃまも。
What about you, Rika-chama?
スーツの男性は素敵なのです。
Me? Men in suits are great.
それに
Also,
それに
also.
園崎に関係があるお話なのでちょうどよかったのです。
What we came here to discuss involves the Sonozakis, so this is perfect.
園崎に関係のある話？
It involves the Sonozakis.
そうなのです。
That's right. Rika-chan smiled while looking back and forth between Shion and Kasai-san. Shion, on the other hand, tilted her head and shrugged her shoulders.
電話ではちょっと聞きましたけど、どんな話でしょうね。
Did hear a little over the phone, but I'm curious what you want to talk about.
まあとりあえずスイーツでも楽しみましょう。
Well, for now, let's enjoy some sweets. Shion called the surly host over and requested sweets for everyone. Even for Kasai-san and me. Eventually, 4 colorful parfaits that look as good as something from Angel Mort came out, and Rika-chan and Shion immediately began gleefully eating them. If the atmosphere of the store were different, they'd look even more delicious. As I thought that, I used the long spoon to grab a scoop of ice cream. The taste was actually above average. What a surprising discovery. Thinking about it, Shion should be pretty finicky about sweets after working at Angel Mort, so if it's something she specifically requested, then that pretty much guarantees it'll taste good, right? But it's such a bad fit for the store. Really, it's unfortunate. When I glanced at Kasai-san, he was gracefully sipping his coffee without touching his parfait at all. When did he even ask for that coffee?
どうです？意外にいけるでしょう。
How is it? Better than expected?
ここのマスターは見かけによらず、なかなかの腕前なんですよ。
The host here may not look it, but he's actually pretty talented.
美味しいのです。ニパー。
It's delicious. Nipa!
ほら、葛西も一度くらい食べてみなさいよ。
Come on, Kasai. At least try a bite.
こういう機会でもなければスイーツなんて食べること一生に何度あるかわかりませんよ。
If you don't take this opportunity, who knows how many chances you'll have in your lifetime to eat sweets.
お気持ちはありがたいのですが、今日はシオンさんの付き添いですから。
Haha, I'm grateful, but today I'm just here to accompany you, Shion-san.
また次回、女性同伴で来た時に試してみますよ。
I'll try it next time I come here with a woman.
おー、言ってくれますね。
Oh, do tell.
葛西が同伴を許すような女の人って従業員以外でどんな人なんでしょうか。
What kind of women apart from the employees do you spend time with?
ぜひ見てみたいものですよ。
I'd love to see that. Laugh at him! Even after Shion's joke, I couldn't detect any reaction out of him except a slight smile on his lips. They seemed to have a long relationship together, but more than that, I was able to see the depth and strength of him as a man. What a guy. So,
今日はどんなお話なんですか？
what did you want to discuss today? Shion finished her parfait in no time and then spoke up. The atmosphere of this place hardened in an instant. That's right, we came here to talk about something important.
あ、それが。
Right, about that. So, how should I explain it? Oh no! Oh, we gotta see. We gotta see it, right? You know about Teppei, don't you?
何ですかいきなり。
What's this all of a sudden? She unfurled her eyebrows and craned her neck after hearing an unpleasant name. Saying that, Rika-chan sat down her spoon and continued from there.
その鉄平の知人に間宮里奈という女性がいます。
There's an acquaintance of Teppei's, a woman named Rina Mamiya.
知りませんでしたか？
Do you know her?
マミヤリナ
Rina Mamiya.
知らないな。
I don't know her.
それがどうしたんですか？
What about her?
そいつ園崎系列の店で働いているそうなんだけど。
She works at a Sonozaki affiliated bar.
知ってるか？
You really don't know her?
葛西
Kasai? When Shion asked, Kasai-san hung his head and thought about it for a moment, after seemingly getting lost on how to respond. Excuse me, he eventually answered.
おそらく知っている人物かと。
I believe I know who you're referring to.
間宮里奈が何か。
What's this about Rina Mamiya? Kasai-san spoke in a clerical tone. Couldn't read its expression thanks to the sunglasses, but judging by his voice, it seemed like he was feeling suspicious after suddenly hearing Rina's name. Will the two of them be able to take the story seriously? Or more importantly, will they even believe a story based on a wild prediction or premonition? I suddenly started feeling anxious in front of this man called Kasai-san. But this is no time to hesitate. I have to make them believe me. I took a short breath and spoke all at once.
系列の店って園崎に上納金を毎月支払ってますよね。
That bar makes treasury payments to the Sonozakis every month, right?
え
Huh?
ケイちゃん
Ki-chan?
リナがその上納金に手をつけようと計画しています。
Rina is planning to steal those funds.
Huh?
Huh? Shion and Kasai-san looked at one another in bewilderment. A perfectly natural reaction. There's no way they could have expected a story like this to come out of my mouth.
ちょっと待ってください。
Wait a minute.
なんでそんな話ケイちゃんとリカちゃまから。
Why are you and Rika-chama the ones telling us about this?
それは
Well...
それに上納金に手をつけるって穏やかじゃないですよ。
Plus, stealing treasury funds is a brazen move, isn't it?
だいたいそのリナって女は何者ですか？
Who even is this Rina woman? Shion's last question was directed at Kasai-san. He adjusted his glasses while offering her an answer.
間宮里奈。
Rina Mamiya.
店で名乗っている名前ですが、本名かどうかは。
It's a well-known name at the bar, although I'm not sure it's her real name.
フラワーロードの店の一つで働いている従業員です。
She's an employee working at one of the Flower Road establishments.
従業員？あ
Employee? Ah.
あ、でもますますわかんないですよ。
But this is making less and less sense.
どうしてうちの従業員のことをケイちゃんたちが知ってるんです？
Why would Ki-chan and the others know about one of our employees?
あ、いやだから。
Oh, well, that's because... Shion's shrewd eyes darted back and forth between Rika-chan and I. Meanwhile, Kasai-san was carefully staring straight at me, seemed to be verifying the authenticity and intent behind my words.
僕が聞いたのです。
I overheard it. Sensing my difficulty in answering, Rika-chan spoke up in a calm voice while still eating her slowly melting parfait.
え？リカちゃまが？
Huh? You did, Rika-chama?
どこで？
Where?
図書館なのです。
At the library.
なんだか変な人たちとワイワイ楽しそうに話していたのですよ。
She was talking all excitedly with some weird people and making a lot of noise.
図書館？
At the library?
うちの従業員が？
One of our employees?
似合わない。
That doesn't suit them at all.
とっても場違いだったのです。
Me, they seem completely out of place.
だからよく目立っていたのです。
Which is why they stood out to me.
詳しく聞きましょうか。
Would you care to go into more detail? For the first time, Kasai-san leaned slightly forward and carefully listened to what Rika-chan and I had to say. Upon seeing that, Shion started looking a little more serious and turned toward us. Uh-oh.
なるほど。
I see.
確かに気になる話では。
I'm trying to see where the bad end, like where the bad starts. This certainly is a troubling story. Kasai-san quickly listened to Rika-chan's polite explanation, but once her story was over, he simply said that with a nod, then zipped his lips.
で、私たちにどうしろと？
So, what are you asking us to do?
そのリナって女が園崎の上納金を狙えないようにしてくれ。
We need to prevent this Rina woman from going after the treasury funds.
リナが働いているのは 園崎系列の店だから、園崎の力をもってすればリナの動きを封じるくらい簡単だろ。
Reina works at a Sonozaki affiliate bar, so it should be simple enough to stop her with the power of the Sonozakis, right?
まあそりゃ
Well, I suppose.
もしそれが無理でも
Even if that's not possible.
園崎家のシオンには一度話しておいた方がいいかなって。
We thought it seemed like a good thing to tell you, a member of the Sonozaki family.
無関係とは言い難いしさ。
It's hard to say it's irrelevant.
それを言うならなんでお姉に言わないんです？
If that's what you're saying, then why didn't you tell sis?
順序おかしくありませんか？
Don't you think you're going about this in the wrong order?
いや、
No.
こういうのってシオンの方が詳しそうだからな。
Shion, you seem more familiar with this sort of thing.
え？
Huh?
詳しいってどうしてです？
Familiar? Why do you say that?
シオンって園崎の系列の店でいろいろバイトしてるって言ってただろ。
Shion, you do a lot of part-time work at Sonozaki affiliated stores, right?
だからそういう店の実情とか上納金の話とかは逆に詳しいんじゃないかなって。
So it seemed like you'd be better informed about these treasury funds and the inner workings of these stores. I answered completely reflexively, but I was still convinced that reasoning would be considered acceptable. Mion certainly is the effective head of the Sonozaki family, but given the distance to Okinomiya, it seemed like Shion would be more familiar with this sort of topic. What's more, there's a high possibility that threatening movements like these without any proper confirmation would never even reach Mion.
それにシオンならもしかしたらその店で働いてるかもしれないし。
Plus, you might have even worked at this particular place, Shion.
その店ってフラワーロードの？
This place? The one on Flower Road?
私が？
Me?
って働いてるわけないでしょ？
There's no way I'd work there. I nodded over and over to her. I was about to say it was just a joke, but then for some reason Rika-chan joined in.
働いたことはないのですか？
You've never worked there?
ない。
No!
ケイちゃん、リカちゃま、喧嘩売ってますか？
Ki-chan, Rika-chama, did you come here to start a fight?
そんなお店で未成年の私が働いたら一発レッドカードですよ。
If a minor like me worked at a place like that, I'd be kicked out at the spot.
まったく。
Unbelievable.
働きたいと一度頼まれたことはありますがね。
Though she did once ask about working there.
時給がいいからと。
The hourly wages are quite good.
Shut up.
Shut up. So she did consider working there. Thought so.
で、
So, Shion cleared her throat, settled down, then stared straight at me as she said that.
私のバイトの話はともかく、
Setting my part-time job aside.
ケイちゃんたちの目的とかメリットは？
What's your objective here, Ki-chan? How does this benefit you?
目的？
Objective.
メリット？
Benefit.
リナにうちの上納金をくすねさせなければ、ケイちゃんたちにはメリットがあるんでしょ？
Preventing Rina from taking this money must benefit you too in some way, right?
それは何ですか？
What could it be?
ぜひとも聞きたいものですね。
I'd love to hear it.
それは。
Well...
だいたいどうしてケイちゃんたちがそんな話を知っているのか。
Why do you two even know this story in the first place?
ケイちゃんたちはリナって女とどう関係してるのか。
Do you guys have any connection to this Rina woman?
その女の動きを封じる目的は何なのか。
What's the point of stopping your plan?
ことが大きいだけに、それがはっきりしないと。
Sorry.
悪いですけど、言う通りには従いませんよ。
Sorry, but I can't do as you ask unless you make it clear why this is a big deal. Got stuck thinking on how to respond to that. Shion is quick-witted, so of course she wouldn't believe right away. I myself only half believe it, so there's not much that that can be done about it. Wait, so there's... Should I just go and pick, like... I mean, now I picked already the wrong, so am I already fucked at this point, or should I... Maybe... Is it like a situation where to pass you would have to get both questions correct or something? I'm gonna go with the right one now. I'm gonna ask Kasai-san about Rina's situation. Let's see what happens. We're back on track. Let's just get back on track, you know? This one, the bad answer was taking quite some time, you know? So maybe... I turned the argument around and asked Kasai-san about it.
最近そのリナって女性の身辺に おかしなところはありませんか？
Have you noticed anything strange about this Rena woman these days?
おかしなとは？
Something strange?
例えば、大して出勤もしていないのに、金遣いが最近とっても荒くなっているとか。
For example, maybe she's been spending money like water even though she doesn't show up for work very often.
見慣れない連中と付き合い始めているようだとか。
Or maybe she's been starting to associate with unfamiliar people. Kasai-san stopped to think deeply for a while, organizing his thoughts. Then, he slowly turned towards Shion and waited for her to nod before opening his mouth.
そういう話ならば。
If it's as you say.
葛西、心当たりでもあるんですか？
Kasai, does that ring any bells?
はい。
Yes. That response felt reassuring.
リナは最近金の貸し借りで同僚とトラブルがあったとかで店にはあまり顔を出さなくなりました。
Rina's been having lending troubles with her colleagues, and yet she's coming to work less and less often.
同僚だけではなくあちこちで相当借金を作っていたようでリナの名前を聞いていい顔をする人間はほとんどいません。
And it seems she has accumulated considerable debt not just among her colleagues, but everywhere. So there are very few people pleased to hear her name.
でもそれだけじゃ。
But if that's all it is...
ええ、まあ。
Yes, well...
ですが、クラブの若い衆の何人かと妙につるんだりして、金もないだろうに変だと思っていたところなんです。
However, even with her lack of money, she's been strangely popular with some of the younger club members. I've been thinking that's odd.
借金があるのに羽振りがいい。
She's prospering despite her debt?
ってわけね。
Is that what you're saying?
あともう一つ。
And there's one more thing.
図書館で見かけたという話ですが、実は私も聞いておりました。
To be honest, I'd also heard about her being spotted in the library.
意外だとは思ってましたが。
I thought it was strange, but...
そう聞けば、そうか。なるほど。
After hearing this, I understand. Kasai-san nodded as if he had quickly reached a conclusion. When Shion-san saw that, she spoke up.
ちょっと葛西？
Hold on, Kasai.
リカちゃまとケイちゃんの言うこと真に受けてるんですか？
Are you really willing to accept what Rika-chan and Ki-chan are telling us?
もしもということがあります。
It's possible there's something there.
それに、上納金においそれと手をつけられては、組としてのメンツもある。
And it would be dishonorable for us if treasury funds could be so easily embezzled.
あ、すみません、葛西さん。
Excuse me, Kasai-san. I couldn't help but interrupt as soon as I heard the word dishonorable.
できれば、リナには何もしないでもらいたいんです。
If at all possible, I don't want to do anything to Rina.
何も？
Nothing?
それはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by that? Kasai-san's eyes suddenly lit up. I felt intimidated and caught my breath, but I absolutely had to say this.
殺さないでほしい。
I don't want you to kill her.
そういう意味です。
That's what I mean.
え？
Huh?
あのね、ケイちゃん。
Ki-chan.
言ってる意味、全然わかんなくなってきてるんですけど。
I have no idea what you're talking about. Shion's dubious frown was on full display as she glared at me to vent her displeasure. That made sense. Not only am I an outsider interfering with the inner workings of a gang, but I'm asking them to spare the life of a stranger who isn't even worth saving. They can't help but be baffled. But before I could do anything, Kasai-san gently adjusted his glasses and made a cold assertion.
あいにくですが、それはお断りします。
Unfortunately, I must refuse.
そんな三下どもに舐められては、ヤクザ者のメンツが立たない。
It would be a disgrace as a Yakuza to let small fries like that make fools of us.
それなりの報いを受けるのが、この世界の掟というものです。
The rules of this world dictate they pay the appropriate price for their actions. He responded as expected. After all, you're only strict with something you need to be strict about. But, even so, being able to speak my piece directly to the concerned parties does make this go easier than anticipated, because it allows me to accurately convey my intentions.
それは分かっています。
I understand that.
でも、お願いします。
But, please.
奴らを許すとかじゃなく、このこと自体をなかったことにしてほしいんです。
I don't want you to forgive them. I want this to never have happened at all.
なかったこと
Never happened at all?
それは無理というものです。そもそも
That's simply impossible. First off,
つまりリナたちが盗みの実行を最初から諦めれば金も取られずメンツも失われない。
in other words, if Rina and the others give up on that heist before it even begins, if the money is never actually taken, then your image won't be defaced.
そうですよね。
Isn't that so?
まあそれは
Well, perhaps.
で話の腰を折って申し訳ありませんが
So, I apologize for interrupting, but
そこで私たちの当然の疑問ってわけです。
that raises a natural question.
どうしてケイちゃんたちはそのリナなんて悪徳人を助けてやろうって考えたんですか？
Ki-chan, why are you trying to help a wicked person like Rina? No, you can't tell her about Satoko. I became invested after talking with Rika-chan.
リカちゃんに
So many
相
choices.
談を受けてさ、
Rika-chan spoke to me about it.
なんとか穏便にことを済ませる方法がないかなって。
She asked if there might be a peaceful way to resolve this.
そうなのです。
That's right.
あまり大ごとにするのは良くないと思ったのですよ。
I thought it would be bad if this became too big of a deal. Rika-chan quietly cut in to back up my story. However, Shion was stubbornly staring at us, with her head tilted, still trying to gauge our true intentions.
正直そこまで赤の他人をかばい立てする意図が全くわかりません。
To be perfectly honest, I can't understand why you're going so far to cover for a complete stranger.
心象出没は仁義の上では当然のルールですよ。
Isn't the natural law of this world that the good are rewarded and the bad are punished? Now that's come to this, I have no choice. Knowing she'll find me extremely suspicious, I tell her the truth.
そのリナってのはサトコにひどいことをしていたおじ。
That Rina woman is connected to Satoko's awful uncle.
鉄平と深い関係にある。
She's deeply involved with Teppei. Oh no!
はい？
Oh?
それどういうことです？
What do you mean by that? I stammered for a moment, thinking about how to best explain it. I didn't know much about it myself, so would she take it in a weird way if I didn't explain it well enough?
リナはその鉄平とつるんでいるのです。
Rina and Teppei are indeed a couple. Kasai-san chimed in to address Shion's confusion.
北条鉄平が札付きのゴロ付きなのはご存知だと思います。
I think you already know this, but Teppei Hojo is something of a notorious thug.
そしてこの沖宮で生活を営んでいます。
And he lives here in Okinomiya.
それで
So?
リナはどうやら鉄平と組んで結婚詐欺を生業にしているようでして。
Apparently Rina has been working with Teppei to earn their living via a marriage fraud scheme. In short, the woman finds an easy mark to get romantically involved with. Then once they get in good together, the man rolls up saying, "Get your hands off my woman," and starts demanding financial compensation.
近頃ではリナと組んでの詐欺行為が北条鉄平の唯一の収入源のようですね。
These fraud schemes with Rina are apparently Teppei Hojo's only source of income these days.
要は北条鉄平がリナに生活を依存してるってことか。
In other words, Teppei Hojo's livelihood depends on Rina. Shion nodded and made a face that seemed to show she understood.
もしそのリナが金を持ってとんずらしたらどうなる？
What if Rina were to run away after taking the money?
リナが上納金を持って沖宮の町から
If
とん
Rina
ず
were
らしたら、
if Rina were to take the treasury funds and leave Okinomiya,
いや落とし前つけられて消されても収入源を失った鉄平は即路頭に迷う。
rather, even if she were to be eliminated as payback for that, Teppei's only source of income would disappear, and he'd immediately end up in the gutter.
家賃だってすぐに払えなくなるし生活にも困る。
Before long, he wouldn't be able to pay his rent, and he'd have trouble with day-to-day life.
まあそうでしょうね。
Well, that's true, but
そうしたら北条鉄平はひなみ沢の家に戻るしかない。
if that were to happen, Teppei Hojo would have no choice but to return to his house in Hinamazawa.
そうなったら聡子はその鉄平に連れ戻される。
And then he would take Satoko back to live with him.
その結果どういうことが想像できる？
The end result, I'm sure you can imagine. Shion's complexion changed the moment she heard that. Rika-chan and Shion both know better than me how Satoko was treated by her uncle. Satoko had finally regained her vitality after living together with Rika-chan, so if she were to start living with her uncle again and end up back in the same situation as last year, it was easy to imagine how it would turn out. Ki-chan, you're overthinking it. This sounds like something from a TV drama. After a brief silence, Shion let out a dry laugh like it was just a joke, but I could see the deep bloodlust in her eyes. The man who tormented Satoko and drove her into a corner is still out there. She overlooked him after he fled to Okinonomiya, but she never forgave him, and he's still out there selfishly doing as he pleases. Of course, it's unforgivable, and so she'll kill him right along with this Rina lady. Indeed, I understood perfectly well those dark emotions swirling around in Shion's mind. Shion. What is it, Ki-chan? It's alright. I've been listening carefully. Shion said that, but her gaze was focused in a completely different direction, like she felt there was no longer any need to continue this conversation. Afterwards, we made some chit-chat and then left the store. We were all engaging in a friendly manner, but I was really worried about the look on Shion's face when she left. Oh no, I feel like this is the result of the bad choice I made. I think if I chose one bad choice. I noticed a disturbing expression on Shion as we parted ways. I was really worried about it, so I called Mion as soon as I got home. Then I briefly explained what I told Shion that afternoon, and asked her to make sure Shion didn't do anything hasty. Naturally, Mion was confused at first, but she knew everything Satoko went through last year, so she quickly understood the situation. And she promised to keep an eye on Shion starting immediately. And with that, I guess it'll be fine for now. The moment I thought that, and just as I was about to go up the stairs, the phone began to ring. It was Mion. Apparently, Shion had gone missing. Oh, I could tell. Fuck! I could tell from the attention in Mion's voice that I brought about the worst case scenario. Fucking hell. Fucking hell. A few days later. No, I technically did want to see the bad ending, but it's probably that. You had to choose at all three choices the correct choice, or the bad thing happens. Rina Mamiya and Teppei Hojo's corpses were discovered in the village gutter. As Rika-chan and I stared at the scene dumbfounded, Shion came over, calling out to us in her typical carefree voice. Killing the two of them was the quickest solution, right? Shion said that with a daring grin, and her eyes were shining in an eerie dark red hue. However, things didn't play out as Shion expected. Oh, Detective Oishi had been vigorously or rather obsessively investigating the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamazawa, and this only deepened his suspicions of the Sonozaki family. Fuck. And when the Sonozaki family head, Oryu, saw a serious situation was getting, she made the decision to throw Shion into the Sonozaki family dungeon. Oh, no! However, Shion anticipated that development and over-enthusiastically killed Oryu instead. Then she couldn't find Mion, the only witness to the crime, in the dungeon, and then she disguised herself as Mion to appear before us. Oh, fuck. Mion, or actually Shion in disguise, told us about this in the secret room in the basement. Some of the only people who know the truth of what Shion had done, Rika-chan and I. Oh. Had to be killed to keep us quiet. Oh. Well, good thing I saved. I brought it upon myself. Good job. Good job, me. Oh, but I'm curious then, is it going to be the same repeated dialogue for after the other choices I made? You know what I mean? Like the correct ones? So then, how should I explain? Do you know someone named Rina? Is this one going to be different? Let's see this. Huh? What's this all of a sudden? Shion's eyes opened a little wide as she tilted her head to the side. Seeing that, Rika-chan set down her spoon and continued from there. This is about a woman named Rina Mamiya who works at a Sonozaki affiliated bar. Sonozaki affiliate bar? Rina? I don't know her. Kasai? Kasai-san thought it over for a moment. After seemingly getting lost on how to respond, he eventually answered.
おそらく知っている人物かと。
I believe I know who you're referring to.
間宮里奈が何か。
What's this about Rina and Mamiya? Kasai-san spoke in a clerical tone. Can read his expression. So does the game know that I already saw this? Let's see. Aha!
詳しく。
Aha!
だから
Well, great.
ことが大きいだけにそれがはっきりしないと悪いですけど言う通りには従う。では
Everything is good.
言ってる。どうしてケイちゃんたちはその
リカちゃんに
新章出売
In theory, it should stop
それどこのテレ
once
ビ
it
ドラ
gets
マ
to
の
something
話
new,
ですか
right? Yes, okay. This is great. Look at that. We're fine. A crisis averted. So.
シオンそれはやめてくれ。
Shion, stop that.
え
Huh?
どうしようもないクズだ。
He's a total piece of shit. Plain and simple.
殺されても喜ぶ奴はいても悲しむ奴はいないだろ
Killing him probably would make some people happy, and nobody would be sad about it.
う。でも俺たちがそんな最低野郎と関わる必要はない。
But we don't need to get involved with a bastard like that.
そんな奴のためにお前のその手をサトコやお前のためにも汚してもらいたくないんだ。
I don't want you dirtying your hands on a jackass like that. For Satoko's sake, and for yours.
変な言いがかりですね。
That's a weird accusation.
私がどうしてそんな風に考えたと？
Why would you even think I was considering that?
俺も考えたからさ。
Because I considered it too.
ついさっきな。
Just a little while ago. Shion's eyes opened wide, and then she fell silent.
たとえ誰かのためって言葉を付け加えても犯罪はどこまで行っても犯罪にしかならないと思う。
No matter what sort of crime it is, and even if you say it's for someone else's sake, I think a crime is still nothing but a crime.
だから俺たちは正しいやり方でサトコを幸せにしてやろうぜ。
So, we need to make Satoko happy by doing things the right way.
その方がサトコも喜んでくれるんじゃないかな。
Don't you think that's what would make Satoko happiest too?
もうですか。
Her too?
え？
Huh?
なんでもないです。
It's nothing.
それはそうと、どうやってなかったことにするつもりですか？
Anyway, how do you plan to accomplish this without resorting to that?
まさかあいつらを説得するとでも？
Don't tell me you're going to persuade them.
いや、簡単だ。
No, it's simple.
シオン、それと葛西さん、
Shion and Kasai-san,
頼みがあります。
I have a favor to ask.
何でしょうか。
Such as?
園崎組の事務所の鍵、全部取っ替えてください。
Please replace all locks on the Sonozaki Group's office.
今日中に。
Today. Huh? Shion, Kasai-san, and even Rika-chan beside me all stared at me stunned. At any rate, that reaction alone made it all worth it.
ちょっと待ってくださいよ。
Hold on.
そんなのいきなり言われたって、業者さんの手配だけでも数日はかかりますよ。
Even if you tell us that right now, won't it take a few days to arrange that with a contractor?
ああ、だから鍵を変えるっていうよりも。
Right, so rather than replacing the locks themselves,
ドアごと変えてくれ。
just replace the doors.
例えば、隣のホームが似た部屋とか。
For example, swap them with a similar looking one next door.
ドアの付け替えなら、日曜大工の延長で可能だろ？
If you replace the doors that way, wouldn't it become more of a do-it-yourself job?
いやまあ。
Yes, well,
そりゃ数十分もあれば。
it would likely take just half an hour or so.
理由は、
And as for a reason,
例えば、立て付けが悪いから隣と入れ替えて様子を見るってことで。
you could, for example, say that the doors are poorly fitted, so you're trying to swap them to see if that makes it better.
あ、これはもちろん、リナたちには秘密だぜ。
Oh, and of course, this needs to stay secret from Rina and her group, okay?
ですが、失礼ですが前原さん。
Indeed. But pardon me, Maibara-san.
連中はおそらくキーチェーンごと盗み出した可能性があります。
There's a good chance they stole the entire keychain.
一つがダメだったら他の鍵を試してみるのでは？
If one key doesn't work, wouldn't they just try the other keys?
葛西さん、知ってますか？
Kasai-san, don't you know?
コピーしたての鍵ってものすごく回しにくいんですよね。
Newly copied keys are harder to turn, right?
まあ、確かに。
Well, that's certainly true.
つまりこうです。
Basically, it would go like this.
連中は鍵が合わなければひたすら焦る。
If the key doesn't work, they'll immediately start to panic.
そして間違いじゃないかと思って他の鍵を試してみてもコピーした鍵は引っかかりやすいし、極度の緊張状態だから手が震えて違うと勝手に思い込む。
And even if they try the other keys thinking it was just a mistake, the copied key is likely to get caught. And with the extreme tension of the situation, their hands will be shaking, and they'll start thinking it's the wrong key.
そして試行錯誤してるうちに勝手に解釈する。
After a little bit of trial and error, they'll come to one conclusion.
この鍵全部が違うところの鍵なんじゃないかって。
They'll think all these keys are for somewhere completely different.
嘘。
No way. Reality isn't always the same as math. What happened was worse than my worst case scenario. None of the keys worked at all.
そして連中は責任の押し付け合いを始める。
And then her colleagues will start demanding they cut their losses.
で、その日は結局出直しってことで退散。
So in the end, they'll retreat for the day.
その上で業者を呼んで鍵を取り替えれば全て解決。
And after all that, you can call a contractor to have the locks replaced.
どうでしょうか。
How does that sound?
あれ？
Huh? The three of them all stared at me in silence. Could it be there's some serious flaw in my plan? But, surprisingly enough... Oh, the silence was broken by Rika-chan's laughter coming from right beside me. Ki-chan, nice one.
なんかドアを前に孫ついて言い争いしてる連中の顔想像したらめっちゃ笑えますよ。
Just imagine the looks on their faces while they argue in front of the door is hilarious. Right, Kasai? Right.
いや、笑い事ではないんですがね。
But this is nothing to laugh about. Even Shion was holding her sides and roaring with laughter. It was hard to gauge Kasai-san from behind his sunglasses, but he seemed puzzled. I didn't come up with the idea just to get a laugh out of it.
葛西、ここは言う通りにしてみましょう。
Kasai, let's do as he suggested.
え？
Huh?
いや、しかし。
Wait, but... Shion wiped the tears from her eyes as she proposed that to him, but Kasai-san, on the other hand, had a sober expression like he was deep in thought. Well, that made sense. As far as Kasai-san was concerned, simply planning this robbery was a dishonorable act of betrayal. Can't be easy for him to accept simply overlooking it.
もう固いこと言わずに。
No need to be so stiff.
なんだか面白そうじゃないですか。
Don't you think it sounds fun?
責任は私が持ちますから。
Plus, I'll take responsibility for it, alright?
責任と言われても、シオンさんにどんな。
Even if you say you'll take responsibility, Shion-san, how do you...
はあ、わかりました。
Understood.
シオンさんがそう言うのでしたら。
If Shion-san says so, then so be it. Kasai-san let out a sigh and voiced his agreement. I bet Shion is always pushing him around like this. Still, I have to thank her for helping me.
ケイちゃんのいたずら、ほんと最高ですよ。
Ki-chan, your pranks really are the best.
実際に近くまで見に行きたいくらいです。
It's so good that I really want to see this up close.
言ってもいいけど捕まえるなよ。
You can go, but don't try to catch them.
それじゃあ話がぶち壊しだ。
If you do, this whole plan will fall apart. Shion responded with an understood while raising one hand like she was reciting an oath. Kasai-san also looked different from before as he picked up the banana from his melting parfait and took a bite.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
よろしくお願いしますのです。
I hope everything goes well. Rika-chan deeply bowed to Shion and Kasai-san. I rushed to do the same. We picked up the rest of our the ice cream was almost completely melted, but the strawberries and bananas were still plenty fresh. I stirred my long spoon around to find the treasure hidden underneath the melted ice cream. Shion had already finished eating hers and ordered another. Rika-chan was enjoying eating at her own pace, carefully spooning the melted ice cream into her mouth. Since then, no one said another word about Rina. We had a lively, innocent conversation about topics like a new shop that opened at Okinoya train station, or a new album being released by a favorite singer. Kasai-san sipped his coffee while watching over us. Eventually, Kasai-san covered the bill and we all left the restaurant.
Shio, Kasai-san.
Shion, Kasai-san.
今日はありがとう.
Thank you for today. I bowed to the two of them once more. In the end, I was very grateful that Kasai-san came here today.
もしものことがあれば、こちらにも不利益が出る話ですので。
If worst comes to worst, we'll be the ones who will pay the price after all.
ありがとうなのです。二人とも。
Me, thank you, both of you. Rika-chan bowed down as well, and then smiled.
それじゃあ、俺たちはこれで。
Alright, we'll be going now.
あ、ケイちゃん
Oh, Ki-chan. Just then, Shion stopped me right as I was about to turn my back.
ケイちゃん
Ki-chan,
ついでだから教えておきます。
by the way, there's something I need to tell you.
その、鉄平ってやつのこと。
About Teppei.
さっき、帰り際にマスターから聞いたんですが、
I heard from the host on the way out.
鉄平とその相方のリナ、最近また大口のカモを見つけたって言っていました。
He said that Teppei and his partner Rina recently found a new target.
それがどうかしたのか?
Oh? What about it?
その相手の名字が
The target's last name
竜宮だそうです。
is Ryugu. Ba-da-da-da! Whoosh. Before I could react, Rika-chan gasped in astonishment. Ryugu? Could it be that Rina was targeting Rina's father with her marriage fraud scheme?
ここであれが来るなんて。
So, that is happening here too.
神様ってやっぱり性悪なのかしら。
Can God really be so cruel? Rika-chan clenched her fists. What a sound effect there. Nightfall was fast approaching. Alright, I think I can keep going, but I need to take just a little bit of a BRB to get some water and maybe grab like a quick bite to eat here really quick. Oh, let's read the tip first. But what I'll do is, if you're watching live, I would say like maybe like 10-minute BRB. If you're watching this VOD, I'll probably actually pause the VOD itself, so it'll only be like less than a minute in between when I take the little break. But I just need to take a quick bite, probably. I'm not eating all day. Get some water, stuff like that. Moving blunder. What is this? Who's the moving blunder? Huh? Does anyone know anything about the package that was here?
そこにあった大型家具ですか? それでしたら今さっき東島さんがトラックに積み込んで配送に出ちゃいましたよ。
Oh, you mean a large piece of furniture? That's what you're looking for. Tojima-san loaded on the truck earlier and it was already out for delivery.
ここにあったのって明日配送の指定が入っていただろ?
Huh?
持って行ったら相手先に怒られるぞ.
Huh? But wasn't it specifically scheduled for delivery tomorrow? If the customer sees it today, they'll be upset.
そうなんですか? でももう2時間も前に出ちゃいましたし。
Really? But it went out 2 hours ago.
まったく。なんでこんな初歩的ミスをしたんだ? 東島君はうちじゃかなりのベテランのはずだろ.
Unbelievable. How can we make such a basic mistake? Isn't Tojima-kun supposed to be a seasoned veteran?
ああ、それですけど、何でも先方から電話があって今日にしてほしいって言ってきたそうですよ。東島さん、勝手な客だってプリプリして運び込んでいましたから。
Oh, well, yes, but seems we received a call from the recipient requesting to do it today. So Tojima-san angrily obliged the customer's selfish request.
そうなのか? でもその日はどうしても不在でダメだから避けてくれって何度も内容されたって百貨店の担当が言ってたんだぞ.
Huh? Really? But the department store manager told us over and over that we had to avoid delivering today since nobody would be available, didn't they?
事情はわかりませんけどね。お客さんは神様って言ってもこっちにも都合があるんですからもう少し配慮してほしいもんですよ。
I don't know the details. I know the customer's always right, but I wish they'd consider the trouble they're causing us for once.
まったくだ。それで その困った配送先の客の名前は？
Absolutely. So, what's the name of the recipient of this troublesome delivery?
あ、これですね。名字は竜宮さんですね。住所は
Oh, here it is. Last name is Ryu-san. Address is... Alright. Alright with that. Alright, back out there. Okay, I'll save just for safety's sake. Alright. Like I said, give me about 10 minutes at most. Throw up a BRB here. I'll be back. We'll continue reading. I can still go. And yeah, like I said, the VOD watchers, it'll be, I'd say, less than a minute. Because I'll pause the actual recording, so be back very shortly. Alright, recording unpaused. Stream back. Let's see if we can get a couple more hours here of Higurashi. A big Higurashi stream. A big needed Higurashi stream. Let's continue. Let's keep going. Oh, sad music already. It wasn't like it was her fault. She was very seriously and bravely fought against fate because she wanted to protect what she held dear, because she didn't want to lose it. That was her amazingly strong and dignified kindness, and her love. But she realized she thought too hard about wanting to love someone. As such, she forgot how to be loved and ended up alone.
リカちゃんにもできる努力があったのにしなかった。
There was something you could have done for him, but you didn't. Rina's words from back then suddenly came back to me. It was a shock like being splashed with cold water. In that moment, I couldn't say anything back, like I was completely frozen. Her words denounced my failure to make an effort last year, and now I can only look back on the scars of those past memories. The regret, disappointment, and guilt couldn't be put into words. Even now, they blame me, and I feel deep pain every time I see Satoko remembering Satoshi. At that time, if only I had the power to break my destiny. No, if only I had the determination and will to do it. Then the tragedy Rina caused would never have begun at all.
それ本当か?
Is that true? Rina experienced the tragedy in a previous world. A sorrowful world that drove Rina to protect her home. Her father was being deceived in a marriage scam designed to rob him, so Rina murdered Rina Mimiya and her accomplice Tepe Hojo with their own hands. What's worse, the story didn't end there. Her guilt and regret fostered paranoia, making her distrust her friends, eventually leading to tragedy. Ah, look at those.
確かにありえない話じゃないな。
That's certainly not an unthinkable story.
そんな奴らに家族をめちゃくちゃにされたら、俺だってそう考えるかもしれない。
If those people were messing with my family, I'd probably be thinking the same thing.
それに、やっぱり罪を償わずに隠したんじゃ、不安と疑心暗鬼でおかしくなっちまうかもな。
And keeping a sin like that hidden, without ever atoning for it, would probably drive you mad with anxiety and doubt.
信じてくれるのですか?
Me, so you believe me?
まあ、運命ってより、その可能性をな。
Well, I don't think it's destiny, but there's a possibility she'll do it.
リカちゃんの予言するその未来ってのは、もしかしたら現実になるかもしれないことだ。
Rika-chan, the future predicted could very well become reality.
だから当然だろ。
So isn't that only natural? When we talked on the way back from the coffee shop, Kechi believed in me yet again. He's maddeningly simple-minded, and too soft for his own good. But, more than anything else, I was deeply thankful for that kind receptiveness, like a piece of cotton gently soaking in the water around it.
じゃあ、 レナにそのことを注意しておかないとな。
Then we'll have to warn Rina of that.
と、リカちゃん
Oh, Rika-chan.
何ですか？
What is it?
まさかまたこのまま見過ごした方がいい
You're not thinking
なんて考えてないよな。
that'd be better if we overlooked this again, are you?
僕はそんな意地悪さんではないのです。
Me, I'm not that malicious a person. I puffed my cheeks and glared at Kechi. I realized it was just a joke, but I was still a little upset. I wish he'd hurry up and fix that Shion-like persistence of his.
とりあえず事実は伝えた方がいいのです。
For the time being, I think it's best to share all the facts.
でも
However, I suddenly spoke up about what was nagging at my heart.
もしレナが家族のことを大切に思っているなら
If Reina considers her family truly precious to her,
ちゃんと僕たちの言うことを冷静に聞いてくれますでしょうか。
do you think she's going to calmly listen to what we have to say?
え、それどういう意味だ？
Huh? What do you mean by that?
正直レナはリナのことを嫌っていると思います。
Honestly, I think Reina hates Rina. Reina hates Rina.
でも前にエンジェルモートで見かけた時はそれを押し隠して父親の気持ちを守ろうとしていました。
But when I saw her at Angel Mort earlier, she was trying to keep that fact hidden to spare her father's feelings.
そんなレナがリナが父親を実は騙していたと知ったらどう考えるでしょうか。
So if she were to find out that Rina was only deceiving her father, how do you think she would react? I grew more and more anxious while making my own predictions. Rina is normally bright, cheerful, and friendly, but when she gets angry, her emotions erupt like a raging inferno, and she loses all self-control. And she's as quick to take action as Kechi, but to put it in a bad way, she has a tendency to rampage. Rina certainly has been blaming herself, thinking she caused her parents' divorce. Her home was broken because she didn't put in enough effort to protect it. I kind of remember her saying that in a previous world. So if Rina learns that her father is being swindled by a terrible woman, she'll probably use any available means to wipe her away and protect him. In other words, we ourselves could be pushing Rina to cause a tragedy.
火に油を注ぐという言葉もあります。
There's a saying about adding fuel to a fire.
もしこのことを教えたらレナは敵意をそのまま殺意に変えてしまうのではないでしょうか。
Reina's hostility could turn to murderous intent if we tell her about this, don't you think?
だからちゃんと話し合えばいいんじゃないか。
Then, isn't that why we need to properly talk this over?
それに相手を殺しても何の解決にもならないし、それどころか不幸になるってことくらいレナにだってわかるさ。
I believe Rina will understand that killing her enemy won't solve her problems, and that'll only make her even more unhappy.
ケイチは楽観的に考えすぎなのです。
Keiichi, you're far too optimistic.
リカちゃんが悲観的なのかもしれないぞ。
Or maybe you're too pessimistic, Rika-chan. Got her. Got her ass. Without even knowing my concerns. How naive.
それに
Plus, sensing my misgivings, Kechi suddenly stopped smiling at me and spoke up.
レナってさ、確かに一度思い込んだら意外に頑固なところがある。
Rina can be surprisingly stubborn when she gets an idea in her head.
っていうより自分自身でそう思い込んでいるところがあるよな。
Or rather, she's the one who convinces herself of that idea.
思い込んで
Convinces herself?
ああ、
Right.
レナは自宅のコレクションとか作ってきた弁当のこととか可愛いモードとか自分のキャラを積極的に出してくるだろ。
Whenever it comes to treasure hunting, the lunches she's made, or going into cute mode, she becomes assertive, right?
だけど時々それが行き過ぎてその理想像から外れると全てダメ。
But sometimes she
他の人には
goes...
受け入れてもらえない。
But sometimes she goes too far, taking it as gospel that any deviation from the ideal is forbidden, because she believes it makes her unfriendly to others.
なんて実際は勝手な思い込みなんだけど、
It's actually her own arbitrary assumption.
そこまで自分をアイドルみたいに作らなくてもいいのにな。
Even though she doesn't need to create an image for herself like an idol.
そうなのですか。
Is that so? So Kechi realized even that? I didn't notice it at all. Like an idol, huh? When you put it like that, I can agree. We all hide our nasty sides, but we don't consider them an inferiority or anything, because that's perfectly natural. But for some reason, Rina's obsessed with keeping herself clean, trying her hardest to be a good girl. And that led to the past tragedy, going on a rampage without talking to anyone.
だから俺がレナってなんか元気がないなって感じるのは逆に色々と振る舞ってみせる時だ。
So, I've noticed that when Rina isn't feeling well, that's when she behaves in the most over-the-top manner.
特に最近ミートボール弁当を異常なくらいにたくさん作っていただろ。
Especially recently. You remember all those meatballs she made for lunch?
俺はなんとなくだけどあれって寂しい気持ちを外とのつながりで中和しているように見えてさ。
I'm not sure, but I get the feeling she's trying to bury her loneliness by connecting with others.
逆に家で何かあったのかなって感じた。
So, I feel like something must have happened at home.
なんだか難しいのです。
That sounds complicated.
昔さ、
Back in the day,
東京の時にいたんだよ、そういうやつ。
when I lived in Tokyo, I knew someone like that.
突然約束とか前触れもなしに漫画とかおもちゃを持ってきて仲良し同士で盛り上がるんだけど、なんだか必死な感じだった。
He'd come over without any prior notice to show off some new comics or toys, and we'd have lots of fun hanging out together, but somehow he seemed desperate.
後で聞いたら、そいつそういう時の前日に決まって親と喧嘩したりトラブルがあったりしたって聞いたな。
I later heard he always acted like that he always acted like that the day after he had a fight or some sort of trouble with his parents. When you're feeling insecure, perhaps it makes you want to confirm your own sense of existence.
そういうものでしょうか。
Me, so that's how it is.
サトコもきっとそれを感じたんじゃないかな。
Satoko must have felt the same way, don't you think?
でなきゃ泊まりに行くなんていきなり言い出さないと思う。
She had to. Otherwise, I don't think she would have suddenly asked to stay over at her house.
実際俺たちみんな気にしてたからさ。
Honestly, we've all been aware of it. I hung my head, feeling embarrassed. It's inexcusable, but I had no idea. I just thought Satoko's sleepover was a spur-of-the-moment thing. Everyone is putting a lot of thought into these things, genuinely thinking about their friends and doing their best to be strong for them. I've had thousands of encounters with them up until now, but have I ever really tried to think about or understand my friends to this extent?
すごいのです。ケイチも
Keiichi.
サトコも
Keiichi, you and Satoko are amazing.
見習わないといけないのです。
I need to learn from your example.
まあそんなに口で言うほど大したことはしてないけどな。
Well, it's not so big of a deal to merit that.
だけどどんな時でもその時の全力で力になる。
But if the time comes, I'll do everything in my power to help.
それが仲間ってもんだろ。
That's what friends are for, right? Keiichi smiled to me as he said that. I hated to admit it, but the Keiichi of this world was far more mature than I.
さて、このことをどうやって伝えるのがレナにとって一番かだよな。
So, what's the best way to communicate this to Rina?
そうだな。
Let's see.
信頼して自分から話しに来てもらうのを待つという手もあるのです。
We could wait until she has confidence to discuss it with us. Keiichi looked troubled, so I gently made a suggestion. In fact, even in the previous world, this problem was solved just by Rina having a talk with Mion. As long as Rina still deeply trusts her friends, our current concerns are nothing but needless anxiety. But there's still a possibility that it'll have the opposite effect.
まあ確かに。
True?
それも一つの手だよな。
That's certainly an option.
レナは僕たちの仲間なのです。
Rina's our friend.
仲間だったらレナのことをもっと信頼してあげてもいいと思うのですよ。
And since we're friends, I think we can trust her more. However, Keiichi shook his head in disagreement.
相談するのってさ、されるよりする方がずっと気が重いもんだ。
When it comes to discussions, seeing them out is far more emotional taxing than having someone come to you.
だからそのせいでレナが遠慮して勝手に判断して暴走して。
That's why there's even a chance Rina will hold things in, arbitrarily make her own judgments and go wild. Yeah, okay.
取り返しがつかなくなる可能性だってあるんじゃないか。
And it'll reach a point where there's no going back, right? When Keiichi pointed that out, I was suddenly taken aback. That was just like last year with Satoshi. Back then, we were all thinking of waiting until Satoshi came to talk with us, which means we effectively did nothing. And what was the result? Satoshi went off on a rampage, was suspected of killing his aunt, and ultimately he disappeared. In many ways, it was a worst-case scenario. I don't like saying if or maybe, but even if it would have been meddlesome, if we had just tried talking to Sachi about our concerns, maybe he wouldn't have disappeared. No, that's not all. Even in the previous worlds, it was the same with Rina. Back then, Rina told us.
本当に不幸な人はね、必死なんだよ。
People get desperate when they're unhappy. Who on earth was it that drove Reina that far? Kechi? Mion? Satoko? Or was it me? Sure, I could tell there was some issue keeping Reina in low spirits, but I didn't know that it was motivated by family problems. By the time I realized that, it was already over and there was no turning back. Humans are not that strong. So, even if you want someone to help you, the more patient and kind-hearted you are, the more determination and courage it takes to find that opportunity and take the first step. So if you don't give them that opportunity and just sit around and pretend to care for them, no one's going to open their heart to you, right? After all, same goes for me even now. It was thanks to Kechi's meddling that I decided I could talk things over with him, wasn't it?
僕は
I...
まだ努力が足りなかったのですね。
still haven't put in enough effort. As I muttered that, I drooped my head. After being reincarnated 1,000 times, the same conversations continued happening over and over, like a broken record. As a result, I stopped contributing the moment I could foresee how things would develop. I'd say, this is how it is, and resign myself. Probably missed a few opportunities in there.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. Kechi plopped a hand on my head and gently stroked my hair. I could feel the soft, comfortable touch through my hair. My cheeks started turning red just a little bit.
Keiichi.
Keiichi.
できることがあるなら、それを全力でやろうぜ。
As long as the possibility is out there, let's give it everything we got.
結果は後からついてくるし。
The results will come later.
それに、失敗してもまた別の方法を考えればいいさ。
And even if we do fail, then we'll just have to think of another way. Kechi smiled as he said that. When I saw that, I finally began to smile too. Honestly, you really are such an incredible, kind-hearted person. Such a good person. After school the next day, we used a desire to see Rina's collection as a pretense to hang out at her house later today.
あ、いいけど。
Huh? That's fine, I suppose.
突然どうしてかな。この。
But why are you asking so suddenly? Suddenly. Rina quizzically tilted her head to the side after hearing our sudden request, but Satoko abruptly interrupted our conversation. Oh, ho, 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 ho.
一人かは私の話を聞いて羨ましくなったのでございますわ。
I'm certain Rika has become envious after hearing me speak of it. Come to think of it, Satoko did stay at Rina's house last Sunday.
なんだか前に見た時よりもさらにグレードアップしてたのでございますわ。
It was upgraded even further from what I had witnessed before.
特にあの信号機なんてどうやって手に入れたのでございましょうね。
Especially that traffic light. However did you manage to obtain one of those? Damn, she has a traffic light? I've always wanted to randomly, like, this gonna sound so stupid, but like, I just want to steal a traffic light. Oh, dude, I had an opportunity too, like a golden opportunity to do it, and I like kind of chickened out or didn't know how to execute. I could have done it recently, not super recently, it was like in the past like a year ago maybe. Like a street next, like a street light at an intersection by my place recently had to get like changed out or something. I don't know what happened, or maybe it got knocked down or they were malfunctioning or something, but they were doing construction or something to like replace the street lights. And then I was like on a morning walk or something, and there was like a street light was just on the ground, like on the sidewalk next to a thing, like it was getting replaced out. And I had like half a mind. It was like dead of morning, like no one was around, no one was really like driving around. And I was like, if I just acted like I know what I was doing, I could have easily just taken it and dragged it to like my place. And then I chickened out. Very upsetting. Very upsetting. But it's also like the kind of thing where like sometimes I think about like if I ever made it would be quite a long drive, but if I drove back to like my old childhood house, where I won't say where because I don't want to be incriminating myself here, potentially. But if I was to make like a drive, it would be quite a drive for me. But if I was to do it where I currently live, if I was to do it and drive to the childhood house, I would want to, in the dead of the night, do like an operation to get like steal for some fucking reason. I don't know why. I don't know why it sounds so like a fun activity to do to me, but like just steal a street name, like what is those, like a street sign? I don't know what they're called. I don't know if they have a technical term, but the little sign at the edge of a street, at the end of a street, that says what street you're like turning onto or whatever. Because like how hard could it be if you bring the right tools and you do it in the middle of the night? Just randomly steal a street sign. I'm sure it can be done. And I don't know why in my head, like, that seems like something, like, I don't want to say cool to do, but something I would want to do. Like, I don't know why, what in my brain compels me to want to do it. But I have half a mind to do it someday. Anyway. Rena laughs. I recently found a place in the mountain of garbage chock full of cute stuff. I'm going hunting again this weekend. Satoko-chan, would you like to come with? Come with? That sounds fun. I'll find a rare treasure superior to anything you have found. Huh? Making noises. All the cute stuff is for Rena to take home. The two of them were getting along well. Thanks to that, it was even easier than expected to get Rena to agree to a visit. Nice work, Satoko. That place is apparently haunted, so it's best not to go near it. Nipa! Don't say something so ominous. But it's been such a long time, so I want to see Rena's collection too. Do you mind if I come along, Ki-chan? Oh, everyone just wants to come. Oh shit, bang the mic. Me, you have to go to a Nagashi meeting after this. So you won't be able to come along. Got her. How do you know about that, Rika-chan? Did you hear it from Oyashiro-sama? It was transmitted over the airwaves. Nipa! In reality, I confirmed the schedule with Kichiro. I originally suggested that Mion come along for today's visit to the Ryugu household, but Kichi sternly rejected the idea. Maybe because she can't get a good read on the situation. Well, you can come along next time, Mion. I put all my heart into digging out that statue, so I want to see if he's doing well. Oh, the old KFC Colonel Sanders statue. How? He's doing just fine, just fine. Even now, I sometimes take him to bed with me. Is Rena seriously sleeping with a statue of a white bearded old man at her bedside? I'd rather that not be the first thing I see when I wake up. There's Colonel haters there. So Rika-chan, let's meet at Rena's house after we head home. Let's go. Let's go, Nipa! Ahaha. In that case, I'll have tea and sweets waiting for you, okay? We were all getting excited. Mion, on the other hand, was pouting and feeling left out. Boo, boo. Ki-chan, you've been spending all your time with Rika-chan these days. That makes things dull for this old man. Oh, ho, ho, ho. Unfaithfulness is the hallmark of a man. But I will never forgive you if you're serious, alright? Laugh, 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 laugh. It's alright, Mi-chan, because Ketchikun will come back to you in the end.
そうだよね、ケイイチ君。
Uh-oh. Isn't that right, Keshi-kun?
待て、ちょっと待て。
Wait, hold on.
そもそも浮気とかその前に、なんだそのデフォルト設定は。
First of all, where do you get off talking, as if cheating is the default assumption?
俺とミオンはそういう関係じゃないと何度言ったらわかる。
I've told you so many times, Mion and I aren't like that.
しかもレナに佐藤。お前ら目がマジで怖えぞ。
And more importantly, Rina, Satoko, your eyes look seriously terrifying.
こら、ミオン。
Come on, Mion.
お前も真っ赤になってないで。少しは否定しろ。
Don't turn all red. At least try to deny it a little bit. So I'm Kechi's mistress, huh? How amusing.
やっぱり熟女より
Oh, no, no, no. I don't like this line. No. Me compared to mature women, young fruit of the best. Nipa. How filthy, Kechi-kun? You have to be punished. Punch. Punch, 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 punch. God. Reina, God.
ちょっと待って。
Wait.
話をちゃんと聞
Hitting him with that 1,000 fists. What's the fucking move I'm thinking of? Stop and listen. He was hit with the home run bat there from Smash. Oh, whoa, who are you calling a mature woman? Some old lady?
なら自分をおじさんなんて言わなきゃいいんですよ。
In that case, you'll have to stop calling yourself this old man.
あんたもどっから湧いてきた、シオン。
Great, and now you're here too, Shion.
もちろん。
Of course.
今日もサトコに強化訓練を。
I'm here again today for Satoko's training.
これは新作、アスパラのベーコン巻きで。
Here's my latest bacon-wrapped asparagus. Eat it, Satoko.
アスパラはご勘弁と前に申し上げましたのに。
I told you before, I can't stand asparagus. The club members were especially fun and lively today, and so I want to protect that. I don't want to lose it. As I thought that I prayed that my feelings would be able to get through to Rina, praying to a god that was no longer at my side. My god has abandoned me. Oh yeah, she was literally talking about Hanyu not being there anymore with her. Of course. Tension coursed through my entire body when we arrived in front of Rina's house. Every single step we took would influence our fate. I closed my eyes like I was in prayer. Rina, no matter what, we're your friends. I swear we'll avoid this tragedy.
Yoshi.
Alright. I opened my eyes once again and nodded to Kechi beside me. Kechi remained silent and looked back at me with a serious expression, completely unlike the relaxed atmosphere he displayed in the classroom. Without a doubt, I absolutely wanted to prevent Rina's tragedy. I braced myself, then rang the bell at the front door of Rina's house. I could hear the doorbell ringing, even from outside the house. At the same time, I could hear the pitter-patter of footsteps approaching from within. The door opened and Rina greeted us with a big smile. Kechi-kun, Rika-chan! Welcome! Rina was dressed in an apron, suggesting she was doing housework in the kitchen. Judging by that, I could tell she was trying to get things ready for our arrival. Thanks, we're coming in. Sorry for disturbing you. It's fine, come in, come in. Rina set out some slippers for us, then ushered us inside. Ah, house slippers. Everything around felt bright, carefree, and warm. I started feeling a little guilty. So basically, they're just going in to talk Rina off the ledge, basically, of not murdering a bunch of people. And they're like, I assume there's going to be choices in this as well. But basically, they're like, alright, so Rina is highly susceptible that if something were to tick her off, or we let her know that there is a family-wrecking woman trying to destroy their family, she's going to go off on a murderous rampage and kill people. And we can't have that happening, and if that happens, then everything falls apart. And basically this fragment is lost. So I imagine this is all going to be gingerly tiptoeing around Rina It was depressing thinking about the conversation we were about to have with Rena. There's no way she's going to enjoy the topic we're planning to discuss here. No, the subject will only make her grieve. I put on the floral patterned slippers Rena recommended while tightly holding the hem of my skirt. Truth be told, I'd rather deal with this without discussing it. Still, there's no way we can leave here without talking about it. This is for everyone's sake, and of course that includes Rena. I repeated that to myself over and over. Rena escorted us to her room and offered us cookies and juice. The cookies were star-shaped and had a charming homemade feel to them. How are the cookies? The cookies. I munched on a cookie. Rena stared straight at me as I did, like she was waiting for my verdict. Nipa, it's really tasty. I sincerely smiled and answered as such. Then, Rena ecstatically raised her hands in the air. Yay! I put all my might into the Rena special. I hope you're hungry. Wait here a sec. Rena sat a plate of cookies down in front of us, then rushed out of the room in a flash. Was it just my imagination, or did I sense a very sweet aroma coming in from the other side of the door? These are pretty tasty, but... Keshi quietly muttered that, and I felt a flash of anxiety too. No way. Maybe... Swoosh! The door opened again, and as expected, I noticed a pile of cookies beyond the doorway. No, not just a pile. Rena was bringing a towering heap of cookies on a tray. Sorry to keep you waiting! Actually, I'm still baking a bunch more. So go ahead and eat a lot. This one's chocolate, this one's mint, and this one has almonds. Mint cookies. Ugh. It's rough. And this one is a Mr. Crab cookie. Now what the hell does that mean? Mr. Crab cookie. Oh, I think she just means like... I think she just meant crab shaped. I'm so like SpongeBob pilled brain that I'm like, what, a Mr. Crab? That Mr. Krabs was not a thing during the time this took place. This couldn't be. Look at the smooth crab shape, isn't it cute? And this one is a Mr. Squid cookie. His legs are all wiggly, wriggly. Wait, it's wriggly. Rena was thrilled to tell us about her special cookies. Seeing Rena like that, there was no way I could tell her about her father. What am I supposed to do in this peaceful atmosphere? These characters are stronger than me. Me, as the type of person who wants to avoid conflict at all costs, I would not be able to go to a friend and be like, hey. I wouldn't know how to do it. I'm willing to admit my shortcomings. Sorry, Rena. For a while, I nibbled at a cookie and looked down while searching for a good opportunity. The truth is, we have something we want to discuss with you. And yet Kechi was the one who cut through the calm, peaceful atmosphere. Rena immediately looked puzzled by his firm tone. Huh? What could it be? What could it be? It's about your father. My dad? Rena's face suddenly clouded over. Naturally, anyone would be anxious after suddenly being told they need to hear something about their father. But this is for everyone's sake, including Rena, in order to make everyone happy. Deep in my heart, I was thankful that Kechi took the initiative in talking to Rena. Actually, we heard a story from Shion about someone who seems to be your father. From Shi-chan. What is it? What is it? Rena's eyes were anxiously shaking. She could probably tell from the look on our faces that it wasn't a very pleasant story. So, right then, I addressed Rena. Okay, I mean, I've done it consistently. I should see what the bad ending is, and then we go from there. I mean, it adds a little bit of length, but might as well see how this could go wrong. About your father. If it's like the last section, the dialogue won't be completely different. I just picked the wrong thing, and then we can like fast forward because we see the same dialogue. If it's like multiple choices. But I like seeing the bad endings. It's fine. So bad thing. What did I pick? I picked something, whatever, about the father. What's this all of a sudden? Why are you asking about that?
村でも噂になってるって。
There are rumors going around in the village.
その付き合ってる人がクラブで働いている女の人だって。
That the woman he's dating works in a club.
それがどうしたの?
What about it? Rina interrupted in a harsh tone. She had a slightly angry look in her eyes, staring into Kechi.
どこで働いていようと関係ない。
Where she works doesn't matter. Normally, yes, Rina. Good response. Normally, yes.
お父さんの好きになった人がどんな職業の人でも別にどうでもいいことだと思う。
My dad likes her regardless of her occupation, and I think that's okay.
違うかな?
Or are you going to say otherwise?
いや、違わない。
No, I wouldn't.
いい人ならな。
Assuming she was a good person.
それどういう意味かな?
What is that supposed to mean? The look in Rina's eyes was starting to appear more and more dangerous. That's strange. It's certainly not a fun thing to hear, but Rina's reaction is oddly combative, so I reflexively chimed in, even though I thought it might be uncalled for. Let's go all bad, because it's seeming like it is a lot like the last stretch we had where you could like, it's gonna ask like we have 3 attempts, and you have to get all 3, pick the right one. And then, if you chose one wrong, then you're down the bad path. So let's just all bad. She is a bad person. Even if you say she's a bad person, I'm not sure how bad that is. What on earth are you trying to say? The rumors I've heard are not very good. Not as a club hostess, but about how she normally acts. Rina kept quiet and grabbed herself a cookie. Then after she finished eating it, she muttered a reply. Rina-san really is gaudy, isn't she? But... Rina's house doesn't have a mom. I'd heard this story sometime in the past, but I gazed up at Kechi, wondering how things had played out in this world. He seemed to lightly catch his breath. I guess he didn't know. Back when we lived in another town. She found another man she liked, and they got divorced. Now, of course, this is a story we got in an arc way earlier in this whole series. The mom... and the dad, they basically split. She was cheating and having an affair on him through a work buddy. This fucked up Rina in her brain. All these things. She ended up getting pissed at her mom. She sided with her dad. Her dad kind of gave up his career to then be supportive of his mom, and then his mom betrayed him, kind of thing. Yada yada. So I think we're just getting a truncated bit of that story here. It was so selfish. Even though Dad was always supporting her while she kept working at the job she loved. So that's how it was. Of course, I know that he's going to those bars full of women. But I think Dad is feeling lonely. Because he was suddenly left all alone. Rina smiled sadly and continued defending her father. If he's lonely, then what else can he do? Rough. So Rina thinks it's not so bad for him to go to places like that, right? In fact, Dad had been in higher spirits after getting to know Rina. They keep telling her like, no, it's not the job she has, it's not the occupation, it's not the type, she's just bad. Right, there's nothing wrong with that.
けど
But
けど
But-
何
But what? Rina glared at Kechi with hostility in her eyes as he tried to think of how to put it delicately. Yes, this is strange. It's like she's refusing to accept what Kechi's trying to tell her. This reaction is totally unexpected.
お父さんね
Dad
結婚するんだって
told me he's getting married.
婚約指輪も渡して受け取ってくれたみたい
It seems he already gave her the engagement ring.
リナさんも私に挨拶に来て気に入ってもらえるよう一生懸命頑張るからって笑って言ってくれたんだよ
And Rina-san came to greet me, smiling while saying, I'll do my best to get along with you.
本当か
Seriously?
嘘言ってどうするの
Why would I lie about that?
リナさんもお父さんもレナのためにいろいろと無理して気を使ってくれている
Rina-san and Dad are already pushing themselves to be considerate of me.
だからレナも少しくらいは我慢しなくちゃって思ってる
So Rina figures she should put up with a little for their sake.
それおかしいかな
Is that so strange?
間違ってるかな
Is that wrong?
いやそんなことはない
No, it's not.
だったらケイチ君
Then Kechi-kun,
わざわざそんなことを言いにレナの家にまで来たの
why did you bother coming all the way out to Rina's house to say something like that? You didn't really want to see my Colonel Sanders, did you?
みんな我慢してるのにそれをぶち壊しに来たの
Even though everyone is doing their best to be patient, you came to tear that apart?
もしかして一人だと不安だからリカちゃんを付き添いに連れて
And you were too anxious to do it alone, so you brought Rika-chan with you? Rina scornfully glared at Kechi. That's wrong. Rina has misunderstood something for a while now. With that thought guiding me, I rushed to speak up. Oh yeah, tell her to calm down. Please don't get angry, Rina.
別に怒ってないよ
Oh, I should have saved it. I didn't save. Oh shit, I forgot. Oh no, I should have saved before I made these choices. Oh, we're gonna have to do a lot of skipping, aren't we? Oh, I'm an idiot. Did I save already? Maybe I did save. No, I didn't. Oh no, there's people screaming at the screen. Austin! Like the fucking Walter White fucking in the car meme screaming outside trying to get the attention. You didn't save before you start making choices! Oh no! Well, it's fine. The skip function will treat us well, I think. Fuck. I'm not angry at all.
変なこと言わないでくれるかなリカちゃん
Would you not go around making baseless accusations, Rika-chan?
その言い方が怒ってるってことじゃないか
Putting that way definitely makes you sound angry, doesn't it? Rina's eyes were lightly shaking. But after shooting a sharp glance at Kechi, she turned away looking upset and began messing with her hair in irritation. Why, Rina? Why did you have to look in your eyes? Why did you have that look in your eyes? I tried to speak up, but Kechi held up a hand to stop me. And then he continued.
レナそのリナってやつのこと
Rina,
どこまで知ってるんだ
Rina, how well do you know this Rina lady?
言ったよね関係ないって
Didn't I just tell you that doesn't matter?
だから話すことなんてない
So I have nothing more to say.
じゃあ俺が勝手に話す
Then let me just talk to myself out loud.
いいよな
Is that okay?
話しても聞かないよ
No matter what you say, I won't listen.
話したければお好きにどうぞ
But if you wish to speak, do as you please. Rina unpleasantly turned to look away as she said that. Even so, Keshi remained calm and slowly began speaking as though Rina was still listening.
シオンから聞いた話だ
We heard it from Shion.
レナの親父さんマミやリナの働いている店に頻繁に通ってるらしいな
Rina, your father's been a regular customer at the bar where Mamiya works.
それもほぼ毎日
He goes there almost every day.
その店って繁華街の中でもすげえ高い店らしいな
That place is extremely expensive, even for something in the downtown area.
一回行くだけでも相当な金額だそうだ
Seems like it takes a considerable amount of cash just to get in.
だから常連客はすぐに顔が知れ渡るって聞いた
And I hear that's why regular customers are easy to recognize.
そんな言い方やめて
Stop talking like that.
聞かないんじゃなかったのか
I thought you weren't listening.
だから俺が勝手に喋ってるだけだ
So I'm just talking to myself out loud. Rina reached for her cup and took a sip of warm tea. And then she silently stared at the bottom of her cup while holding it in both hands.
はっきり言う。
I'll get to the point.
レナ、その間宮里奈ってのは
Reina.
詐欺師だ。
Reina Mamiya is a con artist.
男と組んで結婚詐欺を働いてる。
She gets together with men and uses them for marriage fraud schemes. Or scams. Huh?
リナは最近、ひなみ沢にカモを見つけたって言いふらしてるらしい。
They say Reina has been bragging recently about finding another easy mark in Hinamizawa.
そして、その時の話で出てきた名字が
And that the man's last name was Ryugu.
証拠は
Do you have any evidence of that?
これもシオンからの
I feel like I'm gonna sneeze here soon. We heard that from Shion too.
リナは物持ちのいい相手を見つけてはいいよって多額の金品をせしめているってな。
They say Reina seeks out and woos wealthy men, then coaxes large amounts of money and goods from them.
その店でも有名になっているそうだ。
It seems she's gotten famous for that, even for this particular bar.
大人なんだからプレゼントだって高いものになるよ。
He's an adult, so gifts can be expensive.
そんなのお父さんの自由じゃないかな。
Isn't my dad free to do as he wishes?
なら正直に聞くけどさ。
Then I'll ask you honestly.
普通結婚まで考えてる相手にそこまでお金を使わせるものなのか？
Is it normal to make someone you've even considering marrying spend that much money?
それに俺がもしレナとそんな関係になったとしたら。
Reina, if you and I were in a relationship,
お断りだね。
unacceptable.
レナにだって選ぶ権利はあるよ。
Reina has the right to choose too.
こんな風におせっかい風吹かせて嫌なこといっぱい言ってくる人のお嫁さんになんか
I
絶
never,
対なりたくない。
I'd never want to be the nosy sort of bride that badmouths other people like this. Reina spat those words out with a nasty look on her face. Kechi let out a sigh after seeing that reaction, and then rephrased his question.
じゃあミオンでもいい。
And let's say it's Mion,
サトコでもリカちゃんでも。
or Satoko, or Rika-chan.
もし結婚しようと本気で考えた相手なら
If we
俺
were
は店になんか来させない。
if we were serious about getting married, I wouldn't let my partner go to a place like that.
相手の気持ちを考えたら金もそうだけど他のやつに浮気してるかもなんて疑われるのごめんだからな。
Considering my partner's feelings, part of it is about the money, but I also wouldn't want her to suspect I'm cheating on her with other women.
普通の会社だって男性女性いっぱいいるよ。
A normal workplace is full of men and women.
そんなことを考えてたら結婚して働くなんてきっとできない。
If we follow that logic, then it's impossible to get married and keep working.
普通の会社じゃないだろう。
But this isn't an ordinary workplace, right?
これは恋愛した気分を楽しむ店の話だ。
It's a pleasure shop where you get to enjoy the feeling of love.
金を使ってな。
But paying for it.
だからお父さんも寂しいんだってさっき言ったじゃない。
Didn't I already tell you? It's because dad is lonely.
もう一度言うぞ、レナ。
I'll say it again, Reina.
親父さんは騙されてる。
Your father is being deceived
マミやリナに。
by Reina Mamiya. Liar! Pow! Reina violently slammed her cup into the table. The force of the impact was strong enough to make the mound of cookies spill over.
さっきからおとなしく聞いていれば勝手なことばっかり。
I've been listening quietly and you've been saying whatever comes to mind.
ケイチ君はレナのお父さんをおバカさんだとでも思ってるの？
Kichi-kun, do you really think Reina's dad is a fool?
詐欺をするような人かどうかちゃんと分かってじゃなきゃプロポーズなんてできないよ。
He wouldn't propose to someone without knowing whether they're some kind of scammer.
何言ってんだ。
What are you talking about?
騙して結婚するから結婚詐欺だろ。
She's tricking him into marriage. Isn't that what makes it a marriage scam?
しかもあいつは北条哲平ってやつと関係してるんだ。
And what's worse, she's connected to Teppei Hojo.
大体さっきからおかしいのはレナの方だろうが。
Plus, the person acting strange here is you, Reina.
シオンがわざわざ教えてくれた情報なのに何を頭から疑って聞いてるんだよ。
Shion went to the trouble of sharing this information with us, but you're doubting it and not even listening to it. To us.
おかしい。
Strange.
おかしいのはケイチ君の方だよ。
You're the one acting strange, Kichi-kun.
なんで関係のないレナのうちのことにそこまで口出ししてくるのかな。
Why are you saying all this when you have no connection to Reina's family?
なんかしーちゃんに頼まれたの？
Did Shi-chan ask you to?
ねえ。
Well?
関係ないことあるか。
No connection.
レナは俺たちの仲間だ。
Reina, you're our friend.
仲間が悩んで苦しんでいることを見過ごすなんて
I can't just
俺にはできないんだよ。
look the other way when a friend is worried and suffering.
仲間
Friends?
お笑いだね。
Huh, don't make me laugh.
相手の気持ちも考えずに傷跡に刃物突き立ててグリグリ掘り返すような人なんて仲間じゃないよ。
If you stick a knife in someone's scars and twist it without even considering their feelings, how can you call yourself a friend?
それに誰が悩んでるって？
And who is worried?
苦しんでるって？
Who is suffering? Ha ha ha.
ケイチ君、委員長になってずいぶん偉くなったんだね。
Kichikun, you've sure gotten arrogant since becoming class representative, huh?
顔と雰囲気でわかる。とでも言いたいの？
Are you trying to say you can read a situation based on the atmosphere and people's expressions?
でもおあいにくさま。
Well, too bad.
レナは全然悩んでもないし、苦しくもないんだよ。
Rina isn't worried you're suffering at all.
だって、これからちゃんと幸せをつかむんだから。
Because I'm going to grab hold of my happiness and move forward.
嘘だな。
Liar.
嘘じゃない。
It's not a lie. Right. No matter how stubborn Rina can be, this is still odd. Rather than defending her father, Rina's more focused on refuting what Kechi has to say, like she doesn't want to admit it. What's more, this information came directly from Shion. That alone should be enough to prove we're acting with good intentions. And yet, she's dismissing information from her friends as lies. Isn't this just like Rina when she caused that tragedy?
レナ、
Rina,
C の話が信じられないのですか？
do you not believe what she told us?
しーちゃんがどういうつもりでリナさんのことをそんな風に悪く言うのか知らない。
I don't know what Shi-chan was thinking when she badmouthed Rina-san.
でも変なことを言ってレナを迷わせないで。
But don't say strange things to lead Rina astray.
私はこの結婚を祝福して信じることに決めたの。
I've decided to give this marriage my blessing and believe in it.
これはもう決まったことなんだよ。
This is already set in stone.
決まったことだと？
It's already set in stone?
だってこれは
Yes, it is.
お社様がそうしなさいって言ったんだから。
Because Oishiro-sama told me to do so. Then Rina shouted that in a harsh tone. Oh. Blank blank.
お社様だって？
Oishiro-sama, you say? It was an unfamiliar word. Wait, I remember now. That's the name of the guardian god of Hinamizawa, worshipped at the Wadnagashi festival. But why did she bring up Oishiro-sama?
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. I immediately turned toward Rika-chan with an inquisitive expression, but she seemed just as surprised. She had a puzzled expression and her eyes were open wide.
レナも最初はお父さんの結婚には乗り気じゃなかった。
At first, Rina wasn't thrilled about their marriage either.
でも1週間くらい前の夜、レナの枕元にやってきたの。
But one night, about a week ago,
ひたひた、ペタペタって足音を立てて。
I heard the tap-tap, pat-pat of footsteps by my bedside. Rina's hands were lightly trembling as she held them against her chest. She looked terrified, so there was no way this was a joke. Sensing how strange it was, I changed my attitude and turned toward Rina.
なんでお社様がレナのところに？
Rina, why would Oishiro-sama be at your house?
ケイチ君は知らないんだね。
Kichi-kun, you don't know, but
お社様は私たちのことをずっと見てる。
Oishiro-sama is watching us all the time.
そしてひなみ沢から出て行ったり、お社様をちゃんと敬ったりしない人にたたって罰を与えるの。
Cursing and punishing the people who abandon Hinamizawa, or don't show proper respect for Oishiro-sama.
だからレナのうちもお社様を大事にしなかったから罰が当たった。
And so, since Rina's family didn't show Oishiro-sama enough respect, we had to be punished. Rina's shoulders slumped as she incoherently muttered that to herself. Her words were outlandish, bizarre, and didn't sound like the least bit sane, but I kept quiet and continued listening.
お父さんとお母さんが離婚したのはレナのせいなの。
It's Rina's fault that mom and dad got divorced.
ひなみ沢を出て行くとき、レナは反対した。
Back when we moved away from Hinamizawa, I was opposed.
でも結局お母さんのためだからって言われてついていったら、お父さんが不幸になっちゃった。
But I went along with it at the end because they told me it was for mom's sake, which caused dad to become unhappy.
本当はもっともっとお父さんの幸せを考えて頑張って反対していたら、こんなことにはならなかったはずなのに。
Honestly, if I had tried harder to think about dad's feelings instead of fighting to oppose the move, things wouldn't have ended like this.
それが この再婚話と関係あるのか？
What does that have to do with the remarriage?
終わりなんだよ。
Everything!
やっとお父さんは昔の傷を忘れて新しい幸せを見つけてくれた。
Dad was finally able to move on from his old wounds and find new happiness.
なのにレナは最初喜べなかった。
But Rena still wasn't happy at first.
賛成できなかった。
I couldn't support it.
そのうちだんだんリナさんのことが疎ましくなって、見ているだけで不愉快になってきて、家を乗っ取られるかも。だったらその前に。
In that time, being around Reina-san grew more and more unpleasant. Just looking at her made me feel uncomfortable. It was like she was trying to take over my house, so before that, I had to get rid of her.
なんて考えてたら、またレナのところに来たの。
And when I was thinking that, that's when it happened.
お社様が。
That's when Oyashiro-sama came to Rena.
Rena!
Rena! The way Rena trembled as she spoke made it clear how frightened she was. Riki-chan rushed over to Rena and hugged her with her small body.
お社様はそんな神様じゃないのです。
Oyashiro-sama is not that sort of god.
たとえひなみ沢を出て行っても、何も悪いことをしていない人にたたるなんて、そんな神様はおかしいのですよ。
Even if you left Hinamizawa, a god like that wouldn't curse someone who did nothing wrong.
だって今でも夢に時々出てくるんだもの。
But even now, it still haunts my dreams. Tears came spilling from Rena's eyes as she shouted that. She was trembling with both arms clinging to her chest, acting like she couldn't even see me as she continued her story.
お社様は言ったの。
Oyashiro-sama told me
敵意を捨てなさいって。
to abandon my hostility
お父さんの幸せを心から願いなさいって。
and sincerely wish for Dad's happiness.
だからレナはリナさんとの結婚を祝福するの。
So Rena gave her blessings to Rina-san's marriage.
でなきゃまたたたられちゃう。
Because it's better than being cursed again.
また変な色のお薬飲まされちゃう。
And it's better than taking that weird colored medicine.
レナの勝手な思い込みで、せっかくお父さんが掴んだ幸せが壊れちゃったら、またお社様がレナのところに来ちゃう。
And if Rena's selfish desires ever trample on Dad's happiness, Oyashiro-sama will come for me again.
レナが悪い子だっていっぱい責めて、ひたひたって後ろを追いかけて。
Tormenting me, telling me I'm a bad girl, chasing me from behind with those tap 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 footsteps.
ごめんなさいって謝っても、ずっとひたペタペタってついてきて。
No matter how much I apologize, those tap tap pat pat sounds follow me forever.
落ち着くのです、レナ。
Calm down, Rena.
誰もいないのです。
There's nobody like that here.
レナも悪いことをしていないから、たたられることはないのです。
You haven't done anything wrong, so you're not going to be cursed.
早く。
Quickly.
早く捨てないと、お社様の力が消えて、私はまた体を何かに乗っ取られてしまう。
If I don't abandon it quickly, the power of Oyashiro-sama will fade away and nothing will take over my body again.
お社様がついてくるよ。そして早くと私にささやくの。
Oyashiro-sama will come again, whispering at me to hurry.
どこまでもついてきて、急げと私をせかす。
Following me around everywhere I go, urging me to rush.
いつまでもどこまでもついてきて、ずっと言い続けるの。
Following me forever, constantly saying that over and over.
本当だよ。
It's true.
本当だってば。
It's true, I'm telling you.
なんでみんなには見えないの？
Why can no one see it?
私の言うことなぜ信じないの？
Why don't any of you believe me?
みんなで私を騙してるんだ。みんなにも見えているはずなんだ。やめて。もう注射は嫌。
Everyone is lying to me. Everyone should be able to see it. No more injections. No, stop! Rena. Rena's haggard breathing finally began to calm down as Riki-chan and I clung to her.
落ち着いたか、レナ。
Have you calmed down, Rena?
レナ、大丈夫なのですか？
Rena, are you alright? Rena faintly, almost imperceptibly, nodded to us. Her whole body was still trembling and covered in sweat. Even so, her look of confusion up until now was completely gone. So Riki-chan and I looked at one another in sighed of relief.
ごめんね。
Sorry.
私、取り乱して。
I lost control.
いや、平気だぜ。
No, it's fine.
これくらいさ。
That was nothing. Me? Riki-chan anxiously looked up at her, but she still didn't relax her tight grip on Rena. The sincerity in Riki-chan's expression may have gotten through to her, because Rena's face gradually began turning red.
信じてくれないかもしれないけど、レナは 確かにお社様に会ったの。
You may not believe it, but Rina really did meet Oyashiro-sama.
だからまた来た時は怖くて不安で逃げたい気持ちでわけがわからなくなって。
So when it came back, I was scared and anxious. I couldn't understand, but I wanted to run away.
だから
So I...
わかった。
Oh, I cut her off. My bad. I understand. Huh? Rina suddenly looked up at me in response to that verbal affirmation. I thought that maybe I'd spoken far too plainly. However, I could say for certain that those weren't just fleeting words. They came from the heart. And thanks to what Rina said just now, I could finally remember that thing I'd nearly forgotten.
レナが嘘をつくなんて絶対にありえないしな。
Rina, it's absolutely unthinkable for you to be telling a lie.
それにそこまでレナが怖がるってのは単なる夢とかじゃないと思う。
And I doubt a mere dream is enough to make you this scared.
俺はその話信じるよ。
So, I believe what you just told us.
お社様がそう言ったのなら仕方がないさ。
If Oyashiro-sama really is like that, then it can't be helped.
悪かったな。ひどいこと言ってレナを困らせて。
Sorry for saying such terrible things and harassing you.
本当にすまん。もうこの話はやめにしよう。
Really, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, I mean. That's enough talking about the subject.
ケイチくん。
Keiichi-kun.
ケイチ。
Keiichi? Rina and Rika-chan both gazed at me with mixed feelings. Shion's information is probably true, but the truth and the logic behind it won't necessarily make you happy. And as far as Rina is concerned, Oyashiro-sama's existence is an undisputable fact. In a sense, these are the basic elements that constitute Rina's sense of values and idea of justice. If that's the case, rather than denying it and forcing our own values upon her, isn't it our responsibility as her friends to help find a way to support her well-being while still abiding that fact as potentially true? I certainly thought so. Whoa. Just then I heard loud engine sounds coming from outside the house. The sound grew louder as it moved to the front of Rina's house and then ceased, indicating that the car had come to a stop. Bing bong! Bing bong! Bing bong!
何かな。
Huh? What could it be?
ごめん。ちょっと行ってくるね。
Sorry, please wait a minute. Rina wiped the tears from her puffy red eyes, then stood up and left the room. Rika-chan and I silently watched her go.
失礼します。
Excuse me!
お荷物どちらに運びましょうか。
Where should I put these packages? I heard the firm voice of a delivery man echoing through the house.
ケイチ。
Keiichi.
分かってる。
I understand.
けどこれ以上は本当に押し付けだ。
But going any further than this is really pushing it. Me. Rika-chan sighed and slumped her shoulders. Honestly, even I didn't expect us to be so outright rejected, so I couldn't help but feel disappointed.
とりあえず今日のところはここで引き上げよう。
Anyway, that's enough for today.
これ以上だとまたレナの気分を逆なですることにもなりかねないし。
If we go any further, we'll probably rub Rina the wrong way again.
仕方ないのです。
We have no choice.
一度出直して対策を考えましょう。
Let's leave for now. I think it's over. And think it over, I mean. Oh, and then it probably slips into the bad end here. I gotta say, these choices are brutal. There's not clear distinction between which one is right and wrong. Like, if I didn't have the X's and the check marks next to them, and the fact that you gotta make, like, 3 of them in a row, and if you get one of them wrong, like, this would be brutal without, like, obviously the modded kind of, like, experience we're having. But these original console arcs, like, I would be like, damn. Especially, I mean, depending on if you could just, like, you know, go online and check the answers. But, like, if you didn't have that resource available to you, and you just had 3 choices, you gotta hope you're inferring correctly about the situation. But, like, if you got one wrong, then you don't know. It doesn't, as far as I could tell, it wouldn't tell you which one you get wrong. And then you're just like, okay, well, I'm gonna take a stab at this. And basically, it seems like it just would be, if you're, like, completely unaware of how you should be choosing, it would just be trial and error, like, choice by choice by choice, and then just... if there's 2 choices, and then if you kept track of what you're doing, there would be 8 possible combinations. And so you just have to try, like, each one, right? Am I thinking that right? 2 times 2 times 2, 4, 8, so 1, 2, trying to like just visualize it. Yeah, I think it would be 8 choices, and you just have to keep track of what you're. Not great. Should we have stayed a little longer back then? Out of consideration for how Rina was acting, Rika-chan and I decided to leave her a note and head out, but things quickly took a wrong turn. Whamp whamp. Oh, the music. The bad ending music. Rina was stunned for a while by the pile of new furniture being brought to her room, but she eventually came back to her senses and then checked on the safe containing the bank book. There, she learned that her father was spending exorbitant amounts of money on Rina Mamiya. Now, doesn't she feel foolish for yelling at us? Then, after discovering the room information for a rental apartment, she paid a visit to the realtor in Okinomiya, and at last, Rina understood that Rina Mamiya was deceiving her father to extort money out of him. If only she wasn't around. If only. Rina devised a plan to kill Rina Mamiya all on her own, and then, while behaving completely normal around us, she succeeded in luring Rina Mamiya to her secret hiding place in the trash heap and killed her by slicing her head open with a hatchet. Nice! As a result, Teppei Hojo was unable to continue living in Okinomiya, so he returned to Hinamazo and dragged Satoko back to the Hojo household to live with him. Unwilling to let anyone trample on her everyday life, when Rina learned of that, she murdered Teppei as well. Oh. Nice. And the unimaginable speed at which it all unfolded made it impossible for Rika-chan and me to stop her. And, when we finally learned the truth behind Rina's crimes, we wanted to do what we could to protect her, so we worked with Mion to cover up the crime. I never believed that was the right thing to do, but we had no other choice. We couldn't just hand Rina over to the police. But even so, Rina's violent tendencies wouldn't stop. She was betrayed by everything she believed in, even God. So, perhaps her heart had already collapsed. As a result, Rina could no longer trust anyone, so she was terrified we might tell the police what we saw, and that fear drove her to kill Mion with her own hands. Ketchi-kun, after you. After you, Rika-chan comes next. Rest easy. Ah ha 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 ha. That was the last thing I ever heard from Rina. Oh. Nice. Alright, let's hope we could skip, because I didn't save because I'm an idiot. And it's been a long stream day, and I forgot the minute detail of saving there before we start making choices. So let's see how bad of a skip this takes. Load me up. Load me up. Oh, it's right here. It's back here. Oh, Jesus. Is this in the school where we're like, hey, Rina, let's hang out? Oh, no, it's like here. Jesus. I was a fool for thinking it would be right here at the school. Okay, the first choice presents itself. Do you know a woman named Rina Mamiya? Now, well, skipping... Yeah, I know her. What about her? I'll just use... Because at some point I think the dialogue does rejoin back in depending on... No matter what choice you pick. I thought that's kind of what I determined in the last thing, but we'll see. That woman works at a club, right? In other words... That doesn't mean anything. Rina interrupted in a harsh tone. She had a slightly angry look in her eyes, staring into Ketchi. Where she works doesn't matter. Reina, what do you think of her? Why do you ask? What do you mean by that, Rika-chan? I mean exactly what I said. Reina, please answer me honestly. Answer me honestly. Reina kept quiet and grabbed herself a cookie, and after she finished eating it, she muttered a reply. I don't like her very much. The rumor come out. But
お母さんがいないの。
Reina's house doesn't have a mom. I had heard this story sometime in the past, but I gazed up at Kechi, wondering how things had played out in this world. He seemed to lightly catch his breath. Guess he didn't know.
レナが前の町に住んでいた時にね。
Back when we lived in another town. There goes.
けど、もしかして一人だと不安だから。
I love that sound effect so much. Just a visceral smacking sound. Whoopsh. I'm the one who told Kechi.
リカちゃんが
Rika-chan. Why?
C に話を聞いて不安になったのです。
I heard something from Shi that made me start to worry.
マミヤリナという女性のこと。
About that Rina Mamiya lady. Reina's eyes were lightly shaking. But she seemed to be rethinking her hostility, and this time it was directed at me. Why, Rina? Why do you have that look in your eyes? I tried to speak up, but Kechi held a hand to stop me, and then he continued.
Rina, そのリナってやつのこと
Rina,
どこまで知ってるんだ
Rina, how well do you know this Rina lady?
だからまリカちゃん
So constant. Here we go. I'm sorry. Huh? What was that voice?
どうしましたか？
Is something wrong?
いや
Oh, it's nothing. I shook my head and patted my ears. Must be hearing things.
しかしお社様か
But even if Oishiro-sama is real,
本当にいるんだとしたら余計なことをしてくれたよな
I think doing something like that is uncalled for.
お社様はそんな神様じゃないのです。
Me, Oishiro-sama isn't that kind of god.
人の不幸を願う神様なんてそんなのはおかしいのですよ。
Certainly not one that would wish misfortune upon people.
だよな
Right.
でもあのレナの怯えようは普通じゃなかった
But the way Reina panicked wasn't normal.
一体何が
What on earth was that?
僕のせいなのです。
It's my fault.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. Just then, a voice echoed inside my head. Where have I heard that voice before? Wait, it was from back then.
そうか
I get it.
ケイチ
Keiichi?
あごめん
Huh. Oh, sorry.
いずれにせよ今のレナには何を言っても難しいだろう
Oh, sorry. At any rate, it will be difficult to say anything more to Rina the way she is now.
だったらレナを不安にさせない別の方法を考えようぜ
So let's think of another way. One that won't make Rina uneasy.
別の方法とは何ですか？
Another way? Like what?
そうだな
Well,
これから考えよ
let's think about it.
あいで
Ow!
リカちゃん何するんだ
Rika-chan, what was that?
この無責任男。
You irresponsible boy. Suddenly, a sigh escaped me. I'm the fool for expecting too much of him. Does this boy still not understand how serious this situation is? Isn't that only natural? Kechi doesn't know much about the Oishiro-sama faith, and even less about what personal history made Rina so terrified and deluded about Oishiro-sama. Just the fact that he's believed as much as I've told him could perhaps be called a miracle. Anyway, I'm concerned about the story about Oishiro-sama. Indeed, among all of us, Reina is the one most conscious of Oishiro-sama's existence. This is an absolute secret from Kechi, but she has actually received medical counseling for it. What's more, I heard that she had problems at the school she transferred to that forced her to transfer again. Leaving the village does significantly increase the risk of worsening Hinamazawa syndrome symptoms. The trigger for that is extreme stress, doubts, anxiety, and sudden surges of hatred that increase one's mental load. Rina was originally from this village, and facing problems stemming from the divorce while moving to a new location ultimately drove her to the limit, and after that set in, she would very briefly reach a stage close to L5. It was an extremely dangerous situation. It really was a coincidence that the Tokyo research group learned of Rina's illness. Fortunately, after Rina returned to Inabazawa, she was selected to receive treatment with a new drug that Iri had just developed and receive internal care in Gogura. As a result, Rina was able to recover to such a degree that she was able to live her daily life as she does now. At the time, I discreetly snuck a glance at part of a report Iri made for Tokyo and found the name Oishiro-sama written there. It said that Rina interpreted all her abnormal circumstances through a concept she heard when she was young called the Curse of Oishiro-sama, resulting from her lack of familiar love. It's normal for a child of her age to settle on something or someone to push responsibility onto, but Rina didn't because she really did love her family. And because her high degree of independence caused her to focus her thoughts on blaming herself. That's how the report summarized it. In other words, the Oishiro-sama Rina spoke of was actually her own subconscious. In which case, there's a contradiction there. If the Oishiro-sama that Rina is so insistent on is actually a manifestation of her subconscious, would it stop her from becoming hostile? No. In fact, it would be the opposite. It would drive her to eliminate Rina to protect her family. In other words, it would only heighten her urge to kill. But this time, Oishiro-sama is pushing her to value familiar love in an inclusive way, rather than exclusive. In which case, it can't be derived from Rina, or from her subconscious. Because even Rina's subconscious mind doesn't want to accept Rina. Then, who on earth is this Oishiro-sama that Rina claims visited her again?
Chan? Rika-chan?
Chan? Rika-chan? Me? I was so surprised to hear a sudden voice that I jumped. When I looked up, Keshi was anxiously looking down at me.
どうした?
What's wrong?
急に考え込んだりして。
You seem like you were lost in thought all of a sudden.
なんでもないのですよ。
Me, it's nothing.
それより、これからどうしますか?
More importantly, what are we going to do now?
とりあえず、今日のところはここで引き上げよ
う。Anyway, that's enough for today.
これ以上だと、またレナの気分を逆なですることにもなりかねないし。
If we go any further, we'll probably rub Rina the wrong way again. Unfortunately, that's the truth. I let out a sigh full of anxiety and regret as I nodded to him.
仕方ないのです。
We have no choice.
一度出直して対策を考えましょう。
Let's leave for now and think it over.
それにしても、レナのやつ遅いな。
Anyway, Rina's taking a long time with this delivery guy.
どうしたんだろう?
I wonder if something happened. I could hear loud noises come from downstairs. It seemed like they were carrying some pretty big packages.
ちょっと見に行って。
Why don't we take a look? Huh? She said that, but the door swung open and Rina emerged the moment he started to stand up.
遅かったな。
That took a while. Rina? After gazing at Rina, Kechi and I glanced at one another. Rina looked completely haggard just a little while ago, but now she had an unbelievably shocked, gloomy expression, like she was on the verge of tears.
おいおい、どうしたんだよ?
Hey, what's wrong?
レナ、どうしたのですか?
Rina, what's wrong?
何かあったのですか?
Did something happen?
なんかね。
Kind of.
家具が。
Furniture is...
家具?
Furniture.
家具がどうしたんだ?
What's this about furniture?
お父さんが大量に家具を注文してたみたいなの。
Dad apparently ordered a lot of furniture.
レナ、全然知らなかった。
But he never told Rina anything about it. Rina's lips were shaking and her eyes were open wide. Sensing that she was in pain, Kechi put his hands on her shoulders and tried to cheer her up.
レナの親父さん、内緒で模様替えか何かするつもりだったんじゃないのか?
Rina, isn't there a chance your father was just doing some remodeling in secret?
ほら、サプライズのつもりでさ。
Hey, maybe he was planning to surprise you.
だけど、全然お父さんの趣味じゃないの。
But it's all completely different from my dad's style. Deep down, Rina had already made a certain assumption. Her manner of speaking made that clear.
あんな派手な家具、お父さん選ぶはずない。
Dad would never choose such gaudy furniture.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan. Walk, 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 walk. Kechi and I looked at one another, and then we followed Rina down the stairs. An endless supply of furniture was being hauled into the house from the delivery truck. It must not have been given layout instructions because the furniture was just being sat down in whatever space was available. Reina's house had previously been uniformly defined by warm-colored furniture, but it was overrun by this new furniture in an instant. Pastel furniture and tropical rugs were laid out. They were all fashionable in styles, the likes of which I'd only seen in TV dramas, but they seemed completely out of place in this house. It felt wrong, like a total stranger was moving into this house. Alright then, please excuse us. After a voice coming from the entryway declared the work complete, I heard the sound of the engine starting up and the truck gradually driving away. It was like a sudden storm had struck Reina's house. Reina dropped down to the floor in a daze. All this furniture looks so expensive. Why? Reina. Huh? Reina immediately rose to her feet like she had just thought of something and rushed to the back room. Ketchy and I quickly chased after her. It should be here. Reina's hands were trembling as she opened the door to her father's study. She pulled a heavy portable safe out from underneath a pile of documents, then smoothly lined up the numbers like she knew the combination by heart. And when she opened the safe, she cried out. What is this? Underneath some bank books, personal seals, a few stamps, and some unused postcards, there were many bundles of freshly minted 10,000 yen bills. It was a considerable thick bundle of bills, and some narrow paper wrappers seemed to be right beside them. If the wrappers were left behind, then their contents must have already been used up. The stamp on each wrapper indicated that each bundle contained 1,000,000 yen. This was clearly far too much cash to be keeping in a personal safe at home. Everyone here seemed to be thinking that. The pile of cash was weird enough on its own, so of course, Reina's hands were shaking as she opened one of the bank books stored within the portable safe. Reina stared at the bank book. I stretched my body to see what was written there, but I stopped myself. Besides, I could imagine what was there based on Reina's expression alone. Reina remained motionless for half a minute or so, simply gazing at the bank book. And then... What's this? She quietly muttered that to herself, and then both her arms felt limp as she slumped to the ground. Reina. I crouched down in front of Reina and grabbed her limply opened hand. In response to that, Reina silently offered me the bank book she held in her other hand. I looked inside. There were transactions of hundreds of thousands of yen, withdrawn many times over a very short time frame. No, that wasn't all. A long-term certificate of deposit that was clearly intended for future use was also recently cashed out, and the money was moved to the savings account. Lies. Reina despondently muttered that, but her words lacked the strong denial they had earlier.
No, Reina.
Hey. Reina. Ketchy suddenly spread a document out in front of Reina like he had found something, and asked her about it. Are you moving? Huh? Reina was stunned by the document Ketchy held out in his hand. On that document, I saw the logo of an Okinomiya real estate company and room information for a rental apartment. I could hear the cries of the Higurashi coming from off in the distance. The sunset red sky was dotted with cawing crows. The three of us silently walked forward as our long shadows stretched down the road ahead. I heard the dry sound of bicycle wheels. The sound of our footsteps was too melancholic and too uneasy. We paid a visit to the real estate agency in Okinomiya listed on that document. The situation there was even worse than what we heard from Shion, and we found staggering new information. Oh, you mean Ritsuko Mamiya's property? Yes, we've already accepted her reservation. I was a bit surprised to learn that Rina Mamiya wasn't her real name. It completely defied, oh, what a shock. It completely defied common sense to hide your real name from someone you were planning to marry. However, Rina's complexion transformed to deep blue, then to a ghastly pale as we spoke with the agent, and Ketchy standing behind her had intense anger dyeing his face red. And my face probably looked like Ketchy's. When I opened my palms, I could clearly see the marks of my nails digging into my clenched fists. Rina Mamiya, or to use her real name, Ritsuko Mamiya, was planning to live with another man in that apartment. The proof of that was another person besides Rina's father was listed on the reservation form. A name I didn't recognize, that was different from Teppei Hojo's. Now, maybe I should, you know, fine. It's good that these kids are figuring this out, but in what world should a real estate agent be giving away this information to these kids? Seems like it would be personal information that, as a real estate agent, you would, for your client, keep hidden from people. You wouldn't be like, shouldn't be disclosing this to kids that come asking for whatever fucking reason. Just my opinion. The proof of that was another person's, a name I didn't recognize that was different from Teppei Hojo's. Okay. Maybe she was planning to cut ties with Teppei after robbing the money from Rina's father. Considering that she didn't include Teppei in her plan to rob the Sonozakis, it didn't sound that unrealistic. Still, this apartment cost more than all the money from cashing out that investment, doesn't it? Kechi brought up a valid point when he muttered that. In other words, Rina was trying to make up the difference by stealing money from the Sonozakis. Her greed was astounding, and shameless. If not for the problems it would cause Satoko, even I'd want to murder such a despicable woman. Lies. Rina. Lies! After that, we somehow managed to stop Rina's crying and then left the real estate office. And on the way back, we had the misfortune of the chain of Rina's bike breaking, so we ended up walking the whole way back, pushing our bikes. That sucks so bad. You have such a traumatic thing happen, and then you're just trying to pedal home, and your bike, like, snaps. Ugh. Insult to injury. Fucking when it rains it pours type situation. Rina. I lined myself up beside Rina while pushing my bike and looked straight at her. She had finally stopped sobbing, but her eyes were swollen red and her soft, flushed cheeks were soiled with dirt splashed when her bike toppled. I want you to cheer up. Why? After saying that, Rina stopped in her tracks. Kechi and I stopped with our bikes about 3 steps afterwards and looked back at Rina. Rina did as Oyashiro-sama asked. Even though I hated Rina-san and opposed Dad's remarriage, Oyashiro-sama told me not to be hateful and not to run away, so I decided to endure it. And that way, I'll be happy to be happy. I'll be able to be happy. I believe that. Rina. Keiji-kun, I said a lot of mean things to you, didn't I? I couldn't believe it, because if I did believe the things you said, then I'd start hating Rina-san again, and I'd want to oppose their marriage. So I said a lot of hurtful things. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sure you won't forgive me, but I told you to stop talking. And yet... and yet... Massive tears came pouring out of Rina's eyes like rainfall, dribbling down her cheeks and into the ground below. Seeing that reminded me of what Kechi said earlier. Rina can be surprisingly stubborn once she gets an idea in her head. Or rather, she's the one who convinces herself of that idea. Ah, so that's it. She was terrified of Oyashiro-sama, but she didn't think anyone would believe her if she told them. That's why she snapped and went on the defensive. And now, I understood. Rina was angry and struggling with her own internal dilemma, losing control of herself. But despite that, she felt enough guilt about it to directly apologize to me and Keiichi. So... yeah, I understand. Keiichi approached Rina and stroked her head to comfort her as he said that, in a perfectly natural gesture. Hey, Rina. I think what Oshiro-sama told you wasn't wrong.
ただそれをレナが勘違いしていただけなんじゃないのか
But maybe you just misunderstood it. Huh?
たった今レナが言ってたじゃないか
Remember what you said earlier, Rina?
お社様はレナに嫌いになるな逃げるなって
Oshiro-sama told you not to hate and not to run away.
これ別に親父さんの結婚を賛成しろって意味じゃないと思う
But I don't think that was necessarily telling you to support your father's marriage.
どうしてかなこの
What? Why do you say that? Why?
嫌いになるなってのは憎むなってこと
Telling you not to hate really means not to feel resentment.
まあ正直俺も殺してやりたいくらいリナってやつが憎いけどさ
Well, to be honest, I resent Rina just as much as you do, and I'd like to kill her.
その存在を消したいくらい嫌いだって気持ちを強くするなってことだと俺は思う
But I think wanting to erase her existence only makes that hatred stronger. Rina and I both cried out at once, and then we stared straight at Kichi.
逃げるなってのは多分そのまんまで問題を放置するなってことじゃないかな
And telling you not to run away? Maybe that's just saying not to avoid the problem.
本当に家族が大切なら戦え
If your family truly is precious to you, fight for it.
リナに対してじゃないぞ
But not against Rina.
レナの親父さんとじっくり話し合うことも一つの戦いだしな
The one battle you should be fighting is having a talk with your father.
それが難しかったら信頼のできるやつと相談する
And if that's too difficult, then find someone you trust to discuss it with.
そういうことが言いたかったんじゃないかと俺は思うな
I think that's what Oishiro-sama was trying to tell you.
ケイチ君
Keiichi-kun.
ケイチ
Keiichi.
あの二人を殺すことは正しいことだと思ってた
I thought it was right to kill them.
でもあの二人を殺した日からもう世界はおかしくなっていたと思う
But the day I killed them, the world started to go crazy.
だということは
Did that mean
あの二人を殺すのは
that it was wrong?
正しいことじゃなかったのかな
Did that mean that it was wrong to kill them?
正しいかどうかは知らんが最善手じゃなかったことは確かだな
I don't know if it was right or wrong, but it wasn't the best you could have done.
最善手って
What do you mean, the best thing?
そんなこともわからないのかよ
Don't you know? I grabbed Rina's head and embraced her. Then I told her. I told her something so simple. It was so simple that anyone could think of it. But Rina didn't do it. I didn't do it either back then.
何かやばかったり疑いそうになったり辛いことがあったりした時はな
If you're in danger, or you feel like doubting others, or something bad happens, it was so simple.
仲間に相談するんだよ
You should talk to your friends.
そうだよね
That's right.
そうだよね
You're right. Rina cried in my arms for a while. She cried about the wrong choice she made at the very beginning. The choice couldn't have been hard to see. I'm sure it was something that was within her grasp. How stupid it was to worry about it by herself. She had friends. She had friends whom she trusted. Why did she think she couldn't talk to her friends about it?
思い出してほしかったのです
I wanted you to remember
かつてに得たかけがえのない仲間たちへの信頼を
to trust in the irreplaceable friends you've made.
頼りたいと思うことを誰も迷惑には感じたりしない
You won't.
それに気づいてほしかった
You won't. Damn it.
きっと後悔するから
You won't inconvenience anyone by wanting a shoulder to lean on. I wanted you to realize that, because otherwise you'd end up regretting it. This is probably a dream. I'm sure I'm sleeping in those woods. In Rina's dream, everyone came to play club games. Hey, let Rina join in too. You came all this way to play together, so let me play tag too. Huh? I really feel like crying, but why? It's painful, like my heart is soggy and wet, and my chest is tight. I want to go back. Back before all of this. Back to those days when we were having lively club activities every day. I want to go back. Mi-chan. Keiichi-kun. Up until now, I always considered my misfortune the curse of Otoshiro-sama. And so, I vowed to believe and obey what Otoshiro-sama told me. But the truth is actually something else entirely. I was just blaming everything on Otoshiro-sama so I could brush off my pain. And it snowballed past the point it could be helped. So I became full of regret and resentment that ultimately destroyed me.
そうだよね。
Right. Yeah,
そうなんだよね。
that's right.
親父さんとちゃんと向き合ってみろよ、レナ。
Rina, you and your father need to have a proper discussion about this.
黙って相手の気持ちを思いやるレナもいいけど、心の底から幸せそうに笑ってるレナが俺は大好きだぜ。
You're good at keeping quiet out of consideration for other people's feelings, but I love the Rina who can smile happily, deep down from the bottom of her heart. Yeah. Yeah.
ありがとう。ありがとう、ケイチ君。リカちゃん。
Thank you. Thank you, Keiichi-kun. Rika-chan. She nodded as she said that, then began sobbing again. But this time her tears were different. They were warm. Warm tears.
あ、いたいた。
Ah, you're here.
おーい、ケイちゃん。
Hey, Ki-chan! We all looked up at the voice calling out to us, emerging from the shadows behind a distant hut. Mion was waving her arms and coming this way.
おお。
Yo!
お迎えご苦労。元委員長。
Thanks for coming to meet us, former class rep.
ドタマいたして、今委員長殿。
You can count on me, current class rep. Mion laughed as she gave me a very deliberate salute, and then she turned to Rina and gently placed a hand on her shoulder.
元気出して、レナ。
Cheer up, Rina.
あんたにそんな顔は似合わないよ。
This look doesn't suit you.
みーちゃん。
Mi-chan.
さて、バッチャが待ってる。
Come on, Granny is waiting.
ついでにごちそうが山ほど待ってるよ。
Oh, by the way, got a mound of treats waiting for you, okay? Huh?
ケイチ君、これ。
What? Keiichi-kun.
いや、さっき帰り道の公衆電話でな。
I stopped at that payphone on the way back, right?
高級旅館に1名予約よろしくって。
And I asked her to make a reservation for one at a local luxury inn.
ついでにレナのお父さんにも連絡済み。
I already told your dad, too.
久々に楽しく騒ごうよ。
Oh, that's nice. So let's have fun until morning comes. They exchanged glances and silently nodded to each other as they said that. A feast, an overnight stay at Mion's house. So, they had this planned out from the start. I was completely taken aback by his amazing forethought. Keiichi, just how far are you willing to go to impress me? Yeah. A smile finally emerged on Rina's face. Seeing that look of joy made it feel like all the stress of the day had washed away. Good job, Keiichi, my bruh. Navigating the complexities of these broken people. Rolling natural sixes. We followed the road. Let's try to read like one more section, right? Yeah, we got time. It's been a long stream. What's another section? We followed the road back to the shrine. I was riding my bike beside Keiichi. By the time we parted ways with Rina, the dimly lit surroundings were completely overtaken by the darkness of the night. The surrounding area was so quiet I could hear the loud reverberations of the generators that lit the dark ground.
レナの元気戻ってくれるといいのですが。
I hope Rina starts feeling better.
大丈夫だよ。
She'll be fine.
ミオンがきっと何とかしてくれると思う。
I'm sure Mion will be able to take care of it.
一人だとろくな考えにならないけど、レナもミオンだったらいろいろと話しやすいだろうしさ。
It'd be tough to handle on her own, but Mion's there for her, so they'll be able to talk things through.
さすがは婚約者なのです。
Me, I'd expect no less from her fiancé.
だから違うって。
I told you, it's not like that.
ほら、俺やリカちゃん相手だと、レナとしてもやっぱりメンツってものがあるだろ。
Anyway, Rika-chan, if you or I were the ones talking it over with Rina, don't you think she'd be worried about losing face?
その点ミオンは年上だし、なんだかんだで親身に話を聞いてくれると思うからな。
But Mion is older than us, so I think she'll have an easier time talking it over.
まあ金銭的な被害もそれほどなかったことだし、あとはレナ次第だ。
I keep seeing the word talking, and I keep reading it as taking, like I keep not seeing the L in there. Well, the financial damage wasn't that severe, so the rest is up to Rina. Kechi smiled as he said that, as if to blow away all my worries. Not that long ago I thought he was overly optimistic, but that's wrong. This is how much faith Kechi has in his friends. Doing everything in his power to respond to the trust others place in him, but also without forgetting to place his own trust in others, and never underestimating them. In doing so, he makes others want to reciprocate that trust. I glanced at Kechi beside me. Ever since I came to this world, I've been consistently surprised by Kechi's remarks and actions. Even though my ability to read the future put me on the defensive, he encouraged me. He destroyed my pessimistic view of the future with nothing but the strength of his convictions and his ability to take action. It wasn't the Kechi of this world that told me fate is as flimsy as a thin sheet of paper, but deep down I'm sure he's exactly the same as back then. However, that's why I'm getting anxious. This dark feeling is proof that I still haven't fully begun to trust Kechi and my friends, but it's not easy to set aside the unease I felt about what happened before.
Chan?
Chan?
Rika-chan?
Rika-chan.
Me?
どうした？ぼーっとして。
What's wrong? You've been staring off into space.
大丈夫か？
Is everything okay?
大
Or
丈
alright?
夫なのですよ。ニパー。
I'm fine. Nippon. I put on a smile as I answered him. Come to think of it, it feels like I've been smiling to hide my intentions a lot more often around Kechi these days. No, not just around him. With all of my friends.
そうか？
Is that so?
ならいいんだけど。
Then I guess it's okay.
Me.
And like always, the self-hatred came rushing back to me, because it feels like I'm forcing myself to play along. I already knew the underlying cause of that. It's because I've been feeling alienated from everyone. Even though I know the tragedy coming ahead, nobody else knows. And I really want to confess that, but I'm certain that everyone is completely oblivious to my suffering and hardship. Those depressing thoughts have been nagging at me, but for the time being I've been smiling to keep the cynical side of myself hidden. I despise that version of myself. We continued in silence for a while, but eventually the stone steps of the Furude Shrine emerged from the darkness. I stopped my bike at the bottom of them and parked it on the usual place. My bike lock was there, but I didn't bother using it. Even if my bike was stolen, in a village as small it would be found and returned soon enough. And of course, the thief would receive a punishment fit for their crime.
それじゃあリカちゃん、また明日。
Alright, Rika-chan. See you tomorrow. Kechi turned around on his bike as he said that. Even if it was a simple gesture, I couldn't help but see it strangely at the moment. So I...
待ってください、ケイチ。
Wait, Keiichi.
ん？
Hmm?
何？リカちゃん。
Hmm? What is it, Rika-chan?
ケイチ。
Keiichi?
一つだけ聞かせてください。
Let me ask you just one thing. I had already made it 4 steps up the stairs and was about to wave and say goodnight, but the words from deep in my heart suddenly came out.
ケイチ。
Keiichi.
あなたは誰ですか？
Who are you?
え？
Huh? Keiichi froze and stared at me, looking bewildered. It was a completely unexpected question. I realized that, but even so, the thoughts came erupting out of me and wouldn't stop.
僕の知っているケイチはとても行動力と頭の冴えのある人でした。
Keiichi I know is smart and very quick to take action.
だからいつも一人で考え判断していろいろなことをやり遂げてくれましたが。
So, he always thought things over, made judgments, and did things entirely on his own.
その反面、独断で動いて暴走して破滅することも多かったのです。
However, left unchecked, he would run wild and drive himself to ruin.
少なくとも仲間をこれほど強く信頼して迷いもなく動けるような人ではなかったはずなのです。
At the very least, he wasn't the sort of person to put such strong faith in his friends and to act on their behalf without a moment of hesitation.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
確かにケイイチは僕が時間を巻き戻すたび少しずつ成長して僕の前に登場してきてくれました。
It's true that I've seen you grow up little by little every time I rewound time.
レナの暴走を自分の失敗と置き換えて心配し、最後は止めてくれました。
When Rena went mad, you felt concerned because you saw your own failure in her. And in the end, you were able to stop her.
鉄平が聡子を連れ去った時もそう。
And even when Tepe took Satoko away,
殺意に走ろうとしたシーたちを止めて、みんなを集めて役所に押しかけ、ついにはお龍を説得して聡子を救い出してくれました。
you stopped she and the others from resorting to murder, you gathered everyone together to put pressure on the government office, and you even persuaded Oryu to help Satoko.
だから、あなたの優しくて強い心は信じてもいいかもしれない。
So, perhaps it's alright to believe in your kindness and the strength of your heart.
でも、この世界のあなたは、僕にとっては異常にしか見えないのです。
But I can't help but think there's something unusual about the version of you in this world. I already knew. I was saying something very rude, illogical, and extremely unreasonable. Unlike me, Kechi and the others didn't retain their memories. So, it would only be confusing to tell him what he was like in a previous world. Even after everything Kechi has endured, he can't be happy to hear me talking about him like a completely different person. And yet, despite how anxious I'm getting, how can he be so strong and stay calm? It's so strange and I can't understand it, but above all, I envy it. So, I just couldn't help but ask.
教えてください。
Please tell me, Keiichi.
何がこの世界のあなたをそこまで強くしたのですか？
What made you so strong in this world?
なぜ仲間たちの信頼をそこまで無条件に信じられるのですか？
How are you able to trust your friend so unconditionally?
私の知っている圭一は
Keiichi I knew.
強い人ではなかった。
The Keiichi I knew wasn't this strong.
だから時には疑ったり恐れたりして。
Sometimes he felt doubt and fear. And as a result, Keiichi remained still and listened to me closely. Damn, this music in the background is going kind of hard. He wasn't smiling or getting upset. He was just listening quietly with a docile expression. Seeing Keiichi make like that made me feel at ease, but also frustrated. Even though I recognized it, I was developing an inferiority complex. My heart just couldn't understand it.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. Before long, as I stood shocked still with my eyes dropped, Keiichi sat his bike down and walked up to me, and took something out of his back pocket and handed it over in slow motion. It was a talisman pouch. Inside was a round, hard, bead-like object.
Keiichi.
Keiichi. Keiichi looked up and nodded with a gentle smile on his face, recognizing he was giving me permission to see what was inside. I gently pulled it open and then rolled it onto the palm of my hand. Its dull luster shined silver when reflecting the moonlight. It was like a bullet from a gun. No, it was just in the shape of a bullet.
これは
What is this?
見ての通り、モデルガンの弾だよ。
Just what it looks like. It's a bullet from a toy gun. Keiichi had a lonely, bitter smile on his face as he said that.
ちょっとだけ真面目な話をしたいんだ。
Let's talk seriously for a little bit.
聞いてくれる？
Do you mind listening?
僕はさっきまで真面目な話をしていたつもりなのですよ。
Me, I've been talking seriously this whole time.
ごめん、間違えた。
Sorry, my bad.
とにかく聞いてほしいんだ。
Anyway, I want you to hear this.
いいかな？
Alright? I silently nodded to him, and Keiichi began to speak slowly, like he was reflecting on every single word.
ちょっと前に親戚の葬式で東京へ戻ったって言ったよな。
I told you I went back to Tokyo a little while ago for a relative's funeral, right?
実はもう一つ用事があったんだ。
Actually, there was one other reason.
リカちゃんは俺の過去についてどれだけ知ってる？
Rika-chan, how much do you know about my past?
例えば東京で俺が起こした問題とか。
In particular, about the problems I caused back in Tokyo.
そっか、やっぱり知ってるんだ。
I see. So you already know.
だったら説明はいいかな。実は
Then
最後に俺が撃った相手の家に俺は行ったんだ。
Then let me move on to the explanation. The truth is, I went to visit the home of the last person I shot.
親父もおふくろも何度もやめておけと言ってくれた。
Mom and Dad both begged me to stop.
金銭で示談も済んだ話だし、親同伴とはいえ一度は謝罪にも行った。
We had already paid them compensation and talked things over, and I even went with my parents once before to apologize.
今さら蒸し返しても相手の感情を逆なでするだけだってね。
If I showed up again, I'd just be stirring up bad feelings. That's what they said.
でも俺が納得できなかった。
But I wasn't convinced.
結局俺は罪を犯したのにそれを償わなかったばかりか、食材を両親に肩代わりさせてその陰に隠れるという卑怯を働いた。
In the end, I never actually atoned for my sins. I just hid behind my parents as they shouldered the burden.
それがどうしても許せなくて。
That's unforgivable.
傷つけたたくさんの相手、その家族、そして俺の両親。
A lot of people were hurt, and their families. And my parents too.
今までの俺は誰の気持ちも全然考えたことのないどうしようもないバカ野郎だった。
Up until now, I never even considered anyone else's feelings. I was such an idiot.
そんな俺がたまらなく嫌で情けなくて。
I hated that side of myself. I was ashamed of it.
せめて親にかぶってもらった本来の罪と責任だけは自分の手元に戻しておきたいと思ったんだ。
At the very least, I wanted to retake the responsibility of my original sin, rather than forcing my parents to bear it.
思いっきりぶん殴られるつもりだった。
I was expecting to receive a thorough beating.
会ってさえくれないとも覚悟していた。
I was prepared for the possibility that she wouldn't even want to meet with me.
でも電車に乗って道を歩いてその人の家が近づくにつれて。
But when I got on the train, and as I walked down the road leading to her house,
勇気がどんどんなくなって足が地面に吸い付くかと思うくらい重くなっていった。
my courage slowly receded, and my feet became so heavy it seemed like they were stuck to the ground.
お金を払ったんだからいいだろう。
It's fine. They were already paid compensation.
警察にも捕まって示談も済んで納得してくれたんだからいいだろう。
It's fine. I was already caught by the police and the situation was resolved.
それに一度はちゃんと謝った相手なんだし。
Plus, I already apologized once before.
信号や交差点で立ち止まるたびに自分に言い訳して何度引き返そうと思ったかわからないくらいだ。
I made excuses every time I stopped at a traffic light or an intersection. I don't know how many times I felt the urge to turn back.
それでも何とか我慢して耐えて自分の顔を何度も殴りつけて
But even
ついにその家の前にたどり着くことができた。
But even so, I smacked my face over and over again, and somehow managed to endure. Then I finally arrived at the front of her house.
チャイムを鳴らした。
I rang the doorbell.
ものすごく音が響いて心臓が凍るかと思った。
The bell let out a powerful, echoing sound. I thought my heart was going to freeze over.
インターホンに人の声がしたときは何をどう喋ったらいいのかわからなくて喉が震えて全身から力が抜けて目から涙がポロポロ出てきた。
When I heard a voice coming from the intercom, I didn't know what to say. My throat was trembling. I lost all my strength in my body and tears came running from my eyes.
それでもなんとか声を振り絞って前原圭一ですと名乗ったとき。
Still, I somehow managed to squeeze the words out to say that my name was Keiichi Maibara.
インターホンの向こうで人の息を飲む声が聞こえたときはもう死にたいくらいだった。
When I heard the person on the other end of the intercom gasp, I wanted to die.
その後はどれだけ待ったか覚えていない。
I don't remember how long I waited after that.
長かったかもしれないしあっという間だったかもしれない。
It may have been a long time, or no time at all.
でも俺にとっては死刑宣告を待っているみたいにいつまでもこの時間が続くんじゃないかって。
But for me, it went on forever, like waiting for a death sentence.
そして結局ずっと待っていても終わりはないんじゃないかって、そんなくらいに長くて心細くて。
And in the end, it was so long, and I felt so helpless that I wondered if I'd never end, no matter how long I waited.
全身から冷たい汗が止まらなくて目の前がぐるぐるうねるように回り続けるような地獄の苦しみだった。
Cold sweat came sweeping out of my entire body, non-stop, and my eyes were swelling and spinning round and round. It hurt like hell.
そしたら
And then,
信じられなかった。
I couldn't believe it.
俺の願望が夢を見させているんだと思った。
It was like my desire had me daydreaming.
だって
Because
扉の向こうにいたのは忘れもしないその女の人だったんだから。
on the other side of that door was a girl that I'll never forget.
その人を見た。
I looked at her.
包帯が取れていた。
Her bandages were gone.
怪我が治っていたんだ。
Her injuries had healed.
そう思うとそれだけが嬉しくて救われて申し訳なくてもう何もまともに考えられなくて。
Just seeing that made me feel glad, relieved, and sorry. But I couldn't think of anything to say to apologize.
俺は大声で泣いてしまった。
So I cried out loud.
その場にへたり込んでもうわーわーとひたすら声を絞り出してごめんなさいごめんなさいごめんなさいって。
I collapsed on the spot and sobbed as I squeezed the words out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
その人に解放されてからも玄関の中に入れてもらった後もそれだけしかもう言葉が思いつかなくて。
Even after she comforted me, even after stepping inside her house, I couldn't think of anything else to say.
必死にそれだけを繰り返していたんだ。
I just kept desperately repeating those words.
それでどうなったのですか？
So, what happened after that? I'd been carefully listening to Ketchi's story without interrupting, but I couldn't help but ask. I'd heard the story from Ketchi before. The girl was seriously injured. If everything could be settled peacefully with just an apology, we'd never need the police or the courts. But even so, Keiichi.
その人の親父さんには殴られる覚悟をしていたんだけど殴られなかった。
I was ready to receive a beating from the girl's father, but he didn't.
代わりに厳しく怒られて諭されて
Instead, he
その
just
方がむしろ答えたな。
Instead, he just gave me a harsh scolding. It was actually more poignant. For some reason, he had a calm smile on his face, like he'd been relieved of a heavy burden.
もちろん泣いて謝ったところで解決にはならないし俺の犯した罪が消えるわけがない。
Of course, crying and apologizing won't settle the matter or undo the sins I committed.
でもその人が最後に言ってくれたんだ。
But in the end, she told me,
あなたを許しますって。
I forgive you. According to Ketchi, the girl's parents didn't even want her to meet up with him. At first, she wanted to say terrible things to him and send him away too. Nevertheless, when she saw him desperately apologizing like that, she wanted to hear him out. And in the end, she started feeling better and even wanted to forgive him. Just based on what Ketchi said, I think I was able to understand how she felt. Ketchi was probably able to convey his honest desire to apologize to her because rather than offering her flowery words, money, or valuables, he was speaking from the heart. If Ketchi had asked her forgiveness simply because her parents gave them money, she would never have forgiven him.
そしてそれがその人の目を傷つけたモデルガンの弾だ。
And this is the bullet from the toy gun that hurt her eye.
ずっと持っていたらしいんだけど帰り際に俺に渡してくれて。
She had kept it all this time, but she handed it to me as I was about to leave.
もう二度と誰も傷つけないと約束してください。
Please promise me you'll never hurt anyone again.
そしてこの玉はその誓いとしてあなたが持っていてくれますか？
And would you take this bullet as a reminder of that vow?
だから俺は誓ったんだ。
So, I swore it.
もう二度とバカなことは考えない。
That I'd never even consider doing something so stupid again.
俺のとんでもない悪さのおかげでたくさんの人が嫌な思いをした。
My awful misbehavior caused a lot of people pain.
だから俺はこれからは自分の周りの人たちのことを守って傷つけない人間で居続ける。
So, I vowed to protect the people around me and to never hurt them.
そう決心したんだ。
That's what I decided.
それが俺にできる贖罪だと思うからさ。
I think that's all I can do to atone for what I've done.
ケイチ。
Keiichi. I couldn't say anything. At first, I thought that Ketchi of this world was an aberration, but that wasn't the case at all. Quite the opposite. He faced the crime he committed, reflected on it, apologized, and accepted his punishment. He's here because he surmounted the wall everyone wants to run away from. I can't do that. I can't be like him. I was overwhelmed with envy as I listened to Kechi's story. My excitement dissipated like mist, along with an indescribable feeling of defeat. Keiichi, that's admirable. Choosing to fight rather than running away? Dark emotions nagged at my heart as I said that. You really are different from me. You're so kind, so strong, not a coward like me. So... You're wrong, Rika-chan. Me?
俺は罪を償ったことで優しい気持ちと信頼する心の大切さを知った。
I learned the importance of kindness and trust as payment for my sins.
でもそれを実現させてくれたのはリカちゃんなんだよ。
But the reason that happened at all was you, Rika-chan.
僕がですか?
Me? I'm the reason for that?
ああ。
Yeah.
覚えて
Don't you remember? Don't you remember? Keiichi took a deep breath, then continued. My expectation that I couldn't be any more surprised was further betrayed.
リカちゃんはあの時言ってくれた。
Rika-chan, you told me back then.
ケイイチを許しましょうって。
I forgive you. Huh?
かっこ悪かったよな、俺は。
I was so uncool, huh?
誰かに許してもらいたくて、自分の浅ましさから目をそらしたくて、慰めてもらおうと卑怯なことをした。
I wanted someone to forgive me so I could look away from my own shallowness and did something cowardly to comfort myself.
でもリカちゃんはそれを全て分かった上で俺を許すと言ってくれた。
But Rika-chan, you forgave me for even knowing all that.
だから傷つけた相手に謝りに行く勇気を持つことができたんだ。
That's why I finally gained the courage to apologize to the person I hurt.
ケイイチ。
Keiichi.
まさか。
No way. Can't be. It's impossible. It must be a coincidence. No, it can't be it. I'm certain I said that to Keiichi in a previous world. I want to believe it. I can't believe it. I want to believe it. I can't believe it. But I want to believe. Has there ever been a miracle like this before? Keiichi. The Keiichi of that world. Passed on those memories. And he has them now? I can no longer see anything. I simply cried. I wanted to transform my sins into tears and squeeze them out of my eyes. But the tears coming out were not my sins. They were only tears of remorse over my irredeemable grief. Back then, I felt a pat on my head. When I opened my eyes, it was Rika-chan stroking my head with her hand. I don't need to be consoled. There's no way Rika-chan can comfort me over this. But then, Rika-chan spoke. And not just to comfort me.
Keiichi, 許しましょう。
Keiichi, I forgive you. Huh?
ケイイチは自分で自分の罪に気づきましたのです。
Keiichi, you noticed your sin on your own.
それはとても偉くて普通ではありえないことなのです。
It's a very difficult thing to do, and not something everybody can.
だから誰もケイイチの偉さがわからなくて、それを許してあげることはできませんのです。
Not everyone can understand how great you are, and hence, they can't forgive you.
でも僕にはそれを許すことができます。
But I can.
僕にはケイイチの凄さがわかるのです。
Because I know how great you are.
リカちゃん。
Rika-chan.
私はこれが奇跡であることがわかる。
I know this is a miracle.
だってこれはありえないことなのだもの。
You notice the sin you committed in another world.
あなたが別の自分の罪に気づくなんて
That's impossible to
絶対
do.
にありえないこと。
That's impossible to do.
なのにあなたはそれに気づけた。
But you did it.
それはきっとこの地上に具現するどんな奇跡すらもかすむほどのもので、 信じられないくらいに尊いもの。
That is the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world.
あなたは逃げなかった。
You didn't run away.
だからリカも本心からそう言ってあげられたのですよ。
That's why Rika was able to tell you that from the bottom of her heart.
あの時の言葉があったから、俺はあの時もレナを救えたんだと思う。
I think what you told me back then was the reason I was able to save Rina.
そしてこの世界でも自分の罪を償って救われて、みんなへの信頼を強く持ち続けることができた。
And why I was able to find redemption for my sins and achieve salvation even in this world. And why I'm able to continue having strong faith in everyone.
みんなリカちゃんのおかげなんだよ。
It's all thanks to you, Rika-chan.
ケイチ。
Keiji.
ありがとうな、リカちゃん。
Thank you, Rika-chan.
そしてごめん、思い出すのが遅くなって。
And sorry for taking so long to remember.
レナのあの姿を見るまでずっと忘れていた。
I had forgotten, and it wasn't until I saw Rina that I could remember. I couldn't speak. My throat was painfully clogged and I couldn't control it. Is this a miracle? No way. Kechi actually remembers what I told him back then.
あの時のお礼、今こそここでさせてもらえないかな。
Would you let me thank you now for what you did back then?
前は手伝えることがあればなんて言ったけど、今は違う。
I told you before that I'd do what I can to help, but it's different now.
力になりたいんだ。
I want to be your strength.
自分が大嫌いだった俺を救い出してくれたリカちゃんが幸せになる方法を一緒に探させてくれないか。
Rika-chan, you were the one who saved me from my self-hatred. So, would you let me search with you to find a way you can be happy?
ケイチ。
Aww.
ケイチ。
Keiichi! Keiichi stroked my head with a kind-hearted smile on his face. Looking at his gentle smile, I felt angry and embarrassed that I had been too cynical to honestly ask for his help. And above all, I was ashamed of myself for doubting Keiichi's goodwill.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい、ケイチ。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Keiichi.
僕はあなたにひどいことをたくさん言いました。
I said so many awful things to you.
ひどいことたくさん思っていました。
And I've thought a lot of terrible things.
あなたの優しさが怖くて信じられなくて。
I was scared.
疑いの目で見てしまって。
I was scared and couldn't believe in your kindness. I looked at you with distrust.
ごめんなさい。ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
俺だってごめん。
Me too. I'm sorry.
以前の世界ではいろいろとリカちゃんに迷惑をかけていたんだろう。
I made all kinds of trouble for you in the previous worlds, didn't I?
はっきりとは思い出せないけど、俺もさっきリカちゃんが言うようにみんなのことを疑って、結局勝手に自分を悲劇の主人公に置き換えて破滅したりしていたと思う。
I can't remember very clearly, but I doubted everyone before, just like you said. Went off and acted like I was some sort of tragic hero and ultimately caused destruction.
だから今度こそちゃんとやりたいんだ。
So, I want to do things right this time.
俺は力になれるかな、リカちゃん。
Rika-chan, will you let me help you?
はい。
Aw.
はいなのです。
Yes. Yes. There she is, halfway up the stairs already, like it said in the thing. And then she turned to start this whole conversation.
とても心強いのです。
Keiichi, it's so reassuring to have you with me.
僕はこの世界で一人で戦わなくてはいけないと思ってずっと
I always thought I had to fight this world on my own.
辛かったから。
It was always so painful.
リカちゃんは一人じゃない。
Rika-chan, you're not alone.
ミオンもレナもサトコもシオンもみんな仲間だ。
There's Mion, Rina, Satoko, and Shion too. We're all your friends.
だから時期が来たら全てを話してみんなを巻き込んで戦おう。
So when the time comes, let's get everyone involved and tell them everything we can fight together. And tell them everything so we can fight together.
きっと打ち破れる。
I'm certain we can make a breakthrough.
運命なんて金魚すくいの網と同じだからさ。
Because fate is as flimsy as a thin sheet of paper. Laugh, 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 laugh. He said it again. He told me that same exact line again. Then I'll believe. I was worried about this world without Hanyu, no matter how much it could take a turn for the better. But as long as he's here here, we might be able to manage somehow. No, I'm certain we'll be able to do it. Keiichi.
Rika-chan.
Rika-chan. I reached down from the top of the stone steps to touch Keiichi's cheek. Then, Keiichi took the hand that was rubbing my head and gently slid it down to my cheek with a smile on his face. It was like a special handshake. Still, it was sort of a ritual where we recognized our mutual trust in one another. I'll tell you what I've wanted to keep secret all this time. And if I do, will you be able to save me? From this hellish... From this hellish prison of endless reincarnation, me and my precious friends. Yeah, of course. Thank you. As soon as I said that, I let loose the words I've been holding in my heart. Our enemy is Mio Takano. All the events related to the curse in Hinamizawa are a product of a man-made conspiracy. Then, I slowly began to tell Keiichi everything. About all the horrifying incidents and miserable circumstances I'd witnessed in the previous worlds. Oh, is that it? Oh, what a note to go out on. Oh my god, over 7 hours of recorded me reading this. Ooh, I can feel it a little in my throat, gotta be honest. I can feel it a little bit in my voice. I can feel... Oh, shit. Get out of here. Inversed color situation. Alright, we read so much. I almost said Umineko. Higurashi today, but that was the goal, that was the plan. I hope you enjoyed a fucking 7-hour marathon here of mostly just reading. But I think that makes for a lot of progress, so I think it's good. I think it's good. Basically the way to conclude Higurashi week, where we are doing a lot of smaller streams of Higurashi in front of everything else. But as I kind of alluded to at the very start, almost 7 hours ago, I think I won't 100% hold myself to it, because maybe I will get a hankering to read more during the week. But I think with how much we read today, I think I'm down to just read next time, pick up Higurashi a week from today, so next Saturday. Really, if we wanted to make absolute progress, right, I would continue to do the Higurashi week thing, and on top of this massive stream here, and we'd actually really make a shit ton of progress. But I need, you know, some sort of break from reading constantly. So, also I have some more plans for the streams this week, so it kind of makes a bit more sense time-wise. Tomorrow on Sunday, I would like to do another day stream of mostly pretty much just Valkyria Chronicles 4. I think we're getting close to like a halfway point in that game, so yeah, decent progress still on that. And then the rest of the week, we don't have actually a ton on the channel kind of going on. We have Higurashi obviously reading, but it's these console arc stuff, so it is what it is. Valkyria Chronicles 4 is obviously important, and then Crash Bash still has been kind of MIA a bit, but that's just because it's not a high priority. But honestly, probably throughout the week, you'll probably good chance of seeing definitely one new game, if not 2 new games. One of those being a very short game that will probably be done in one night. It's probably going to end up being a one-off kind of thing, because I know it to be a pretty short game, but I'm excited for that, and that'll probably honestly be on Monday night. So the week is kind of looking like no Higurashi until a week from today. Like I said, Valkyria Chronicles 4 on Sunday. Monday, a new game, a one-shot, a one-off game, I'm pretty sure. is how that schedule's kind of looking. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday throughout the week, you'll probably get some Valkyria Chronicles and maybe the start of another, probably not a super long game, but the second game I'm contemplating that will probably be started is like a mid-sized game, I think. So obviously the final Astrobot level on Friday, and that's kind of the week ahead if you want to plan out. So thanks so much for watching, sticking with if you watched all 7 hours of this. Again, hoping people are enjoying me going through the console arc, because it definitely is I'm enjoying it, but it's definitely a time sink. It's definitely a time commitment, all things considered. So hopefully it's worth it to you as much as it's worth it to me. So enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. It's not too late. I'm gonna go off and do some stuff after reading for 7 hours, just rubbing my throat raw, basically. I've talked about it before, but like during my work day and during my work week, I don't have to, and I try to limit just how much I like talk. I don't have to talk that often, which is very nice, because I kind of just like not talking. And then I just have to expend it all here on stream, especially when I do a 7-hour stream. So all right. Also, I don't know how many more chances we're gonna get at these bad endings, but after I did that last Rena one, I was kind of like, these ones aren't that interesting to see. So we'll have to revisit this idea next week. But if there's more of these kinds of things, I mean, because the bad endings here are just the endings we already kind of know that happen, right? We see the person freak out, but I don't know if those are gonna keep popping up, but we'll revisit this idea. Just planting this seed in everyone's head that maybe the bad endings aren't as exciting, or maybe they'll change it up. I don't know. Maybe it'll be potentially different. Some strong gusts blowing. All right, enjoy the rest of your night. Stay safe, stay well, do good, be good, and I'll see you in another stream. Hopefully tomorrow. I'll be on tomorrow. Valkyria Chronicles. Probably not as long as this stream, but day stream would be nice. Till then.